Just $1 down, $15 a month.
Find your nearest club and join today. Deal ends July 31st.
See Home Club for details.
Take control of your health with the DASH scan at Advanced Medical Imaging. The DASH scan is a full-body MRI designed for advanced health screening. This dynamic approach provides exceptionally sharp images across multiple organ systems, helping to detect potential concerns early. With minimal radiation and no invasive procedures, the DASH scan offers a safe, comprehensive look at your health. Plus, results are delivered faster than ever, giving both patients and physicians confidence in screening and diagnosis. Your health is too important to wait. Schedule your DASH scan today at Advanced Medical Imaging. Visit amimaging.com or call 402-484-6677 to learn more.
Prashawn Jackson here for Bauer Underground, who has been serving local contractors and utility contractors all across the state since 1997. When you see the black and white trucks, you know the baddest dudes in the business have arrived. Bauer is currently looking for equipment operators, laborers, diesel mechanics, and aerial linemen. Join the brotherhood built on hard work, authentic people, and pedigree of success. Bauer, a family-friendly company who reminds you, go Big Red!
Hi, folks. The weather is for sure heating up, and Koppel Chevrolet GMC is following suit. The discounts are really as good as they've ever been. $14,500 off list price, or 0% financing on select new models. Folks, you heard that right. Smoking hot deals at Koppel. $14,500 off list price, or 0% APR. So take that short drive down 144th Street or at koppelcars.com. STK number G269520. All deals with trade-in and approved credit.
Why are some people more successful? Is it talent and determination, or did they recognize an opportunity? Discover a career that lets you help families reach their financial goals as you build lasting professional relationships. One with unlimited income potential. From Modern Woodman, a leading fraternal financial services provider.
I'm Modern Woodman Regional Director Sean Erickson. Call me at 402-483-6515 to learn about career opportunities.
Modern Woodman of America. Touching lives, securing futures.
Are you looking for an exciting new way to put your skills to work? Explore new career options in the fintech industry at Currency, a Sandhills global company. We offer full-time positions in financial sales, compliance, operations, and other fields. We also offer a 4.5-day work week, an attractive benefits package, and opportunities for advancement. Put your motivation to work and grow with us at Currency. Visit gocurrency.com/careers to learn more.
This is Lincoln's home for sports talk on the FM dial. Also online at theticketfm.com.
On the internet.
KNTK FM Firth, 93.7 The Ticket. Live from Mandalay Bay Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada, 93.7 The Ticket brings you coverage of the 2025 Big Ten Media Days.
7 yards deep. Lets it go to the sideline. Big six. Tommy Hill, the short run to the house.
Derek Pearson, Jay Foreman, Nick Sainer, and Austin Orman bring you exclusive interviews and in-depth conversations while getting you ready for the upcoming Big Ten football season.
This is a flip to Ja'Cory Barney. He waits for his block, and he steps in for the touchdown.
This one in the seam, intercepted. Hartzog with a lane at the 20. Hartzog knocked out of bounds. Deep in Ohio State territory.
Mayava, that's intercepted. It is Sierra Wright. Down the sideline into his former house. Unbelievable.
Coverage from Big Ten Media Days is powered by Advanced Medical Imaging, Stevenson Smith Construction, Currency, Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and League One Volleyball. This is Big Ten Media Days live from Las Vegas on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Welcome back in, Mandalay Bay Hotel and Casino. Nick Sainer, Austin Norman alongside Jay Foreman in the building as well. He'll join us just a moment. He got stopped in traffic, as Jay normally does here at situations and events like these. A very popular guy. I'll never forget last year. I told you the funny story. of we were standing at our table last year at Lucas Oil Stadium, and Tony Petitti comes over and he says, hey, Jay, how's it going? Stood there and talked to Jay for a little bit. So Jay, a popular man in these types of events and arenas there. 93.7 The Ticket's coverage, Big Ten Media Days, sponsored by our friends, and in no particular order, Currency, Stevens & Smith Construction, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Warhorse Casino, Advanced Medical Imaging, and last but certainly not least, our friends at League One Volleyball up in Omaha. 402-464-5685. The Honda of Lincoln hotline and the Starter Heyman text line are open for you guys the entire day today. Plenty of exciting things down the road on the docket, not only for day one, but also day two and day three. And we'll just kind of briefly recap the 6 teams that are going today: Illinois, Indiana, Maryland, Nebraska, Ohio State, and Rutgers going today on day one. It's a good blend, I think, for Nebraska, because there's something also to be said of allow your play on the field this fall to just do the talking, right? There's going to be comments, and Dylan Raiola might say something that grabs some press or grabs some attention. Matt Rule might do the same thing. But whatever the case may be, allow the play on the field in the fall to do the talking, because right now, like, Ohio State can come in and flex their muscles and say, hey, look, we're the defending national champions and this, that, and the third. But at the end of the day, Nebraska's not on that level. And so figure out a time to where it's, okay, you know what? Let your arm in the fall do the talking, and allow your play on the field to kind of let everybody know what time of TP you are.
And it's an interesting spot for Nebraska to be in as well, because Matt Rule's a good talker.
Yeah.
Matt Rule can win a setting like this. So is Dylan Raiola. I thought he came across very polished in front of the media last year. I thought he handled himself with grace, with class, after wins and after losses. But it's been an off season of talk, for Nebraska. Maybe not as much. Maybe there's some level of depressed expectations or realism, whatever it is you want to call it. But this is a setting where I think Matt Rule and Dylan Raiola especially can thrive, right? So we've seen what a bad media days can do for Nebraska and coaches and players. It can set you up with a week of narratives that will follow you for months. Yeah. So it's important to come out here and have a good showing today. But there isn't any pressure on Nebraska to win today, to be the story today, right? I think Ohio State probably takes precedence over pretty much every other team in the conference, but especially as the headliner on day one. I think you can point to more recent success from Indiana and Illinois to say that maybe they're a bigger story than Nebraska is today. Certainly in terms of quarterbacks, Dylan Raiola should be the headliner today in terms of buzz. But that means, you're Nebraska, you're 4th in the pecking order, which I think is a healthy spot for this program to be, where it's not about winning media days. It's about showing up, doing your job, set the tone for excitement, say, yeah, we think we're going to be good, and then get out of town. You don't have to do too much. You don't have to do extra. Just handle business and get out of here. That's all fans have been asking for on the field. That's all they need today at media days too.
We'll talk about that in more in depth as we go along, but let's go ahead and bring him in. Jay Foreman is here. He's got the headset on. Jay, good morning.
Good morning.
This is we've been talking about it all morning. This is a little different than maybe what we're used to. It feels like Big Ten Media Days, like the layout it's a little more segmented than maybe what we're accustomed to in the big open forum that is a football field in Lucas Oil Stadium in Indianapolis. But it's still, if you can tell that we're in a much more popular and larger market in Las Vegas.
Oh, for sure. Being down here at the Super Bowl, and obviously being in Vegas on my personal time for different events, that Vegas does it right. And you can tell it's a well-oiled machine. There's a lot, even though we were in, in the stadium for, in Indianapolis, this feels like it's just more spacious. They know exactly where people need to go, and I think it's going to be something that is it's probably going to be a long-term partnership. It's easy to travel. There's a lot of stuff to do, a lot of people to see, and it's starting to gain traction. I'm just walking over, obviously maybe just because I'm a little bit larger human being, people were mistakenly didn't see the gray hair, but asked if I still played. So everybody knows that the Big Ten media days are in town, and so the excitement is not only in this hotel but in the city.
We know Tony Petitti's here. He's going to talk around 11 o'clock here, Pacific time, 1 o'clock back home in Nebraska. What are you looking for? I'll just start with your general opinion on day one of Big Ten Media Days. What are you looking forward to hearing from whether it's Tony Patini, whether it's a specific team? What are
Right.
you looking forward to hearing on day one of Big Ten Media Days? What do you expect?
I think Tony Patiti is just probably just more what he did last year. You know, he had a clear vision. He has the energy and excitement that you want from Big Ten, obviously, commissioner. And then, you know, possibly maybe dabble into the college football playoff expansion, but more importantly, focus on what the Big Ten did last year. That's what he should do and what he expects moving forward. If you want him to come in there and talk about 2 or 3 years in the future, you're missing the point right now. So what he did last year, he set out what he thought the Big Ten could do, how great the conference was, the additions of the new teams, continue along that. Talk about maybe the surprise of UCLA and how competitive they were with their schedule and what he expects from them, and then just kind of move forward, business as usual. And we have the national champion in our conference.
Do you expect him to make a note of most of the 18 teams, or should he keep it more general to the college football playoff stuff, the general strength of the league, point to 1 or 2 teams as examples? And then how big a story do you think revenue sharing is going to be from Tony Petiti's perspective?
I think he's going to focus. Ohio State defend the champs. I mean, you better be highlighting them, and you better highlight Oregon as well. Penn State, everybody that made the college football playoffs, and then obviously just overall the Big Ten conference, and obviously probably welcome in Barry Odom, you know, obviously into the Big Ten. And then, you know, I think revenue sharing is going to be huge just because just July 1st, right, you know, was the new ruling. And what could be moving forward possibly with that as far as unionizing for the players, salary cap, and all that stuff. Now, that's just, again, that's the same thing talking about, you know, more than 12 teams. I think you just touch on it, but then I think you just touch on it that and don't run away from it. I think, really what you do is, like, unlike before, you know, with Kevin Warren really couldn't embrace it, where just embrace it. We've embraced it. We're making moves for it. And we're trying to gain momentum as far as a stronghold into the bigger piece of the pie. And it's all based on what we do on the field.
I think it's interesting. Once again, 402-464-5685. Nick Sainert, Austin Norman, Jay Foreman alongside here from Mandalay Bay Hotel and Casino. I want to thank everybody involved, especially Jake Bachov and the entire crew back in our 93.7 The Ticket Studios for making sure we stay connected and get through everything these next couple of days. Nebraska, Illinois, obviously they're going today. I want to talk specifically about Illinois for a little bit here because they're in a very, very unique and interesting position that Illinois hasn't necessarily found themselves in often. Right. And they have an experienced quarterback. They have continuity and stability on their squad. Brett Bielema is still just a successful coach in the Big Ten. He just gets the job done, whether it was at Wisconsin or whether it's at Illinois now. They look at it as like I use the reference of championship windows. Penn State probably views this as a championship window year. Yeah. They got Nick Singleton and they got Katron Allen back. They have Drew Aller returning. Right. They look at this as a championship opportunity. This feels like the best chance we've seen Illinois to making a college football playoff appearance this season in the team that they have. And we're going to see Luke Altmaier today.
Yeah, and it's an opportunity. Once you have to match up, like, you got to have the quarterback no matter what.
100%.
And then you got to have a roster that's yearning for it. That's, you know, not too far, too old, and not too young. It's the perfect roster for him, even though they lost some guys to the draft the last couple of years. And I think for the program to gain some national recognition. And, you know, like I said, it's the sleepiest 10 wins of a team last year with the coach that is he's a great interview. And he will push some buttons, as we saw with Beamer in South Carolina. So I think all those things line up, plus alignment with the athletic director. And then obviously with the fan base is starting to grow as well. And the biggest thing that he's done, I think, what we talked about at times yesterday, Austin, is he's identified his type of player.
Yeah.
And he's went and got them. It doesn't matter where they're at. He's, you know, he's tipped his toes in Nebraska, and he's developed them, and he's hit on a high rate of them. And that's why you see the success that he had last year.
I think one of those guys, he's not here at Big Ten Media Days, but is a big part of that, is Caden Fegan.
Yeah.
Running back. Only played 5 games last year, 67 carries, 306 yards. It's 4.6 per carry, 3 touchdowns. Also used him out of the backfield a little bit, had about a catch per game. That is such a Brett Bielema style back, especially for the Big Ten. I mean, you got the Derrick Henry comparisons just based on his size. I was impressed with Caden Fegan last year. He'll have certainly more touches available to him this year, but that's how Brett Bielema wants to build things, is through the run game. Now, the big question for Illinois is going to be offensively, losing a couple linemen, but especially at receiver. You know, if you look at that team, Zachary Franklin and Pat Bryant.
Yeah.
both out the door. That's a big deal. I mean, that's 109 catches and 1,600 yards, 14 touchdowns between those two guys. That's a huge amount of production to replace just between those two guys. So I think there's going to be even more on Luke Altmaier's shoulders just to get Illinois, treading water offensively.
Well, I think the one thing that Luke Altmaier doesn't get enough credit for is the ability to pick him up and put him down. And he can give you a little bit of the dead leg too if you just get caught, slipping on him. And so what he's able to do is extend plays that are normal, just say basic plays that you initially cover him. He's able to move up in the pocket, extend the pocket, stretch the pocket, and then he throws pretty accurate on the run.
How does that make your job more difficult as a linebacker?
I hate it, because the worst thing you could do is get a team in about 3rd and 6, 3rd and 8, and the quarterback gets 9 yards, or he gets whatever, one more yard. And we saw that up close and personal with Nebraska. So that's where I think he's able to keep them on time and on schedule, and able to maybe lessen the learning curve of some new receivers, coming in. And I know they got a pretty good tight end and tight end group. So now you're going to see the things that allowed them to be very, very consistent in the passing game. And what Franklin and Bryant did, you had one that was more of a possession receiver, and one that was was your explosive receiver. Now, how does that work out? Do you flip that? Do you try to attack the middle of the field? You talk about Fegan, right? Whereas for a big back, he has excellent hands.
Yeah.
So now when he's in the game, you're thinking run, run, run.
Smash.
Well, they're going to try to soften you up with maybe some flares or some checkdowns and screens. So it's going to be interesting to see the first 3 games, how they change their offense.
Yeah, it's fascinating. They won 10 games, like you mentioned, for the first time since 2001 last year. How about this one? They have 5 returning starters on the offensive line, and one of them is here today, and J.C. Davis. He's going to be
and he's the real deal
on that left side of that offensive line. And so Illinois bringing a defensive player, and then obviously their quarterback, Luke Altmaier, and then his left tackle and J.C. Davis here today. And that's always a fun conversation if we get the chance to sit down with them, is the left tackle quarterback relationship, especially protecting the blind side in this case for Luke Altmaier. The one concern that I'm as I was kind of reading on Illinois, they lost a lot of their wide receiver production to the NFL, but once again, you feel good about the 3 running back rotation that they have. The Citrus Bowl MVP McCray, the running back, he also left. He entered the transfer portal, but now that rotation,
Bielema was not happy about that.
No, kind of trims down to 3. But yeah, Luke Altmaier, J.C. Davis, and Xavier Scott are the 3 represented for Illinois, who they have an exciting season, and the schedule isn't that daunting in comparison to one of Wisconsin's.
Exactly, and it's that schedule that is worth keeping an eye on for Illinois, because from Bill Connolly's SP Plus Big Ten preview, he says even with all the experience, and again, Illinois returns the most production in the Big Ten, Connolly says winning 10 games could be tricky for Illinois. He looks at 3 types of luck when he does his projections, and Illinois was one of only 3 teams in the top 25 in all 3 of his luck categories. That's turnovers. They were 23rd in the country in SP Plus turnover rating. Close game fortune. Illinois won its close games last year. And lineup stability. We mentioned that returning production. Some of that is a feature of how Brett Bielema wants to build his program. Some of that fluctuates year to year, and you can only build so much into your system, into your players to account for it. Some of it's just going to naturally regress. Connolly writes, the Illini won 2 overtime games. You think you go coin flips on those. Scored on the final play of regulation to beat Rutgers. It had to have late stops to beat Kansas and South Carolina. Last year, they finished ranked 31st in SP Plus, which he says is more like an 8-win team that accidentally won 10. And he says Illinois might actually be better this year, but have a worse record just because some of those numbers might come back to the middle.
Look, a record sometimes is not reflective of internally how good you are. And you could be an 8-win team versus a 10-win and be a more tightened group, and that is completely true. But the one thing that they have is defensively up the middle and on the outside is able to lead the team. And so what Brett Bielema has done, we talked about it yesterday also, is the recruiting, and it's not just high school recruits, it's in the transfer portal. So when you think about Hudson Clement, who led West Virginia the last 2 years in a Power 4 conference in receiving, and you get him out of the transfer portal, that lets you know they had the eye on him for more than a year. That's their type of receiver. Yeah. So when you think about replacing Franklin and or Bryant or a combination of both, he gives you that flexibility a lot of young guys come on, and they got another receiver from Ball State. So what it's letting you know is it's body types, it's production. Who did we hear that from last year? Signetti.
Yeah.
So now that you won't hear Brett Bielema, he'll give respect to Franklin and Bryant, but won't lose confidence in what he has. That's
won't
why,
lose sleep over it.
Won't lose sleep over it. But contrary to those stats right there, what really reminds me? I always go back to Minnesota that year, that in 2011. Was it 9? Is it 11 or 19?
With Tanner Morgan, Bateman.
Yeah, where they
yeah.
won those close games, right? So you got to win it. You got to get that winning feeling and win any way possible, which allows you to play more free down the stretch. Now, what they have to do a better job at is controlling the line of scrimmage. Even with those 5, they have to lead the team, is the 5 offensive linemen, and be able to run the ball while that defense starts to mature a little bit. If they're able to do that, they could be dangerous.
That 2019 Minnesota team started the year off squeaking by South Dakota State by a touchdown, went to Fresno, only won by a field goal, also only won by a field goal over Georgia Southern. That's 3 one-possession games to start the year. Minnesota won them all. They beat Purdue, tight, blowout, Illinois, blowout, Nebraska, go to Rutgers, win it big. They get up to number 17 in the country, beat Maryland by 42, and then they had their Super Bowl, essentially. They hosted Penn State there at TCF Bank Stadium, won that game by 5 to get to 9-0, lost a tight one on the road to Iowa, beat Northwestern, and then in a top 15 matchup, lost the battle for Paul Bunyan's axe to Wisconsin. Everything lined up for them, but I think it goes back to what you were saying, Jay, starting with that winning feeling. It wasn't pretty, but they knew in their heads and in their minds just how talented they were, and that really got put on display after working out some kinks early on.
Yeah, and for Illinois, they're going to have to – their schedule doesn't set up as favorable as it did last year. You're talking about how many home games you have in a row and where you play teams. And so when you think about it, you got Western Illinois and Western Michigan, and then you have at Duke sandwiched in between those two in week 2. And then you come at home, or then you go back to or you go on the road to Indiana. And then we've seen that up close and personal. Nick, people are still going to have their, people be there in the stands based off what happened last year.
Yeah.
So that scene is going to be, a little bit different environment than it was a couple of years ago. Then you get USC at home, a little bit of a break against Purdue. Then you play Ohio State. Then you go all the way out to Washington.
They get a bye week there.
Then you get a bye week, but then you get Rutgers and Maryland and Wisconsin. And so you get the last month is where you have to really make your hay, because you could, I'll call it, backdoor your way into another 10-win season if you're able to handle that grind from Indiana to at Washington with either an even record, 500, or a winning record coming out of the 4 weeks.
Which we can then talk about maybe later on in the conversation of Nebraska, for a Nebraska situation. That November is loaded with teams like obviously Iowa, USC, and then Penn State in that month of November. So it's important for you to get off on the right foot, because unlike Illinois, you might not be able to backdoor your way into a couple of easier or less formidable wins against opponents there. All right, let's take a break there. When we come back, we can do this for a couple of other teams. Indiana's a fascinating conversation as well, just on how they bounce back. We'll hear from Curt Cignetti, who knows how aggressive he chooses to be today on just some of his takes and his thoughts on the current landscape of college football, and how people view his Indiana Hoosiers football team after making the college football playoff in 1 year after coming over from James Madison. Then obviously Matt Rule will be on the podium, 12:30 p.m. Pacific time, 2:30 p.m. Central time back home in Lincoln. We'll have conversations with all those guys later on in today's coverage of 93.7 The Tickets Big Ten Media Days, 2025 Big Ten Media Days from Mandalay Bay Hotel and Casino. We'll step aside, come back in just a few minutes. Nick Sainert, Austin Norman, Jay Foreman alongside. We'll step aside, come back here on 93.7 The Ticket.
This is Big Ten Media Days live from Las Vegas, presented by Advanced Medical Imaging, Stevenson Smith Construction, Currency, Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and League One Volleyball on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
When opportunity knocks, you don't want to miss the call. Hamilton Business Technologies makes communication easy and efficient using customized technology, all while putting people first. Whether you're working from the office, at home, or on the go, Hamilton Business Technologies equips your business with the right tools for smooth, professional call handling. Hamilton Business Technologies. Real people, real technology solutions. Learn more at hamiltonisbusiness.com.
Attention all Wings fans, Buffalo Wings and Rings has daily specials that will make you want to stop in on all days of the week. Kids eat free on Mondays, and on Tuesdays enjoy 40% off boneless or traditional wings at a price that makes the whole family happy. And come back on Wednesdays for $1.39 chicken tenders all day long. Get to Wings and Rings today, 68th and O or in Williamsburg Village.
Take control of your health with the DASH scan at Advanced Medical Imaging. The DASH scan is a full-body MRI designed for advanced health screening. This dynamic approach provides exceptionally sharp images across multiple organ systems, helping to detect potential concerns early. With minimal radiation and no invasive procedures, the DASH scan offers a safe, comprehensive look at your health. Plus, results are delivered faster than ever, giving both patients and physicians confidence in screening and diagnosis. Your health is too important to wait. Schedule your DASH scan today at Advanced Medical Imaging. Visit amimaging.com or call 402-484-6677 to learn more.
This just in, hot off the bench press. Planet Fitness has expanded strength equipment. Save $28 or more when you join today. We're raising the bar with these benches, and our hack squat will have you actually looking forward to leg day. Plus, we're still repping all the best-in-class equipment we've always had. There's no better time to get stronger. So join Planet Fitness today and save $28 or more. Just $1 down, $15 a month.
Find your nearest club and join today. Deal ends July 31st.
See Home Club for details.
In every office, there's two types of people. There are those who bring in bagels and those who eat the bagels that someone else brought in. Everybody likes the first person. Be that first person. Weekday mornings at 7:30, you have a chance to win a business box of bagels from Bagels & Joe. All you have to do is shut up, Sipple. 2 questions for you, 2 for Sip. Win, and the bagels are yours. Lose, well, you don't want to lose.
You lost Monday, you lost Wednesday, you're a loser.
Shut up, Sipple. Weekday mornings at 7:30, brought to you by Bagels & Joe.
Rashawn Jackson here for Bauer Underground, who has been serving local contractors and utility contractors all across the state since 1997. When you see the black and white trucks, you know the baddest dudes in the business have arrived. Bauer is currently looking for equipment operators, laborers, diesel mechanics, and aerial linemen. Join the brotherhood built on hard work, authentic people, and pedigree of success. Bauer, a family-friendly company who reminds you, go Big Red!
Rico here with HIS Auto Care at 70th and Van Dorn, letting you know HIS is a great place to bring your vehicle for service. With superior service, bumper to bumper, we'll treat your vehicle like it's your mother's. Doesn't get any better than that. So call 402-488-8934 and HIS Auto will make you glad you did. 5% off, mention this ad, and for sure your mother will be proud you called. 402-488-8934, HIS Auto Care, 70th and Van Dorn. God bless you.
Select Plumbing and Utility has been serving Lincoln and the surrounding area for 14 years, and they're not slowing down. Select Plumbing and Utility handles all your plumbing needs, from faucets and water heaters to full renovations, and they can even help with your heating and cooling needs. They're also Lincoln's underground experts, repairing and replacing broken underground water and sewer lines since day one. Contact Select Plumbing and Utility today at 402-560-6197, assuring excellence in every situation, opportunity, and challenge. That's 402-560-6197.
93.7 The Ticket. Fox KFXL weather. Brought to you by Bryant Air Conditioning, Heating, Electrical, and Plumbing.
Your Lincoln forecast for today: a slight chance of showers and storms. Otherwise, partly sunny and breezy with a high around 94. Tonight, mostly clear skies and continued breeze, a low around 77. And tomorrow, we'll see mainly sunny skies. It'll be breezy and hot with a high around 99. I'm meteorologist Kyle Beck for 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Why are some people more successful? Is it talent and determination, or did they recognize an opportunity? Discover a career that lets you help families reach their financial goals as you build lasting professional relationships, one with unlimited income potential. From Modern Woodman, a leading fraternal financial services provider.
I'm Modern Woodman Regional Director Sean Erickson. Call me at 402-483-6515 to learn about career opportunities.
Modern Woodman of America, touching lives, securing futures.
Welcome back to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Las Vegas. Presented by Advanced Medical Imaging, Stevens & Smith Construction, Currency, Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and League One Volleyball on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
are back here from Big Ten Media Days. I'm Jake Bachman back in studio, ready to send it back out to Austin and Jay and Nick when they are ready. I think Nick is going to take a little bit of a break, but Austin and Jay are waiting in the wings when we can send it back out there. Of course, this is 937 the Tickets coverage of Big Ten Media Days in Las Vegas. It's made possible and sponsored by Currency, Stevens and Smith Construction, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Warhorse Casino, Advanced Medical Imaging, and League One Volleyball Omaha. So we'd like to thank all our sponsors out there. They did a great job in that last segment previewing Illinois, who will be a very interesting team this upcoming year. And I know they were getting ready to talk about Indiana. It's a big day, the first day in Las Vegas, Ohio State, Nebraska, Indiana, Illinois. Definitely highlighted. I'll send it back to Austin and Jay Foreman live from Mandalay Bay.
Appreciate that, Box. Sorry about that. We got distracted during break there having some conversations. But we are back here at Mandalay Bay. Austin Orman and Jay Foreman with you for this segment. Big thanks to Currency for sponsoring part of our coverage of Big Ten Media Days. Are you looking for an exciting new way to put your skills to work? Explore new career options at Currency, a Sandhills global company. They offer full-time positions in financial sales, compliance, operations, and other fields. They offer a 4.5-day work week, an attractive benefits package, and opportunities for advancement. You can visit gocurrency.com/careers to learn more. Jay, we just talked some Illinois. Let's talk the next team on the rundown here. Indiana. Just saw linebacker Aiden Fisher walk by Football Writers Association of America and Phil Steele All-American. Yeah. That's a guy that followed Kurt Cignetti from James Madison to Indiana. Yeah. Is also a Virginia prep guy. Indiana is such a fascinating team when you look at their season last year. They lost a lot, but they also bring back a lot of guys. And the three guys that are accompanying Kurt Cignetti to media days were all recruited by him at James Madison, played for him there, and followed him to Indiana. If we get a chance to talk to the players that followed Cignetti, I'd be really curious to know what it is they saw in him and he saw in them that made them not only want to take the leap with him at James Madison, but also then to Bloomington.
Yeah, I mean, when you're talking about Aiden Fisher, I mean, I've broke his game down numerous times, at home, and then obviously, through some other stuff I do. And he's a phenomenal player. He's got great leadership skills. He's got great closing speed. He's aggressive, and he has everything that Kurt Cignetti looks for as a football. He's productive, and you got Mikhail Kamara, who I think he had 9 sacks last year, right? And he came from James Madison. So again, when you can identify what you like, and you're willing to look past some of the stuff that's in booklets, but you look at the tape, then you look at the kid, then you start to talk to the kid, and then the kid believes in what you're doing, and then you're up front with him. Then he got off the plane. He knew exactly what he knows how they work. He's seen them make plays, and really the difference between James Madison and where Indiana wasn't much, and I would probably bet that at that point in time, James Madison was bigger, faster, and stronger. So it wasn't a huge jump from him. It was just continue along doing what you're doing. And so I think it's worked out well for him, and it was really smart to bring those guys. They had a couple years of eligibility left, and you got Pons. I mean, they have NFL guys on the defense now. So Cignetti jumped on the scene, 70 burger on numerous teams. Now look for the defense to take the charge while the offense gets going. Look, it's
funny that offense is the story, right? And it makes sense given the playmakers they had last
70
year.
Points, that's going to be the story.
It's going to be the story. But if you look at the SP Plus ratings, Indiana's defense actually graded out ahead of its offense.
Right, and they were consistent. They tackled well. They were schematically sound as far as how they got after the quarterback. They could play man to man. They could play zone. And they were very efficient. And they had a couple guys drafted last year. They're going to probably have a couple guys drafted this year. And obviously they've been able to develop players at some point in time with that staff. And so I don't think it's going to be a big drop for Indiana. I don't know if they're going to be 11-1 Indiana. And you know what? There's nothing wrong with that. That's a historic year that they had. If you expect Indiana to go 11 wins every single year, then you know what? I have some magic water I can sell you for $1 that's going to, you'll live for the rest of your life. And so I think they have an opportunity to, I call it validate what they did last year. And we just like we talked about Illinois having 10 wins and maybe have 9 this year. Indiana could be anywhere from 7 to 10 and still be as good, or in some cases, a better team when you think about where they came from last year.
Progress isn't linear always in terms of you add a win every year. If it was, that would be, like you said, the bottled up magic water of life. And that's not necessarily the case. We talk a lot about Indiana's schedule last year. Oh, they had it easy. Well, I think they made it look easy, right? I think they were way ahead of schedule. And maybe if they were, a quote unquote normal rebuilding team, maybe that's only a 6-6 schedule. Maybe that's only a 7-5 schedule. But this year, Jay, they have to go to Happy Valley, to Eugene, and to Iowa City. Those are three pretty big games on their schedule. Last year, they made it look easy until they went into Columbus and fought against Ohio State. You could tell Ohio State was clearly better. But even if Indiana does take a step back record-wise, that NFL scouts have their eyes there now with all the guys you mentioned on defense. Pat Coogan comes over on the offensive line from Notre Dame as well. So I think that what Curt Cignetti did last year was just shock and jolt people into remembering that Indiana kind of had a football team. And now this year it's, oh, yeah, we need to make Bloomington a normal stop, right? We're not just going to fly into Chicago and maybe hit Illinois and Northwestern.
Yeah.
We got to fly into Indy and make the drive to Bloomington because there's NFL dudes there.
Yeah, and then there's a ton of them. I mean, you talk about Coogan on the offensive line. You got three starters coming back from a pretty efficient, well-coached offensive line from last year, so he makes a fourth because he's a starting quality player, a national championship type of player. And then you get Mendoza at quarterback, but the biggest key that they were able to go get is Roman Hemby from Maryland.
Yeah.
And you're talking about a dude that can be your RB1 and separate himself from the others. Last year was a little bit by committee. I think 5 or 6 guys were in. I mean, they just were just body blow after body blow. Hemby can carry the load and then obviously separate himself. Then you talk about defensively. You got Kamara. You got obviously Fisher right there. You got Pons and you got Farrell. So when you're talking about a defense and what you can do, to replicate last year, you got to be strong up the middle. Here's what Indiana's done. When you look at it, they've taken guys that aren't the most aesthetically pleasing as far as they have a 300-pound nose guard, 6 foot, 300 pounds. Well, he probably doesn't meet the metric for everybody else, but when you turn on the tape, you can't tell that he's 6 foot, 300 pounds.
Right.
And then they have like another guy that's 298, that's 6'3". So that means he's probably about 6'1.5", 6'2". They're getting football players. It's an old school mentality. I want the best players, the best guys, the guys that love football, and they have a coach that believes in them. And you know what? When you have it's all these guys, I've been there, and everybody, you talk about recruiting, you can talk whether it's Danny Wood, Jay Foreman, and all these guys, and all these guys on Indiana's defense, fit the script too, where you kind of get overlooked based on something that you can't control, but your tape is so good. When you find a coach that has recruited you and is willing to develop you, you'll run through a brick wall for him.
It's interesting the way you phrase that, but I think it makes perfect sense. I mean, it's a two-way street, right? The coach has to be willing to develop you, to put in the work with you and for you, but also then as a player, if the coach is telling you he's willing to put in that work and that he wants to be there alongside you, then when you get to campus, you got to pay that faith off. And you got to work to validate the coach's, desire to have you in his program. And so many times, Jay, I think this is what leads to a lot of the transfer portal era that we're in, is that players get sold a bill of goods. Coaches say, oh, yeah, we want to develop you. This is the plan we see for you. Maybe it's a bad impression. Maybe it's just not as strong a positive impression. And coaches give, oh, this guy's not what I thought he was. So I'm done investing in him. I'm done working with them. Or the flip side, players say, yeah, I want to work hard, coach. Thanks for believing in me. You're my first offer. But then they get to campus, oh, this is hard. Oh, I'm not the biggest guy, anymore. I knew it was going to be tougher, but not this much tougher. And the player shuts down. Instead of the coach shutting down, we haven't seen or heard any of that out of Indiana.
Yeah, I mean, it's been, smooth sailing for them. I mean, you got to think the transition for Indiana to bring in 12, 13 guys, into a program, they had a coach that, a lot of players I think liked, just didn't have the support, with time for it to Coach Allen outside of the money guys. Then you get the money, you get Curt Cignetti. It's worked out, the best it could. And he's pushed the right buttons. He's been very consistent. And the one thing you said is when you get recruited and you tell me something, your actions have to speak so loud that I don't even remember what you told me, because you're telling me what by showing me every single day. And then the player has to do as well, because that's where the transfer in different positions with the portal are different, as we talked about with my favorite thing ever, the daily transfer portal number, the vortex. I just think that sometimes you get there, it is hard. Football is a hard sport, and it will always be hard no matter how many times you get, how many days you get off and don't hit and all that stuff. It's still the hardest sport out there. You have to be extremely committed. You practice 90% of the time. You play 10% of the time.
Yeah.
Games that mean something. You have to be invested year-round, 24/7, 365. And so until you do that, then it will be hard. But when it's not done, it's a hard thing, a hard pill to swallow. But every player that he's had to recruit at James Madison, he's taken that same type of mentality and same type of recruiting idea to Indiana. You got to think, he got Julio Jones. He was the lead recruiter on Alabama for Julio Jones.
Yeah.
So Kirk Cignetti goes down to Florida and pulls Julio Jones, and probably the same way he had his first press conference at the basketball game is the same way he rolled up in Julio Jones. He said, "Yeah, who's recruiting you? Yeah, you're coming with me. You just don't know it yet.
Yeah,
and I'm going to make you the best in college football." And that's what he did. So you got to give him a lot of credit. Everybody thinks it's brash and it could be a little bit overconfidence, but when he knows,
but it works for him. He believes it, and that's what matters.
See, he also, I think behind that, people don't realize how efficient he works. I listened to him one time talk about practice. He's like, I don't got to keep you out there all the time, all day long. But when you're out there, I need 100% of your intention, your effort, and focus, and then we're done.
Yeah.
And then we're in the film room. So he kind of segments it out. It's almost like that Scotty Scheffler mentality. When we're on the field, we are all on the field. When we're in the weight room, we're all in the weight room. When we're in the meeting room, we're all in the meeting room. We're in the cafeteria, we're all in the cafeteria. And he leaves it like that, and it just breeds 100% confidence, true confidence, because it comes from the work that they've been able to put in.
We're through a couple teams talking about here at day one of Big Ten Media Days, Illinois and Indiana. I'm sure we'll keep talking about them and certainly the rest of the teams here throughout day one. If you're looking for an exciting new way to put your skills to work, you can explore new career options at Currency, a Sandhills global company. They offer full-time positions in financial sales, compliance, operations, and other fields. They offer you a 4.5-day work week, attractive benefits, and opportunities for advancement. To learn more, visit gocurrency.com/careers. Austin Norman, Jay Foreman with you, Nick Sainert, DP also in the building. We'll take our final break for this hour of coverage from Big Ten Media Days. Be right back with more after this.
This is Big Ten Media Days live from Las Vegas, presented by Advanced Medical Imaging, Stevenson Smith Construction, Currency, Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and League One Volleyball on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
This just in, hot off the bench press. Planet Fitness has expanded strength equipment. Save $28 or more when you join today. We're raising the bar with these benches, and our hack squat will have you actually looking forward to leg day. Plus, we're still repping all the best-in-class equipment we've always had. There's no better time to get stronger. So join Planet Fitness today and save $28 or more. Just $1 down, $15 a month.
Find your nearest club and join today. Deal ends July 31st.
See Home Club for details.
Select Plumbing and Utility has been serving Lincoln and the surrounding area for 14 years, and they're not slowing down. Select Plumbing and Utility handles all your plumbing needs, from faucets and water heaters to full renovations, and they can even help with your heating and cooling needs. They're also Lincoln's underground experts, repairing and replacing broken underground water and sewer lines since day one. Contact Select Plumbing and Utility today at 402-560-6197, assuring excellence in every situation, opportunity, and challenge. That's 402-560-6197.
When opportunity knocks, you don't want to miss the call. Hamilton Business Technologies makes communication easy and efficient using customized technology, all while putting people first. Whether you're working from the office, at home, or on the go, Hamilton Business Technologies equips your business with the right tools for smooth, professional call handling. Hamilton Business Technologies. Real people, real technology solutions. Learn more at hamiltonisbusiness.com.
Advanced Medical Imaging is the largest radiology group in Nebraska, located in Lincoln at 7601 Pioneers Boulevard. At Advanced Medical Imaging, they utilize state-of-the-art technology and blend it together with their compassionate, skilled team to guide you through every step. Whether it's an MRI, CT scan, or X-ray, their precise diagnostics help your doctor deliver the best care plan for you. Choose clarity and comfort in your life by choosing Advanced Medical Imaging, located at 7601 Pioneers Boulevard and online at amimaging.com.
Midwest Bank is now hiring in Lincoln. They have multiple banking positions open and are looking for dynamic individuals passionate about helping others and building relationships. With a family-friendly culture, competitive benefits, and unique perks, Midwest Bank is a great place to start a new career. Apply today at midwest.bank. Midwest Bank is an equal opportunity employer, member FDIC.
Rain, snow, or shine, John Henry's is here to keep your home's plumbing systems working properly no matter what kind of weather Nebraska throws at us. From unclogging toilets and drains to installing new water heaters and water treatment systems, John Henry's is your plumbing expert in the Lincoln and Omaha communities. Visit us at calljh.com or call John Henry's.
435-5555. John Henry's Plumbing, Heating and Air.
And electrical.
Rico here with HIS Auto Care at 70th and Van Dorn, letting you know HIS is a great place to bring your vehicle for service. With superior service bumper to bumper, we'll treat your vehicle like it's your mother's. Doesn't get any better than that. So call 402-488-8934 and HIS Auto will make you glad you did. 5% off, mention this ad, and for sure your mother will be proud you called. 402-488-8934, HIS Auto Care, 70th and Van Dorn. God bless you.
Breaking here at the news desk. When you stack Allo Internet, DirecTV, and mobile, you can lock in your price for 2 years. Sources are confirming that when you stack Allo Internet, DirecTV, and mobile, your monthly price drops and you're locked in for 2 years. That's fiber fast internet, premium streaming TV, and reliable nationwide mobile coverage. And this just in, you must switch by Labor Day to secure that locked-in pricing for 2 years. Switch, stack, and save at allofiber.com/stack.
Noticing more dust at home? It may be time for duct cleaning from Bryant. Breathe easy and healthy. Call 467-1111. Bryant Air Conditioning, Heating, Electrical, and Plumbing.
Lights out? Let LES know where to go. Powerline matches your phone number to your service address so LES can respond to outages faster. Keep your information up to date at les.com/powerline.
Are you looking for an exciting new way to put your skills to work? Explore new career options in the fintech industry at Currency, a Sandhills global company. We offer full-time positions in financial sales, compliance, operations, and other fields. We also offer a 4.5-day work week, an attractive benefits package, and opportunities for advancement. Put your motivation to work and grow with us at Currency. Visit gocurrency.com/careers to learn more.
Hi, it's Charlie Stone and Andy Goodyear of Honda of Lincoln with more exciting news for area car buyers.
Charlie, it's just announced that Honda of Lincoln has won 3 of the Lincoln Journal-Star's Lincoln Choice Awards: Best New Car Dealer, Best Auto Repair, and Best Place to Get Your Oil Changed.
Wow, that's great, Andy. Anything else?
Yes, we were runner-up for Best Pre-Owned Dealer and Best Tire Dealer. A lot of people don't understand that we do sell tires here.
Very exciting, Andy. Why do you think your dealership is winning so many awards?
Charlie, we simply say it's the Honda of Lincoln way of doing business.
Looks like Honda of Lincoln is the great news headquarters for Lincoln.
Yes, and even all of Nebraska, we are also announcing that Honda of Lincoln's the only dealer in the state of Nebraska to win the prestigious Honda President's Award for 2024.
Honda of Lincoln, Nebraska's #1 volume Honda dealer, 27th and Yankee Hill Road, or online at hondaoflincoln.com.
Tune in every Saturday from 12 to 2 p.m. for the Law of Lift with Dr. Lawrence Chatters. Sit back and enjoy listening to Dr. Chatters discuss real stories involving struggle, inspiration, and real-life experiences with special guests and insights. Remember, the higher the pressure, the greater the lift. It's the Law of Lift with Dr. Lawrence Chatters every Saturday from 12 to 2 p.m. right here on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Welcome back to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Las Vegas. Presented by Advanced Medical Imaging, Stevens & Smith Construction, Currency, Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and League One Volleyball on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Getting ready to put a bow on this hour of coverage from Big Ten Media Days. That's 1 hour in the books. Don't forget, we will be here until 4 o'clock out here Pacific time, but that is 6 o'clock back home, leading you into Ticket Weeknights and Royals Cubs, I believe, tonight. Good one for the Royals last night, Nick. Sorry, not sorry
That's
about
right.
it, but maybe a little sorry. 12-4, Royals win it.
pretty sure you told me you wanted them to lose so that you guys would start to sell. So
Yeah,
it wasn't
I
a
did
good
say
one
that.
for you either.
It was not. So you win some, you lose some. We love lose situations. Just kidding. Well, we're on the topic of returning production. We look at Illinois with the most returning production in the conference, 75% of their production in terms of snaps and starts, 78% on offense, 72% on defense. The flip side of that, another team that's going to be at the podium today in the lower tier of returning rankings is Ohio State, bringing back only 48% of its production from last year. And when you think about the different ways the teams are built in the Big Ten, Illinois, Indiana need to be those teams, I think, that more consistently than not bring back quite a bit of production. And then the flip side of that is Ohio State, where it's never a rebuild for them. It's always a reload. But that's where even you go further down the list, Ohio State returning 48% of its production, you feel differently about the Buckeyes and what they have and don't have compared to Oregon, who brings back only 43% of its production. Fellas, I feel like when you look at those two teams, yeah, Oregon has a bit of a track record, but I'd be a little bit more worried about them dipping down into 8 or 9 wins because they lost so much compared to Ohio State.
Yeah, I mean, Ohio State had obviously a roster that was very, very productive, and that it showed you in the draft, whereas Oregon, especially defensively, was not it, even with the surprise pick by the big defensive tackle going to Pittsburgh. And I think also Ohio State has the ultimate X factor. Jeremiah Smith and actually two of them, and Caleb Downs. When you have generational type players, it makes everybody else raise their game that much faster. Now the quarterback is going to be a huge hole for Ohio State to fix, but when you have Carnell Tate, who is your essentially your Robin when he would be a Batman on any other university. So,
he might be Alfred, because don't forget Emeka Egbuka was probably Robin last year.
Right, but what do you think about Jeremiah Smith and then Carnell Tate, who's like
this year?
This year is like, all right, who's the other receiver? That guy would start at every single other university in the Big Ten. So it's going to make that quarterback play, accelerate. So I think the faith in Ohio State is there, but then also I think the biggest part with Oregon, they don't have that ready-made quarterback anymore, and they haven't shown the ability to develop a quarterback, at least in this short term of Oregon's dominance.
That's a fascinating thing. I mean, whether it's Ohio State or Oregon, the lack of developing a quarterback, right? Like Will Howard was polished when he was a Big 12 champion quarterback when he went to Ohio State. Now what's Julian Sayin look like, or whoever they choose to start? Julian Sayin, Drew Brown's been there for multiple years.
Devin
Brown, yeah, Drew Brown, not the former Husker kicker, not the former Husker kicker, Devin Brown, excuse me. So yeah, it has been there for multiple years, but that's going to be interesting. And then you look at, remember that the guy Oregon brought in, this was before Dan Lanning. This would have been under, I want to say, Coach Helfrich, when they went out and got a quarterback out of the portal, and it completely flopped in their face as well.
Well, let's just go back through Oregon's quarterback history here. Obviously, Dylan Gabriel last year, Bo Nix for a couple of years before that. Then in 2021, Anthony Brown is supposed to be Ty Thompson taking over. He wasn't quite ready for it. COVID year of 2020, Tyler Shuck was at Oregon, played in 7 games. Anthony Brown was back there behind him. 2019 for Oregon was Justin Herbert. That's the last homegrown quarterback I think you can point to for Oregon, because don't forget, before Justin Herbert, it was Vernon Adams out of Eastern Washington.
And it was a graduate transfer, right?
Yeah.
That's who I was thinking of, Vernon Adams.
And he was productive.
Yeah.
He was.
In the stat sheet, not in the win-loss column.
Yeah. And plus, at that time, still, that would have been like 2016 to like 2018. I want to say that time frame.
Herbert took over in 17.
Okay. So Adams was before that?
16, sorry. So played 9 games. Dakota Prukop was there.
That's right, yeah.
Nebraska beat him.
Well, because also everybody was looking for the next Marcus Mariota. And the Oregon was one of them Marcus Mariota back of 2014. And when he took him to the College Football Playoff Championship, lost to Ohio State, but was obviously a pretty good quarterback for Oregon.
Absolutely. We haven't spent a lot of time talking about Ohio State. Let's do that to lead off the next hour. A couple big storylines for them to touch on. The coordinators, right? Jim Knowles defects. He goes to Penn State. And Brian Hartline gets another crack at being offensive coordinator. Don't forget, he was OC for a year, didn't go necessarily as planned for Ohio State that year. Let's talk some Buckeyes as Ryan Day is in the building. See him milling around over here. We'll be back with more coverage from Big Ten Media Days live at Mandalay Bay in Las Vegas. Big thanks to Stevens & Smith Construction. They're your concrete specialists in Lincoln since 1971. They also have locations in Omaha and Kansas City. You can learn more at stevensandsmith.com. Austin Norman, Jay Foreman, Nick Sainer, DP all here. We'll be back with more Big Ten Media Days coverage in a moment.
This is Big Ten Media Days live from Las Vegas, presented by Advanced Medical Imaging, Stevens & Smith Construction, Currency, Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and League One Volleyball on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
When opportunity knocks, you don't want to miss the call. Hamilton Business Technologies makes communication easy and efficient using customized technology, all while putting people first. Whether you're working from the office, at home, or on the go, Hamilton Business Technologies equips your business with the right tools for smooth, professional call handling. Hamilton Business Technologies. Real people, real technology solutions. Learn more at hamiltonisbusiness.com.
Rain, snow, or shine, John Henry's is here to keep your home's plumbing systems working properly no matter what kind of weather Nebraska throws at us. From unclogging toilets and drains to installing new water heaters and water treatment systems, John Henry's is your plumbing expert in the Lincoln and Omaha communities. Visit us at calljh.com or call
John Henry's.
435-5555. John Henry's Plumbing, Heating and Air.
And electrical.
Breaking here at the news desk. When you stack Allo Internet, DirecTV, and mobile, you can lock in your price for 2 years. Sources are confirming that when you stack Allo Internet, DirecTV, and mobile, your monthly price drops and you're locked in for 2 years. That's fiber fast internet, premium streaming TV, and reliable nationwide mobile coverage. And this just in, you must switch by Labor Day to secure that locked-in pricing for 2 years. Switch, stack, and save at allofiber.com/stack.
Lights out? Let LES know where to go. Powerline matches your phone number to your service address so LES can respond to outages faster. Keep your information up to date at les.com/powerline.
Are you looking to upgrade or improve the garage door on your home? This is Cameron Hall of Doors Plus. At Doors Plus, we guarantee to offer a wide selection of options from 5 leading garage door manufacturers as we deliver a free estimate, exact measurements, and rapid installation with a 3 to 5 week time frame. When you choose Doors Plus for your residential garage door needs, you'll work with our experienced technicians and be ensured that your new door seamlessly complements your home. Give us a call at 402-590-5800 or visit us online at doorsplusllc.com. Doors Plus, garage doors, and more.
This just in, hot off the bench press. Planet Fitness has expanded strength equipment. Save $28 or more when you join today. We're raising the bar with these benches, and our hack squat will have you actually looking forward to leg day. Plus, we're still repping all the best-in-class equipment we've always had. There's no better time to get stronger. So join Planet Fitness today and save $28 or more. Just $1 down, $15 a month.
Find your nearest club and join today. Deal ends July 31st.
See Home Club for details.
Play ball! Ready for summer fun and ballpark vibes? Bring your pack to Haymarket Park for a thrilling season of Lincoln Salt Dogs baseball and unleash the fun. From May through August, the Lincoln Salt Dogs will be playing and the park will be popping with all the food, drinks, and fun you need for the perfect night out. Grab your friends, family, and coworkers and make plans now. Visit saltdogs.com to secure your tickets. Come on out to the park and unleash the fun.
The 2026 Love Omaha volleyball season is coming, and memberships are on sale now. Catch your favorite stars, Lexi Rodriguez, Jordan Larson, and more with a guaranteed 8 home matches right here in Nebraska. Season memberships start at just $112. That's unbeatable value for world-class volleyball. Don't miss a moment of the action. Go to lovb.com/season and grab yours today. That's lovb.com/season.
Noticing more dust at home? It may be time for duct cleaning from Bryant. Breathe easy and healthy. Call 467-1111. Bryant Air Conditioning, Heating, Electrical, and Plumbing.
93.7 The Ticket is your home for every Kansas City Royals baseball game. Bobby Witt Jr., Salvador Perez, Vinny Pasquantino, and the rest of the Royals attempt to make the postseason for the second season in a row. And you can hear all the action on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com. Your home for Kansas City Royals baseball.
This is Lincoln's home for sports talk on the FM dial. Also online at theticketfm.com. On the internet. KNTK FM Firth. 93.7 The Ticket.
Gaina Trucking is hiring CDL Class A and B drivers. Their strong team culture makes it not a job, but a career. Gaina Trucking offers health, vision, and dental insurance, 401k with company match, an employee assistance program, and other bonus programs. Build a better career today with great team culture at Gaina Trucking. Learn more and apply today at GainaTrucking.com.
Live from Mandalay Bay Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada, 93.7 The Ticket brings you coverage of the 2025 Big Ten Media Days.
7 yards deep. Lets it go to the sideline. Big six. Tommy Hill. The short run to the house.
Derek Pearson, Jay Foreman, Nick Sainer, and Austin Orman bring you exclusive interviews and in-depth conversations while getting you ready for the upcoming Big Ten football season.
This is a flip to Ja'Cory Barney. He waits for his block, and he steps in for the touchdown. This one in the seam, intercepted. Hartzog with a lane at the 20. Hartzog knocked out of bounds. Deep in Ohio State territory.
Mayava, that's intercepted. It is Sierra Wright. Down the sideline into his former house. Unbelievable.
Coverage from Big Ten Media Days is powered by Advanced Medical Imaging, Stevenson Smith Construction, Currency, Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and League One Volleyball. This is Big Ten Media Days live from Las Vegas on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Welcome back inside the Mandalay Bay Convention Center. Austin Norman and Nick Sainer are with you here from Mandalay Bay. We'll bring Jay Foreman back in here as well. More and more people milling around just about an hour away from the official kickoff of Big Ten Media Days. We want to give a big thanks to Gary Michaels Clothiers. Their spring and summer inventory is now 20 to 50% off selected items like suits, sports coats, dress and casual pants, dress shirts, and more. Gary Michaels also clothed all the Huskers that you'll see here today at Media Days once again. You can find your new attire at 56th and Pine Lake with Gary Michaels Clothiers. Just got this dropped from the Big Ten Conference. The preseason honors are out. As we scroll through the list, a bunch of big names here. Looking around the conference, really interesting to see two quarterbacks on this list. Drew Aller and Luke Altmaier are guys that we talked about. But let's hit some of the names that maybe we haven't discussed quite as much. Jay, you brought up Mikhail Kamara from Indiana, D'Angelo Pons, a defensive back, a couple of studs there. Gabe Akis from Illinois had double-digit sacks for them last year. He's a stud. And then kind of flying under the radar, I think, Coy Parrish from Minnesota there in the defensive backfield. Then a couple guys at Oregon, Mateo Uyunglele, relation to DJ as well. And let's not forget Dylan Thieneman, all Big Ten safety from Purdue, transferred out to Oregon. Let's start with those two Oregon guys. A team that has been known for offense points, flashiness, but what Dan Lanning has come in and done is really revamped that defense. I think brought a little bit more edge to Oregon. And with a younger offense, Evan Stewart potentially out for the year as well. Uyunglele and Thieneman are going to be huge for Oregon if they want to have the type of season even close to what they had last year.
Yeah, Mateo's definitely a potential type of pick, obviously with the body type and obviously a very highly sought after recruit. And then when you think of Thieneman, that's just straight production. And and even though he was at Purdue on a porous defense stat wise, he was an unstoppable force. So that's a big get for Oregon because it solidifies the middle of the field, and it gives you position flexibility to make up for some of the missing parts that they lost last year. And then they're banking on, everybody else, including Mateo, to take a big step up. And then also they have the former Nebraska defensive line coach's son. That's actually a pretty good upcoming player.
Tatum
Tuioti. So now you're thinking they have the edges set.
Yeah.
They're hoping that they get the middle set, and then they'll be able to really lead the team to the offense takes off.
This isn't an Oregon-specific conversation, but you mentioned the two quarterbacks there are Drew Aller and Luke Altmaier. In comparison to last year, how do you guys feel like from top to bottom in the conference the quarterback rooms look? It doesn't feel as flashy as maybe last year. You had Dylan Gabriel, you had Will Howard, obviously. A couple of these other ones, right? The unknown about Dylan Raiola included. It doesn't feel as flashy or maybe even as sexy as it was last year.
I mean, if you compare it, I would actually go opposite. I didn't think last year's was very appealing on a national scale. Really, I mean,
well, not on a national scale, but I think you did have more big names last year than this year.
Dylan Gabriel, and then that was about it. And Drew Aller had not been proven. Curtis O'Rourke, nobody knew about him until after about week 3.
Yeah.
Then Dylan was a recruit. You didn't have the cachet behind Luke Altmaier. He actually went and took it.
Hudson Card at Purdue got a few reviews.
And then that dissipated really quickly. Northwestern.
Brosmer at Minnesota
but then you had
those guys are high profile transfers. Curtis Rourke was the MAC player of the year at Ohio.
Yeah.
But it was to Indiana. And then you had Edwards at Maryland who had a good year, but now he's in Wisconsin.
Van Dyke got hurt.
Van Dyke got hurt. So I think it was not very sexy. I think this year is kind of more the same. And then also I think it's a little bit of oversaturation with Drew Aller. This is it. This is it for him. You came in I think he's the highest rated quarterback ever in Penn State history.
Well, it's him and Hackenberg.
Or so besides Hackenberg. So it's pretty much Hackenberg 2.0. He's improved. Now, obviously, I don't think, with no passes to the outside receivers was his fault. I think that's play calling. That was obviously remedied really very quickly. And I think the quarterback room, has a ton of potential to actually overtake some other conferences because you think Luke Altmaier plays that he should. Then you think Drew Aller plays the way he should. Stanowski at Iowa, I think he could potentially have a good year for Iowa quarterbacks, right? Actually can play pitch and catch past 10 yards. Then you have Dylan. Then you think Mendoza for Indiana. Right there, that's 6 guys, right? And Minnesota's quarterback obviously ran into Darryl Thompson last night. PJ Flex is really, really high on him. So I think if they
Drake Lindsey.
Yeah. So now it's a prove it year in more at Oregon. If he just kind of keeps his head above water, he's going to get a lot more credit for their success if they start winning. So I think, unlike last year, I think this year has a ton of guys that are options that have everything set up for them to be answers. If they become answers, then all of a sudden, well, now Big Ten's a quarterback conference again.
Nick, I'll throw this one to you because I think there's 2 guys that might be able to change our perception of quarterbacks in the Big Ten this year that we haven't mentioned yet. One's at Michigan State, one's at Washington. And they come from different kind of standpoints here. Aiden Childs has been through the fire now for a year as a starter at Michigan State. Had some ups, had some downs. Turnover bug bit him a little bit. But he's at least got that year of experience under his belt, and we'll see if the game slows down for him at all here in year 2 as the starter at Michigan State. The flip side of that is DeMond Williams up at Washington, right? Didn't necessarily see the field quite as much as Aiden Childs did. He was behind and battling Will Rogers up there in year 1 at Washington for Jed Fish. I think both those guys have enough talent that they can tap into. And I think both of those guys are candidates you can look at as breakout players a la Curtis Rourke, put themselves on the map, even if they haven't proven as much as Rourke did. To your point, being MAC Player of the Year for Frank Solagio.
I think it's really fascinating. You look at the differences in Dylan Raiola's freshman campaign versus Aiden Childs, there's not a lot different. Obviously, the way they quarterback is different. Aiden Childs can move a little bit better than Dylan can. But Dylan had 350 more passing yards, same touchdown to interception ratio, but we talk about one a lot more positively, and we think that the outlook of his career is a lot more positive than we talk about the other guy.
Yeah.
Aiden Childs, here's the other thing, Jay, you and I think we're both in sync in this one. We love Jonathan Smith. Yeah. I love Jonathan Smith, and I think Michigan State's a really good fit for him, or could be a really good fit for him. But guys, we know how important it is nowadays. You got to get the quarterback right. You have to get the quarterback right. You sink or swim with your quarterback and who you put out there, whether you go into the portal, you get them, or whether you bring one from your previous job, or whether you recruit one out of high school, you have to get the quarterback position correct. You got to remember, they had Sam Levitt in their quarterback room. And now Michigan State can look at that and see what Sam Levitt's doing, and he was a freshman when he left. That's a lot of time that was left in his eligibility to be at Michigan State. and not against it. I think Jonathan Smith, he was a guy that recruited Aiden Childs to Oregon State, wanted to bring him with him. Now, if it doesn't work out, and while Sam Levitt's tearing it up down in Tempe, you're going to sit there and go, man, did right off the bat one of the first decisions Jonathan Smith make, was it the incorrect one? I like Jonathan Smith a lot, though. He took that Oregon State team, and he made them competitive. And I'm excited now to see what Trent Bray can do there, obviously, with Oregon State as well.
Yeah, I think Childs and Damon Williams actually were sneaky good for the situations that they were in. And obviously, Damon was a backup, whereas Childs was kind of the first time starting.
Yeah.
And you didn't have – I don't think they didn't have the defense and they didn't have the offensive weapons that obviously Dylan had, or he didn't, or Childs didn't. So I think up in Michigan State country, they feel like the recruiting and their transfer portal gets have been very, very good. So you know what, they're expecting bigger things. They're expecting a huge jump from him based on the guys that they're able to come in and bring in. And I think with Damon Williams, even though he plays sparingly, the thing that he's going to hang his hat on, you know, obviously, you know, a little bit smaller quarterback when you compare it to Big Ten quarterbacks, and the best, especially when you compare him to Dylan, is that of all the quarterbacks coming back, he led the Big Ten in QBR. Now, granted, wasn't the starter over Will Rogers for the whole season, but when you're trying to build confidence in a player, and we just see Ryan Day getting it, he's going to have to do the same thing, no matter what. You have to point to, I call it tangible facts, that you are actually ready for this opportunity. You are going to be a great player. You are what we thought you were. Where you think of, like Julian saying, you know, 6'1", 203, and you think Damon Williams, 5'11", 205. Those are the same type of dudes. So you got to be able to instill confidence so they know how to play big. And Damon Williams is going to have to play big. They got the running back. They got the offensive line. They got the coach that has the confidence. Now you have to be productive at the quarterback position. And Nick is 100% right. Getting the quarterback position correct and right is the first order of business. And it necessarily doesn't have to be the 5-star recruit. It has to be your 5-star recruit.
Yeah.
Curtis O'Rourke has told you, it showed you right there. Everywhere else throughout the nation, the fit, the chemistry, the style, more importantly, the leadership is probably the most important thing.
When I think through quarterbacks in the Big Ten as well, fellas, I think of kind of the wild cards that will hold a lot of the Big Ten final standings kind of in their hand, depending on how their years go. I think about Jaden Mayava at USC. Talk about getting it right. Okay, you said Miller Moss. You had a really great bowl game. We'll give you the first crack at it. Nope, just kidding. You were flavor of the week. You're out of there. We're going with Jaden Mayava instead. Lincoln Riley's got to be right. It's a big year for him. You think about Gronowski over there at Iowa, right? I mean, that's not a 5-star guy, but that's a guy that comes in with production, winning pedigree from South Dakota State. That's pretty big. And then maybe the biggest X factor and wild card in terms of Big Ten quarterbacks is Bryce Underwood. Does he win the starting job? How ready for the starting job is he? Because we know Michigan has talent up and down the roster. I'm not as sold on their offensive talent as I am their defensive talent, though. And so with that in mind, how able is Bryce Underwood ready to step into and meet that moment right out of the gate? Does it take him a few weeks to find his footing? And is he good enough right away to elevate that Michigan skill core?
Yeah, you know, but that's a great thing about Bryce Underwood, because we talked about that Dante Moore taking over at Oregon. It could be a situation with Bryce Underwood, if he doesn't get off to a good start, he could be relocating very quickly.
Yeah.
Obviously, with a huge contract that, you know, the I call them the founders, but the donors came in and stepped up. But two things have to happen. He has to be very, very productive, and then the McCauley and Morgan, who were 2 transfers, have to be even better than advertised. We talked about this last year. People put huge expectations on Dylan. Everybody asked me what needed to happen. Everybody else around them has to raise their level of game. And so with Bryce Underwood coming in essentially as the number 1 recruit, late flip from LSU in the sense he was committed there a long time, and coming in and essentially getting the keys to the Ferrari with a coach that's a little bit quirky, there's a lot of pressure on him. And so when you don't have a quarterback that's established, you have to go get a guy, and you have to be able to be a little bit more patient with Bryce Underwood, because it's a week-by-week thing with these, especially with these highly rated quarterbacks. Because the first sign of adversity, where do you think they're thinking about it? They're going right on social media and checking their DMs and see who wants them to come there next year. You have to be 10 toes down, like my man Nick famously said yesterday, right? On a different
Infamously
subject.
said
Yes.
yesterday.
Thank you, Jay.
For a different
I
subject.
knew that's crazy.
And-
If you're able to figure a way to get that in there.
It's called being a professional.
That's right. I should have just let it slide.
You should just take some notes. But when you have a quarterback like that, that's immensely talented at the high school level, he's going to struggle at the Power 4 level in the Big Ten Conference. The way he was able to be successful at the high school level will not be successful right away in the college level, and that's huge. I mean, it's the quarterback is crazy. The quarterback position is such a unique position. I think they need their own portal. I'm telling you, because the reason.
But how does that change things?
Well, it doesn't change things, but I'm just saying, look, you could be the starting quarterback.
Mhm.
Okay, let's take Sam Levitt, right? If he would have just had a regular, just roll the ball out competition, you can't transfer with the same coach, guarantee he's starting. Matter of fact, he put Nebraska out of bowl contention.
He did.
Yeah.
With essentially, which is right. So we saw up close and personal. But then there's other good. But he had to jump into the portal. Actually, almost came to Nebraska.
Yeah.
Right.
They ran on.
But then he went to Arizona State and was in a battle with Nebraska's former quarterback. Beat him out, obviously, and then the rest is history. Now they're talking about possibly going number 1 over on the draft. And the reason why I think the portal is so much different for them, only one guy generally can play.
Yeah.
For the teams that are trying to win.
Yeah.
You only can have one guy.
Yeah.
You can't rotate quarterbacks. You one guy. When you talk about Bryce Underwood, handling that is number 1. We're rolling with you. Number 2, don't you dare look over your shoulder because you can't.
No,
you
can't afford to.
Because that's why you got to be competitive and be able to win.
That is indeed the case. We're here talking at Big Ten Media Days at Mandalay Bay, brought to you in part by Gary Michaels Clothiers. Spring and summer inventory is now 20 to 50% off for selected items like suits, sports coats, dress and casual pants and dress shirts, and more. Gary Michaels also clothed all Huskers here at Media Days once again, including Deshaun Singleton, who's sitting right next to us. Hope to have him pop over here in just a couple minutes. You can find your new attire as well at 56th and Pine Lake. A couple other guys on the offensive line here for Big Ten media preseason selections. Logan Jones and Jennings Dunker. Jones is center, probably the best one in the country, and Dunker continued the tradition of throwing the hay bale the highest. I think the Iowa State Fair is what it is. What kind of a year do we expect Iowa to have? Are they going to be same old? Do we think that Gronowski is finally the chosen one that can get them back to double-digit wins? Where are we at with Iowa down Caleb Johnson, but up Mark Gronowski?
Here's the thing: is I actually really like Mark Gronowski. I think if Mark Gronowski is Iowa's quarterback 2 years ago, Iowa's dangerous.
Yeah,
but I think it was too late for what they have around Gronowski. Gronowski was able to do it all at South Dakota State. I actually am a big fan of Gronowski. I just don't think that there's enough around him. Caleb Johnson was legit. Johnson was legit last year. And all Iowa's been able to do the last couple of years is put unathletic guys like Deacon Hill or like back there. And it's like you expect it to work, and it just doesn't.
Who was the guy that was like 300 pounds?
Deacon Hill.
Yeah.
Deacon Hill. Yeah. And that's what I'm saying.
He ended up somewhere. Where did he?
He was
Spencer
SMU?
Petras. Spencer,
Deacon Hill.
Oh, he went to Utah Tech now.
Yeah, he was like the guy that played
That's what
for
I'm
Kentucky. He was
saying,
like
man.
Jared Lorenzen.
That's what I'm saying. It's
Yeah.
crazy. So
but here's what you're thinking about Iowa. Gronowski is great, right? A great fit for them. You talk about fit for them. What they're going to do is they're going to line up and punch you dead in the face right now. They got 3 legitimate starters on the offensive line, 2 guys that were waiting in the wings, and they have a really good running back in Mouton that we didn't get to see him in against Nebraska because Caleb Johnson was handling it, but he's legit. And you got a legit quarterback that can play pitch and catch. They're a little bit more explosive on the outside, but here's the tricky part here. Aaron Graves and Huckert across the D line, and then they're excellent in the third level. I hate to say it. I was dangerous. I hate to say it because we saw it on display. Right now they're more explosive. They don't have to worry about the quarterback. Remember the quarterback last year? Remember he fumbled it and then he ran around, then he threw it up in the air to the other team. That's not happening.
Yeah.
So now you got to think everybody's on notice, and then also nobody's talking about Iowa.
Yeah.
So
which is how they like it. That's where they do their best work. Let's go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say this. I would imagine that here in the very near future, we will have Marquise Buford, who's here. Marquise Buford's here because he's like their media correspondent for Nebraska. So they were able to send 3 players and then a 4th one for like a media correspondent or so. Mean? I think it's just all titles there. But Marquise Buford's here. He's getting it over there. Deshaun Singleton is at the table next to them. I would have a feeling that we will have some Husker football players joining us very, very soon.
Yeah, we got to ask them some questions.
That's what I'm saying.
So let's take a break.
The question is, are you guys going to jump in and dance with them?
No. At no point will I ever be in a TikTok. A dancing TikTok.
Yeah.
There it is.
You would dison us if we hopped on TikTok like that. It's not a grilling TikTok, so you're not watching it. You're not about it.
Yeah, we got to see what's up, man. We got to see what's it'd be interesting to, when we sit down and talk to Nebraska players, especially with Deshaun Singleton over there. First of all, they looking dapper.
Thanks to
Gary Michaels Clothier.
Look at big Henry Latowski. Look. Big man is clean as a whistle.
Yeah,
clean as a whistle. It'd be interesting to see what the mindset is with Ty and Nash gone. It is officially all these guys' team.
Yep,
it's going to be different. Hopefully, a difference in the wins and losses as well.
Absolutely, it is. We'll keep it a couple minutes. Yep, that's right. Let's bring him in. Let's go ahead and bring in Henry Latowski, Nebraska football offensive
lineman. Looking clean, my brother. Yeah, look at
you. Welcome in to Henry Latowski. Henry, how's it going? Welcome to the airwaves. I'll have you pop that one on right over there. Turn that up. We are joined by Nebraska football offensive lineman Henry Latowski. Henry, welcome to Vegas. How's the trip so far?
Oh, it's been great. Happy to be here.
Henry, man, a long way from Iowa, my friend, right? Vegas a little bit different?
Yeah, it definitely is. My hometown's got 250 people in it.
Right.
So it's weird when, there's more than that in this room.
Right. Henry, I have a little bit more inside knowledge I've ever seen you, and I never always kind of keep that to myself. But the one thing that I really appreciated is that you came in as a freshman and had that fight and that hunger. And then now you've developed into a heck of a lineman. Tell everybody, just talk about that process to keep showing up every day and getting better, challenging yourself. And then once you got that internal confidence, I think you really took off.
Yeah. It was always an expectation that regardless of, the situation, whether it be, coaching change, not playing, I'm just going to keep showing up. And so I think that just by just showing up, attacking every single day, it's really just allowed me to, develop the way that I have.
Right.
What are those conversations like with you guys and guys in the locker room there, obviously, right? Because there's a lot of outside noise when things that are outside of your control happen.
Mm-hmm.
How do you guys stay connected and together through conversations, through the practices, through the workouts? Kind of walk us through just what it's been like.
Yeah, looking back, some guys, would like to jump ship after, a coaching change or whatever the case may be. But, of the guys that are, just really want to get better, those guys are easy to keep around. A guy like Buf over here, it's never a conversation about, jumping ship.
Yeah.
So, really, a guy like him, a guy like me, we just kept showing up every single day.
I wonder, was there? Hey, man, I got to tell you, man. Your brother's looking clean. Look at you.
Good, man.
Hey, I gotta go put my suit on.
They wear a hoodie.
That's right, because they know I'm consistent.
Okay.
They know exactly what I'm wearing every day. I ain't changing. Same old suit,
day.
just reheated. You two, I want to ask you guys this. You guys came a long way. Now it's your senior year. It is different because Ty and Nash is gone. Nothing against them. It's your team. Talk about that process and when I talked to you about it, so that was a personal conversation. Talk about when that switch hit. It's like, all right, it's different because now it's our team. We control everything, and we have to do more.
I guess since I just got here, I can start us off. For me, I had to be around winter conditioning, mat drills. Whenever, we first walk into that stadium and I look around, it's all young guys and the guys I came in here with. There were nobody that, was here before me, nobody that was older than me. So it just really clicked that, dang, I'm the one that's going to have to set the tone and, kind of enforce the standard more than anybody around here. And, it was great having guys like Henry, Deshaun, Dylan, countless guys on the team that are older guys. But, just realizing that it was our time to shine. It was our time to, really take a hold of this team and, bring it along to where we want it to be, because it's only going to go as far as the players take it on a day-to-day basis. So.
Henry?
Yeah, I would agree with that. It kind of set in for me the first day we got back to campus after the season ended, and at that point I was like, oh, Bryce and Ben aren't here. It's on me now. Like, I need to take ownership of this thing. I need to make sure that the standard is upheld. And so I think from that moment moving forward, I kind of hit me that, like, all right, like, I got to make sure everything's perfect from here on out.
Right. And talk about the season. I mean, obviously you guys made a bowl game, and the first 2-point question: how much confidence did that give you guys inside the locker room and within the team? And then talk about the excitement for this year. You hadn't played football in a long time, but the last time you played, you won, and it's an exciting moment in your guys' football career.
Yeah. I would say just giving us the confidence, knowing that we can win the game that matters. I feel like that was a big thing in New York. There was a time in that game where, we were on top of the world. We were beating them, and it felt like they couldn't do anything against us. And there was a time where we kind of had to battle a little bit of adversity. And I felt like that was a perfect way to go into this offseason, knowing, like, all right, we got over this hump. We're not practicing and preparing to make a bowl game anymore.
Right.
We're practicing and preparing for something way more, so we can finish our season off in middle and end of January.
Right.
It's a little bit different for both of you guys. Obviously, Coach Raiola has been in the room. We talk about stability. We talk about consistency. You got a new guy in the room, Addison Williams. I want to start with you, Henry. Talk about the impact Coach Donovan Raiola has had on you just throughout your time at Nebraska so far.
Yeah, I mean, I can truly say that, he's changed my life, not just as a player, but as a man.
Yeah.
Just teaching me how to be consistent, just the same person every single day. Keep showing up, keep attacking everything. Whether the result's good or bad, just keep showing up, keep working. So it's been amazing just having him with us in the room since my second year. I mean, I truly believe he's one of the best offensive line coaches in the nation. I mean, I wouldn't trade him for anyone.
How about you, Marquise? Speak in the short time that obviously Coach Williams has been in that room with John Butler now, defensive coordinator, but also obviously Addison Williams. Talk about that a little bit.
Coach Addy hasn't been here for that long, but it's been great having him around. He's been nothing short of a pro from the day he stepped foot in the facility. I feel like he's done a great job at, doing different things off the field to make sure that we have the relationship in the room that we need to have for, like, those close games in the depth of the season. But also enforcing his own standard in the room and, his own goals and values that he has. So I'm just excited to, keep learning from him and keep taking the small nuggets that he gives me on a day in and day out basis.
Henry, we got time for one more question with you, my friend, before you got all this other stuff going on. Biggest area of growth you feel like for you in your time in Nebraska, where do you feel like, in what parts of your game, maybe on the field, but then off the field? You talked so much about showing up, but maybe dive a little bit more into where do you feel like you've grown the most?
I think just in confidence. In my earlier days of my career, it was always like, oh man, like I've got to go, like it's third down, I've got to go block this 3 technique. Like, what if he does this? What if he does that? But now it's like, oh, it's third down. Like, I'm gonna go block that 3 technique. No question about it. Like, I'm gonna do my job. So just the confidence to be able to play, without any worries, without like anything held back, has just been extremely helpful in my development.
Well, Henry, we'll get you out of here. Marquise, you get to stick around a little bit longer. Henry, appreciate it, my friend.
Thank you, guys.
Good luck with the rest of this stuff today, man.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll go ahead and get Henry Letofsky out of here. Okay, Marquise, I want to talk to you a little bit about this adversity you've been through, man. Like you've been through a lot, and it's talk about the bounce back, and then talk about how much just more excited you are now to just keep on getting back out there for another year to play for Nebraska.
Yeah, no doubt. At the end of my sophomore year, after my last knee injury, it took a lot for me to want to even pick up a football again. But, with the staff, Coach Rule, those guys, they assured me, like, take your time on Hill and take your time to get back. We want you to come back and be as close to you as possible. And, that was probably the best thing I needed to hear at that time. I was at a place where I felt like I was just on the top of the world. I was having a pretty good sophomore season for myself. And, one play, everything was just down the drain.
Yeah.
And I don't know, just them coming in and the effect they instantly had on me when that staff got there, you know, I wouldn't trade that in for anything. But honestly, it's just been a grind, you know, day in and day out from the day I had surgery till the day I was cleared to play again. And even till this day, I'll still have to make sure I'm handling myself the correct way with like treatment and maintenance of the body and stuff like that. So I'm just really excited, you know, get my wheels back under me, get my confidence all the way back. You know, last year was a pretty good year, but still wasn't exactly where I wanted it to be. And, you know, this offseason, I've been working really hard to make sure that I can play and be the best me I can be this year on the field.
And Marquise, I wanted to ask you, obviously, you know, you're able to see Deshaun and obviously Malcolm. That gives you a lot. I mean, it should give you a lot of confidence. You guys have been through a lot together. Defensive coordinator changes and so forth and so on. Without getting into too many details, obviously, right?
Yeah.
Talk about the difference of maybe in personality from Tony White and Coach Butler, but maybe some of the things that you guys might be able to do because you guys are all so familiar with each other, which will help this defense progress a lot faster, in my opinion.
You know, first and foremost, just being able to look to my left and my right and see two guys I've been playing with for 3+ seasons at this point, you know, very reassuring. You know, out in the field, it's a lot of times like stuff would be happening, you know, stuff on the field happens so fast, but it's like we already know what each other is going to do. It's kind of weird at times. But, you know, as far as Coach Butler, he's just going to let us loose. He wants a bunch of guys on the field that aren't going to take any type of anything from anybody. And he wants us to make the plays when they present themselves to us, you know. He's going to be drawing up a lot of stuff to put his playmakers in the best position to make the plays. And at the end of the day, he's leaving it up to us. And as a player, you know, we couldn't ask for anything more than that. Coach just putting us in position to make plays is all we really should need.
We got time for a couple more before they continue to drag you off here. Hey, man, look, so talk about just the Big Ten Conference.
Yeah.
Like there's so much talk about conferences and teams that join the leagues and playoffs and all this. How about the stuff on the field? Let's talk about that a little bit. You get to match up with some dudes one-on-one. And you just talked about the guys that are working together with you. How about the guys you got to go up against? Just kind of explain to the folks listening back home in Lincoln right now what it's like, the amount of preparation it takes, and then you line up on the turf and you got to go up against some of the best that are playing right now.
Yeah, no doubt. You know, we spent hours and hours and hours and hours preparing for a 60-minute game.
Yeah,
it's kind of crazy if you think about it like that. But these are all top of the world athletes we see on a weekly basis and even on a day-to-day basis in practice. So just making sure that I'm keeping my swords very sharp.
Yeah.
You know, because we're playing some of the best competition in the country. You know, the Big Ten is second to none, honestly, on a week-to-week basis. The teams that we have in this conference, you know, it's a power show. So just making sure that, you know, my technique is right, my eyes is right. So I'm watching film constantly. And, you know, obviously your body, you can't do anything without your body. So make sure I'm as strong and as healthy as possible has been a big thing for me and the rest of the guys on the team.
Well, I feel like that's a good spot to take a break. Marquise, man, appreciate you.
Thank you.
It's good talking to you as always. Henry Latovsky hanging out with us as well just a little bit ago. Deshaun Singleton walking around here somewhere as well. Let's get to break. Can't thank our friends over Gary Michaels Clothiers. They hooked you guys up, man. They look good. Gary Michaels Clothiers, proud sponsor of 93.7 The Ticket's coverage of Big Ten Media Days. Make sure you visit them, 56 and Pine Lake today. Marquise Buford, Henry Latovsky join us. We'll step aside. Nick Sander, Jay Foreman, Austin Norman coming at you when we return to Mandalay Bay in Las Vegas.
This is Big Ten Media Days live from Las Vegas, presented by Advanced Medical Imaging, Stevenson Smith Construction, Currency, Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and League One Volleyball on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Have you been injured in an accident and don't know where to turn? Do you need a lawyer you can trust to handle your case with professionalism and compassion? The attorneys at Liberty Law understand that a call to an attorney is a call for help. If you've been injured, we want to help you. Liberty Law's experienced attorneys are committed to the pursuit of justice for those injured. Contact us for a free consultation by calling 877-42-LIBERTY. Call Liberty Law and find out how we can help get you the compensation you deserve. Call 877-42-LIBERTY. Liberty Law Group. Trial attorneys you can trust.
This just in, hot off the bench press. Planet Fitness has expanded strength equipment. Save $28 or more when you join today. We're raising the bar with these benches, and our hack squat will have you actually looking forward to leg day. Plus, we're still repping all the best-in-class equipment we've always had. There's no better time to get stronger. So join Planet Fitness today and save $28 or more. Just $1 down, $15 a month.
Find your nearest club and join today. Deal ends July 31st.
See Home Club for details.
Lights out? Let LES know where to go. Powerline matches your phone number to your service address so LES can respond to outages faster. Keep your information up to date at les.com/powerline.
This is former Husker and NFL linebacker Jay Foreman. For years, I've suffered from degenerative problems in both of my ankles, but thanks to a thorough and thought-out plan provided by Advanced Medical Imaging, I was able to get my life back with the least amount of pain as possible. While working through multiple options, the team of physicians at Advanced Medical Imaging were there to answer any questions I had. If you're experiencing any pain at all and want to get your life back, go to amimaging.com or give them a call at 402-484-6677. Advanced Medical Imaging, located at 7601 Pioneers Boulevard.
Gaina Trucking is hiring CDL Class A and B drivers. Their strong team culture makes it not a job, but a career. Gaina Trucking offers health, vision, and dental insurance, 401k with company match, an employee assistance program, and other bonus programs. Build a better career today with great team culture at Gaina Trucking. Learn more and apply today at GainaTrucking.com.
Are you looking to upgrade or improve the garage door on your home? This is Cameron Hall of Doors Plus. At Doors Plus, we guarantee to offer a wide selection of options from 5 leading garage door manufacturers as we deliver a free estimate, exact measurements, and rapid installation with a 3 to 5 week time frame. When you choose Doors Plus for your residential garage door needs, you'll work with our experienced technicians and be ensured that your new door seamlessly complements your home. Give us a call at 402-590-5800 or visit us online at DoorsPlusLLC.com. Doors Plus, garage doors and more.
The 2026 Love Omaha volleyball season is coming, and memberships are on sale now. Catch your favorite stars, Lexi Rodriguez, Jordan Larson, and more with a guaranteed 8 home matches right here in Nebraska. Season memberships start at just $112. That's unbeatable value for world-class volleyball. Don't miss a moment of the action. Go to lovb.com/season and grab yours today. That's lovb.com/season.
Play ball! Ready for summer fun and ballpark vibes? Bring your pack to Haymarket Park for a thrilling season of Lincoln Salt Dogs baseball and unleash the fun. From May through August, the Lincoln Salt Dogs will be playing and the park will be popping with all the food, drinks, and fun you need for the perfect night out. Grab your friends, family, and coworkers and make plans now. Visit saltdogs.com to secure your tickets. Come on out to the park and unleash the fun.
Hi, folks. The weather is for sure heating up, and Coppell Chevrolet GMC is following suit. The discounts are really as good as they've ever been. $14,500 off list price, or 0% financing on select new models. Folks, you heard that right. Smoking hot deals at Coppell. $14,500 off list price, or 0% APR. So take that short drive down 144th Street or at CoppellCars.com. STK number G269520. All deals with trade-in and approved credit.
This is Bill Mitchner, Executive Director of Lincoln Lighthouse. Did you know Lighthouse provides multiple programs for students such as one-on-one tutoring and mentoring, as well as pro-social skill exercises, while providing them a nourishing meal and a safe space during all months of the year, even during school breaks. Learn more or contribute to Lighthouse at lincolnlighthouse.org today.
Noticing more dust at home? It may be time for duct cleaning from Bryant. Breathe easy and healthy. Call 467-1111. Bryant Air Conditioning, Heating, Electrical, and Plumbing.
In every office, there's 2 types of people. There are those who bring in bagels and those who eat the bagels that someone else brought in. Everybody likes the first person. Be that first person. Weekday mornings at 7:30, you have a chance to win a business box of bagels from Bagels and Joe. All you have to do is shut up, Sipple. 2 questions for you, 2 for Sip. Win, and the bagels are yours. Lose, well, you don't want to lose.
You lost Monday, you lost Wednesday, you're a loser.
Shut up, Sipple. Weekday mornings at 7:30, brought to you by Bagels and Joe. Welcome back to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Las Vegas. Presented by Advanced Medical Imaging, Stevens & Smith Construction, Currency, Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and League One Volleyball on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
We're back again. Jay Foreman, Austin Norman over there. We got a special guest that I've known for a very long time. Actually, we were watching him, rolling out. Running back extraordinaire, does a lot of things up there in Minnesota. Got Daryl Thompson in. Welcome in on 93.7 The Ticket, my man.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, it's always great coming down to Big Ten Media Days, always seeing you and stuff. And I remember watching you, and we were talking off air, just stay right in the running back room. Minnesota has a pretty special running back in Mr. Taylor. Give us, just a little bit of a snapshot from your point of view, what makes him so special.
It's a good question, because he was a receiver in high school. So he played receiver a long time. And I always think that I didn't play any receiver, but guys that played receiver like your dad and other people have a different spatial. They just operate different out in space. They're more comfortable just trying to make moves and catching the ball out of the backfield. And I think that's one of his benefits. So he is really, really nice in space, seems to really read things. He also has he's got a high-end speed too. Right. He's a little bit delicate. You never know. Hopefully he can stay in one piece this year. But if he can stay in one piece, he could have a really special year.
And running the ball has obviously always been important. But I think in the Big Ten versus maybe some other conferences, maybe right a little bit before Halloween, it becomes extremely important. Talk about Minnesota as a program where I think they've been able to surprise people, going to different bowl games and competing and beating teams that normally people wouldn't think Minnesota would be able to do so. I think it's their ability to run the ball all year long, but then amp it up in big-time games late in the season.
Well, I think it's that, and I think it just seems like we've had a lot of coaches come from like the MAC and other places that realize the importance of ball control, of clock management, and ball security. So they've always put a priority, even when we've had, I'd say, not pedestrian, but kind of more regular running backs. Darius is special, Lawrence Maroney, Thomas, or Marion Barber. A lot of people, we've had some great backs, but even when we have regular backs, we will continue to hand the ball off. We will continue to run the rock. And as we were talking about off air also, we've also had some really nice offensive lines. Right. You have an offensive line, they'll make a running back look just that little bit better, and they have that commitment to it.
Yeah, you talk about commitment. I think it was a big year. You got over the hump, and obviously won some games late. I think when you put the dagger in the heart against Wisconsin, that offseason for alumnus like yourself is that much more special. I always say, like, when we used to play Colorado or Oklahoma, I always say it's like the Hatfield and McCoy. Talk about how personal and how intense that rivalry is, because growing up in Minnesota, it was different. So I want you to explain it to some of our fans.
I mean, it's probably similar to the Nebraska, to the Colorado. When you talk about, like, who makes T-shirts that say, "We hate Iowa, I hate Iowa"? Like, I don't know. So you got Wisconsin, you have Iowa, those are the really, really big rivals where you hear about it. And also I think it's part of, like, even the border, like you grow up and then, like, kids, they're playing AAU basketball, they're playing 7-on-7, so they're like seeing each other, and they got Fleck comes in, Fickle comes in, then Ferenz comes in, so they're kind of, the hats, the T-shirts, the families, everything else. You come from somewhere farther away, like, oh yeah, UCLA, oh USC, they're kind of like, oh, that's cool, they're recruiting you. But you talk about, like, Wisconsin, Iowa, they're like, okay, that's I don't like Iowa. I had a shirt on. We had an event last weekend at my hometown for raising money for organization. I had my University of Minnesota shirt on. This guy goes, "Go Hawks!" when I'm walking out. Like, I'm gonna, like, step up to him or something. Yeah. I'm like, nah, I mean, it's cool. I don't know. We're not gonna fight. But I get the passion.
It's crazy. So I was talking to Austin and Jay about this earlier in the show. We were talking turnovers, and you mentioned it just a couple minutes ago about how you guys in Minnesota prioritizes the football, that take care to do the little things right, and it provides success. PJ Fleck, and I'm not sure people know this, he's got 4 8-win seasons his last 4 years, and he's 6-0 in bowl games at Minnesota. Yeah. And I think a lot of people write him off because of their outside view of what they think and what they envision PJ Fleck is as a coach. But as of right now, he's been very successful, and he earned an extension through 2030. I just talk a little bit more about what PJ Fleck's done for the University of Minnesota, for that football team, and why he was deserving of an extension.
Well, he's hands-on. I mean, that's the piece I like about him. Like, I don't everything he does, all the kind of side things he does. I think they're like, okay, maybe I don't get that, but I'm also not 20 years old anymore.
Sure.
I'm like a 55, 56-year-old guy, so maybe I don't get all that, but I do get his hands-onness makes a tremendous impact. He calls all the young men, he texts them, he FaceTimes, he's hip, like pretty much with what's going on right now that that we're just not into. So he also is extremely high energy and is interesting for as kind of, I'd say, almost flashy as he is. He's pretty conservative, like coaching wise. So he's gonna I'm gonna hand it like you think but he'd be like 5 wide, just throwing the ball over place, reverses, all these gadget plays. No. He's like, no, we're gonna hand the ball off. Strong offensive line, defense, fundamentally sound. We're going to tackle and get to the ball, and that's going to be it.
Daryl, how has PJ Fleck's ability to be hands-on and keep high energy affected how Minnesota's handled the revenue sharing era and everything coming into play with that?
That's a great question because he has embraced it. That's one thing. He embraces change. I mean, I'm like just kind of an old guy. I'm like, I don't really want to do this. I don't want to get those new shoes. I don't want to do this. And PJ's like, no. We have to embrace this NIL. I have to explain it to people. I've got to talk to them about it. Got to get them behind it. Otherwise, you can just sit over here and watch it and watch as people pluck from your roster, which is going to happen a little bit anyways. Or you can just embrace it and say, you know what, I want to keep our guys. I want to take care of them. I want to have a program where you can be proud of.
Yeah, the one thing I know that I think that the picture was out with, I think he was at Seven Steakhouse, which obviously I always like going to in Minneapolis.
Yeah.
And PJ Fleck was out there suited and booted. He didn't have socks on, but he definitely was delivering the message. One thing about him being unique, and then I think leadership is one thing I've admired about PJ is that he's been able to make decisions, see if it works, and then make adjustments. And I remember we asked you about it, I think last year or maybe the year before, co-offensive coordinators, and we were kind of like, all right, we'll see. But then he made a decision. Greg Harbaugh Jr. is now the solo offensive coordinator. How do you think that might change or enhance some of the things they did on offense from last year?
I think it just helps having one voice from an offensive coordinator standpoint. I mean, it works a lot to have input from people and to have, to be able to make adjustments and to have, two minds, but you really need to have one offensive coordinator,
right.
And it just, to me, that just makes the most sense.
Yeah. And the thing is where, like I said, PJ was able to pivot from that, saw it, and then saw to make some adjustments. Also, one thing people I don't think give him enough credit for is the development of other coaches. And obviously losing a great defense coordinator to Michigan State, I think.
Right, yeah.
And then the defense still being able to bounce back. Talk about that as ability to develop coaches, but then also have an eye on other coaches once they leave.
He does give coaches an opportunity, and one of the places you talk about being able to pivot, he had to let go of a defensive coordinator a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Let him go. The defense steadily improved. Now that defense coordinator is now currently with Michigan State, but he does give his coaches an opportunity. He gives them a chance to lead. He gives them an opportunity to be involved, and even to be the front of the room in some of the other non-football events. So, hey, I need you to give a speech. I need you to do these different pieces so that it's not always him just leading, but it's also getting that young man ready to be, potentially an ex-coordinator somewhere or a head coach somewhere, or maybe even we had one Winston Deladabadira. He's on to the NFL.
Right.
We got time for a couple more, so we don't keep it too long, Daryl. But I guess when we look at that offense specifically, what is it going to look like this year? Because especially at the quarterback position, you guys Minnesota had stability with Tanner Morgan for all those years, and then Ethan Kaliak-Manis was there, but then ended up transferring out. Max Brosmer comes in, an experienced guy from the FCS level, had a pretty decent year last year. It's going to look a little different this year. What's it kind of going to look like offensively for Minnesota?
Well, first, I think Max Brosmer looked phenomenal. Last year for someone. You wish you would have had him 2 or 3 years. He came in and they didn't trust him at the beginning. I think in the beginning, you just have like this. It's difficult to trust, and they didn't trust him right away. And once they started to trust him, probably after the third or fourth game, we wish we would have been able to play a couple of those first games over.
Exactly.
So I mean, I think it'll be different. Having Taylor in the backfield gives him. I think Coach Fleck and Coach Harbaugh a sense of security. You have one of the top 2 or 3 running backs in the Big Ten, having him so he can hand the ball off and play action. Hopefully, if you hit some shots, you're comfortable. Yeah. It's kind of like in basketball, layups and dunks are comforting, and then you can start firing up threes, or maybe it's the reverse nowadays. But that's an opportunity for him. I think really a lot is going to depend on how Drake plays and how the confidence in him and how he evolves over the course of the season.
How important then are those first 3 non-conference games, Buffalo, Northwestern State, and then on the road at Cal, and getting him up to speed, ready to go?
I think they're really important. From a running standpoint, from a defensive standpoint, and then hopefully just to allow him to gain some confidence. So it's just different. You know, you can do all the things in practice, but it's practice. There's a coach standing behind you. Even in a scrimmage, there's a coach on the side. Your guys are on the other side. You're kind of familiar with your own team. But when the other side, it's defense. There's a little bit more speed. There's adrenaline. There's a crowd. There's the PA. All those things, when the bright lights come on, make things just a little more, to me, exciting, and to some people, I'm nervous.
Yeah. One more question before we get you out of here is actually on PJ Fleck, because I think, obviously his name has been up for jobs or in the past, but I think with the support, obviously probably from the donors and NIL, have you seen a difference in PJ? When I watch it, I've seen him on a couple of YouTube clips. He looks like, he's always been at peace in who he is, right? PJ wakes up and he's fine, definitely in his own skin. But he looks like, okay, I'm finally settled in. Obviously, the extension helps out, but I think it's more him settled in, got maybe more support in and outside of the program, which I obviously would do that. Have you seen a change in him in the recent, the last few months?
I've seen a change in him. I've also seen a change in people around the community starting to believe in him. I think in the beginning, you're always a little like kind of, I don't know for sure what's going on with this guy. He's got energy. He has a lot of sayings and slogans and things like that. And is he true to his game? He is. And I think that's made people more comfortable with him, and that allows him to be more comfortable.
Yeah, man. I mean, he's taking Minnesota by storm, and I think everybody's seeing everything underneath the surface is true hard-nosed, and he's done some really good things with some Eden Prairie Eagles players. So thank you for stopping by. Hey, I always got to get hometown some love, man. Anyways, thanks, Daryl, for stopping in once again. We'll see you next couple of days. Jay Foreman, Austin Orman, Daryl Thompson, Nick Sainert. We'll be right back.
Have you been injured in an accident and don't know where to turn? Do you need a lawyer you can trust to handle your case with professionalism and compassion? The attorneys at Liberty Law understand that a call to an attorney is a call for help. If you've been injured, we want to help you. Liberty Law's experienced attorneys are committed to the pursuit of justice for those injured. Contact us for a free consultation by calling 877-42-LIBERTY. Call Liberty Law and find out how we can help get you the compensation you deserve. Call 877-42-LIBERTY. Liberty Law Group. Trial attorneys you can trust.
Saturday. Eagle Raceway is open for a full season of dirt track racing action every Saturday night. Don't miss the epic battles on the high banks of Eagle Raceway each Saturday between the Nebraska Septic Sprint Cars, Nebraska Lottery Modifieds, Avid Realty Sport Mods, Valentino's Hobby Stocks, and A1 Iron Stock Cars. Let's go racing. Eagle Raceway, just 10 miles east of Lincoln on O Street. Check out the full schedule at eagleraceway.com.
Mike, the insurance company wants us to replace the roof.
Wait, what? I thought everything was fine.
Yeah, it says right here our roof is too old and they won't be able to cover us anymore.
I guess it is 15 years old. Hi, I'm Austin with Roofing Service Company. We help homeowners with their roofing and siding projects. Financing options are available, and we can get you under a new roof no time at all. If this sounds like you, visit roofingservicecompany.com. That is roofingservicecompany.com.
This is Bill Mitchner, Executive Director of Lincoln Lighthouse. Did you know Lighthouse provides multiple programs for students such as one-on-one tutoring and mentoring, as well as pro-social skill exercises, while providing them a nourishing meal and a safe space during all months of the year, even during school breaks? Learn more or contribute to Lighthouse at lincolnlighthouse.org today.
Ready for summer fun and ballpark vibes? Bring your pack to Haymarket Park for a thrilling season of Lincoln Salt Dogs baseball and unleash the fun. From May through August, the Lincoln Salt Dogs will be playing and the park will be popping with all the food, drinks, and fun you need for the perfect night out. Grab your friends, family, and coworkers and make plans now. Visit saltdogs.com to secure your tickets. Come on out to the park and unleash the fun.
Hey there, this is Paul Scheel, owner of High Electric. I want to thank our friends and loyal customers and introduce High Electric to those looking for a new electrician. We've been serving the Lincoln and Omaha area for over 30 years, from design to install, upgrades, and repair. If you are a homeowner or a small business needing some electrical work, Call us at 402-466-6606 or check us out at hyelectric.com. We look forward to hearing from you.
Out here on Nebraska's calm, welcoming waters, fishing is a breeze. It's the sweet spot where solo anglers find quiet before the catch, families reel in memories, and first-timers discover what makes fishing so special. From the Panhandle to the Platte, the best fishing happens here, beneath Nebraska skies. Get started at letsfishnebraska.com. Sponsored by Nebraska Game and Parks, aired with the Nebraska Broadcasters Association and this station.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce is complicated. It affects every part of your life, your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce and the unexpected directions that it can take, it's times like this that you need a partner you can count on.
If you're a man facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today to connect with a local divorce attorney who understands the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Text GO99 to 323232. GO99 to 323232. GO99 to 323232. 1221 N Street, Lincoln. Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply, stop to opt out.
This is Lincoln's home for sports talk on the FM dial. Also online at theticketfm.com.
On the internet.
KNTK FM Firth. 93.7 The Ticket. Welcome back to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Las Vegas. Presented by Advanced Medical Imaging, Stevens & Smith Construction, Currency, Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and League One Volleyball on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Back here for just a moment, a brief moment from Mandalay Bay. Big thanks to Warhorse Casino for helping sponsor our trip out here to Vegas. Download the Warhorse Casino app today. Keep it handy every visit. Consider it your lucky charm. That's Warhorse Casino in Southwest Lincoln. Austin Norman and Jay Foreman with you here for just a moment. Jay, we talked a little bit about Tony Petitti, what he may or may not be saying at the podium today. But I think the main takeaway here before we throw it to break and hear live from the commish on these airwaves is this is really Tony Petitti's moment to get everything out that he wants to say. He's not as forefront in the media as like Greg Sankey or Brett Yormark is. You'd be really interested to see what it is Tony Petitti decides to highlight here in front of the media.
Yeah, I mean, it's his time to shine, but then also he's just going to be who he is. But I think he's a breath of fresh air as far as a commissioner. And I didn't have a problem with Warren either, but I think he has a different, idea of things and different mindset. And we had him on last year. I was very impressed and very personable. And so I think he'll go up there and touch on some things that he had thought about that are very, very important, not only for him personally, but more importantly for the growth of the Big Ten.
We'll hear from the commissioner when we return here to Mandalay Bay. We'll take a break. Big thanks again to Warhorse Casino for being one of the sponsors of our trip. Jay Foreman, Austin Norman with you here. Nick Sainer, DP, also hanging out. Stay tuned. Plenty more special guests to come throughout the course of today and, of course, the next couple days as well. But when we get back, we'll hear from Tony Petitti, Big Ten Commissioner, right here on 93.7 The Ticket.
This is Big Ten Media Days live from Las Vegas. Presented by Advanced Medical Imaging, Stevens & Smith Construction, Currency, Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and League One Volleyball on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce is complicated. It affects every part of your life, your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce and the unexpected directions that it can take, it's times like this that you need a partner you can count on.
If you're a man facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today to connect with a local divorce attorney who understands the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Text GO99 to 323232. GO99 to 323232. GO99 to 323232. 1221 N Street, Lincoln. Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply, stop to opt out.
Get the baler you need without breaking the bank at Landmark Implement. Right now, qualified buyers can get 0% fixed for 36 months or stretch it out with a 2.9% fixed rate for 60 months on used John Deere 560M and R Series round balers. Reliable, field ready, and priced to move. Don't miss your chance to lock in serious savings before the next cutting rolls around. Visit your local Landmark Implement or head to landmarkimp.com today and experience the Landmark difference.
Rashawn Jackson here for Bauer Underground, who has been serving local contractors and utility contractors all across the state since 1997. When you see the black and white trucks, you know the baddest dudes in the business have arrived. Bauer is currently looking for equipment operators, laborers, diesel mechanics, and aerial linemen. Join the brotherhood built on hard work, authentic people, and pedigree of success. Bauer, a family-friendly company who reminds you, go Big Red!
Wall-to-Wall Wine and Spirits is your place in North Lincoln to go for all your needs in wine, spirits, and beer. They also have a large variety of cigars in their walk-in humidor, and they have a top-notch walk-in temperature-controlled high-end wine room. Plus, you can enjoy free samples from their tasting bar. There's only one place to go for all your needs for spirits and cigars. That's Wall-to-Wall Wine and Spirits on North 27th Street in Lincoln.
T-O-double-D, what's cracking? I need your help, Snoop. I'm really sick, and I can't give up free chicken fingers on National Chicken Finger Day. I got you.
Yo, happy National Chicken Finger Day, homies and homegirls. Get you a free chicken finger with your Raising Cane's box combo on $7.27, you heard? And make it a perfect combo with a copy of my latest album, Is It a Crime? Streaming now. Happy National Chicken Finger Day to all, and to all a good bite.
Get one free chicken finger in each box combo. Purchase July 27th, 2025.
The 2026 Love Omaha volleyball season is coming, and memberships are on sale now. Catch your favorite stars, Lexi Rodriguez, Jordan Larson, and more with a guaranteed 8 home matches right here in Nebraska. Season memberships start at just $112. That's unbeatable value for world-class volleyball. Don't miss a moment of the action. Go to lovb.com/season and grab yours today. That's lovb.com/season.
This is former Husker and NFL linebacker Jay Foreman. For years, I've suffered from degenerative problems in both of my ankles, but thanks to a thorough and thought-out plan provided by Advanced Medical Imaging, I was able to get my life back with the least amount of pain as possible. While working through multiple options, the team of physicians at Advanced Medical Imaging were there to answer any questions I had. If you're experiencing any pain at all and want to get your life back, go to amimaging.com or give them a call at 402-484-6677. Advanced Medical Imaging, located at 7601 Pioneers Boulevard.
Things that impair you come in many different shapes and sizes. Some are the shape of beer and liquor bottles. Others look like cigarettes but aren't cigarettes at all. These are the things we know impair us, the things our parents warned us about. What we're not always aware of is our new prescription or the over-the-counter medicine we picked up just for allergies or a bad cold. See, it doesn't just matter how much of a substance you take. If you are impaired, driving is deceptively dangerous. Don't drive impaired. Paid for by the NDOT Highway Safety Office.
Out here on Nebraska's calm, welcoming waters, fishing is a breeze. It's the sweet spot where solo anglers find quiet before the catch, families reel in memories, and first-timers discover what makes fishing so special. From the Panhandle to the Platte, the best fishing happens here, beneath Nebraska skies. Get started at letsfishnebraska.com. Sponsored by Nebraska Game and Parks, aired with the Nebraska Broadcasters Association in this station.
Since 1983, Fast Mike's Roll-Offs have been a trusted and reliable company in Lincoln and the surrounding areas. Fast Mike's handles all sides of construction projects, home renovations, or big cleanouts. With the perfect size dumpster to fit your needs, Fast Mike's Roll-Offs will haul it all. With same-day delivery in Lincoln, affordable rates, and top-notch service, Fast Mike's Roll-Offs make cleanup quick and easy. Call now at 402-450-6828 or visit us online at fastmikesrolloffs.com. Book your dumpster today. Fast Mike's Roll-Offs, cleanup made simple.
Live from Mandalay Bay Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada, 93.7 The Ticket brings you coverage of the 2025 Big Ten Media Days.
7 yards deep. Lets it go to the sideline. Big six. Tommy Hill. The short run to the house.
Derek Pearson, Jay Foreman, Nick Sainer, and Austin Orman bring you exclusive interviews and in-depth conversations while getting you ready for the upcoming Big Ten football season.
This is a flip to Ja'Cory Barney. He waits for his block, and he steps in for the touchdown.
This one in the seam, intercepted. Hartzog with a lane at the 20. Hartzog knocked out of bounds. Deep in Ohio State territory.
Mayava, that's intercepted. It is Sierra Wright. Down the sideline into his former house. Unbelievable.
Coverage from Big Ten Media Days is powered by Advanced Medical Imaging, Stevenson Smith Construction, Currency, Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and League One Volleyball. This is Big Ten Media Days live from Las Vegas on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
That's right. Here we are at Mandalay Bay in Las Vegas. Austin Orman and Jay Foreman with you. We'll get you ready to hear from Big Ten Commissioner Tony Petitti. Part of our trip is sponsored by Advanced Medical Imaging, the largest radiology group in Nebraska, located in Lincoln. Where, Jay?
7601 Pioneers Boulevard.
That ain't the truth. AMI uses state-of-the-art technology and blends it together with a compassionate, skilled team. You can learn more at amimaging.com. Lots to get to as it relates to Tony Petitti, the state of the Big Ten Conference. He is just about ready to get underway, and we'll bring it to you as best we can here on these very airwaves. Jay, Nick and I were talking a little bit just about the scope of the Big Ten, right? Bringing media days from Indianapolis, where it's been quite a bit, Chicago area as well, to having this full national footprint, right? Stretching coast to coast, bringing Vegas into the sphere of influence such as it is in the Big Ten. It still feels Pac-12y and maybe a little Big 12y to me, but good on the Big Ten for finding a new venue, finding a space like Mandalay Bay, and making sure to leave its footprint behind, not letting anyone say, yeah, we don't know about you, we didn't hear about you.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about expanding your brand, from East Coast, West Coast, North and South, and that's one of the things Big Ten has been able to do, obviously with their play on the field, but more importantly, it's a very good, in my opinion, a gesture for the 4 teams that came into the Big Ten. Look, we're going to save you on travel. We're going to let you expand your brand and actually hopefully expand some of our original or longer standing Big Ten teams brand out to the West Coast. And let's see how you guys do things. And Vegas does things not only good, but they do it great as far as any event and any situation that they get a chance to put on. So I think it was forward thinking. And obviously, when you bring in 4 new schools, I think you want them to be welcomed into your conference. Obviously, with unique circumstances, how they were, left the storied, conference in the Pac-12 or Pac-10 at that time, or previously, excuse me. And you want to welcome them into the Big Ten because you chose them and they accepted. And so by doing that, you are a Big Ten team, a Big Ten university. And so I think whether it was planned or not, I think it's a great gesture. But then more importantly, I think it works out for some of the teams that have to travel a little bit farther. Obviously, Rutgers has to go, obviously a long flight, and obviously Maryland, and obviously Penn State, so forth and so on. So maybe it's going to be on a rotational basis. But I think this year was a great gesture, and then obviously Vegas does it right as well.
Well, in the Big Ten, has done this where they will spread the love like that too, all right? We remember when Rutgers and Maryland came into the conference, there were Big Ten tournaments out in New York and in D.C. So I do think it is intentional. I do think it is planned as a gesture, like you said, to these teams out here on the Western Wing. Jay, as we wait for Tony Petitti to hear from him, let's turn some attention back to Nebraska, right? You Nick, had a chance to sit down with Henry Lutovsky and with Marquise Buford, a guy that we haven't talked much about this offseason. Coach Addison Williams comes into Nebraska from Central Florida. I feel like that's maybe a move that's been on the radar. And then, of course, Terry Braden, defensive line coach as well. Yeah. Those are 2, it seems like, high-level hires for Matt Rule and his staff. Yeah, they're young coaches. They have some pretty good experience under their belt. But I think those are guys that really fit into that Matt Rule ethos of, hey, I want to get the best coaches I can in the building, impart wisdom, knowledge to them, trust young guys in roles. But I think when you look at the previous staffs that Matt Rule has had versus this one, there is still that youth on the staff where it's kind of the coaching incubator under Matt Rule. But you look at the experience that especially those two guys and even DeKel Shorts brings in, the wide receiver coach as well. I think there's a really good blend of that youthful energy and exuberance relating to players, but also some legitimate experience you can point back to already in their young careers.
Yeah, and I think all the coaches that he's brought in are very good motivators, and obviously I think it's an uptick in recruiting as we've seen, right? But then more importantly, they're very, very good teachers. And when you think of Addison Williams, where he's been able to take over a veteran-led. Obviously, we've seen Marquise Buford. We talked about Hartzog, and then obviously Deshaun Singleton. Hopefully, will make his job that much easier, but has allowed him to teach some of the things and infuse his own coaching, techniques and personality into that defensive back room. And then also, I think it's very important that I'm going to say that even though Coach Butler was here a year before, I do think he's a new coach because he is now a defensive coordinator.
New role.
But he is a new version of himself because when you go from defensive back coach to secondary coach to defensive coordinator, you are the same person, but you're not the same coach. And that's also a good thing. But then also, I think he can help, was it Braden or Coach Addison Williams, their learning curve be that much faster. Why? Because it's his defense. He knows that obviously the third level very well because he just coached it. But
they don't have to unlearn the Tony White stuff.
Right. And then he knows exactly what Tony White wanted, but then also he can essentially help that learning curve as well with Phil Simpson coming back that's kind of been in the system and knows Coach Rule, knows what it takes. And then obviously with recruiting with Shorts and everything like that, he was a really good player himself. He's developed the likes of Tank Dell. Then obviously, he brought Dane Key with him, or they came to kind of a, package deal. Why wouldn't you? And so you see a pattern of change, but then also it's strategically worked out in a positive manner. So I think as much as we talked about these coaches under the radar, I think some of the additions of these coaches and new roles for them has been under the radar as well. Hopefully it leads to big things for Nebraska on the field.
It led to big things for Nebraska on the field when Tony White was there. That was a top 15 defense for the last couple of years under him. What are the elements of the Tony White defense that you think are important for John Butler to carry over for the returning players?
Well, I think you just see in what they've done, in the transfer portal and recruiting is you're able to be multiple. You can play a three-man front. You can play three-man front, personnel. So that'd be more of a 3-4. You can come out and have kind of a hybrid type of defense with the jack and cause confusion. And now I think they have a mix of different body types. They, whether it's McCullough or Javen Wright, you got two linebackers, hybrids, outside linebacker edges that are 6'5" and that can cover a lot of space. And then you got Shavers, who's essentially a run seeking missile, run stopper, but then also very, very effective in the short area passing game. And then you bring in the law firm. He's really, really good in the leadership skills. So they have multiple packages you can put together and play multiple fronts. What that does is it gives the offensive coordinators of opposing teams more things to think about, but also it could accelerate and keep the thirst for learning for the defensive players week in and week out, because there's going to be a game, say you play against Michigan, you might have to be more 4-man front, we're downhill, got to stop the run, or you have to be multiple and be able to mix up coverages when you did play a team like Ohio State because of the pass game. And then
or more nickel against USC.
USC, and then you got to mix up your coverages. And I think also, even though you have Coach Butler as a defensive coordinator, and obviously the head, you just promoted, you also have a veteran presence of Phil Snow there as well, because that's going to bring a little bit more of an NFL type of third down packages, coverages, maybe checks, maybe doing some different types of things to cause some confusion, allow that pass rush to develop on a more consistent basis. So I think it really, really helps to be able to do different things. I'll tell this real quick story. When I was in Houston, we played a 3-4. That means we had we had 2 outside linebackers, 2 inside linebackers, 3 defensive linemen, but we ran a lot of 4-3 fronts. And what that does is it caused a lot of confusion, because the offensive line and offensive coordinator is like, well, they're lined up in a 4-3, but in your mind, you see 3-4 personnel out there. So you actually could, you could get a sack, forced fumble, game-changing play, season-changing play, just based off of who you break the huddle with. And then obviously the execution has to be at a high level as well.
And that works for offense as well. I know we're talking defense right now, but if you come out in 12 personnel with a couple tight ends, but can still throw the ball effectively, same sort of thing.
Well, I mean, we're talking about Coach Butler and what Tony White was able to do. And obviously, I think one of the best things that Tony White did, and I think Coach Butler is going to demand it, and that's the standard as well, his effort to the ball, but it was based on having different guys out there, and there wasn't going to change whether you had 4 defensive backs out there or 5. Now you flip to the other side of the ball with Coach Dana Holgorsen. He's kind of done the same thing where he's been able to be successful, especially at West Virginia and at Houston, but more importantly, obviously at West Virginia, with different body types at the receiver position, running back position, and different types of quarterbacks, right? But he's been able to put up points. That experience is going to allow him to take, Carter Nelson comes back healthy, Heinrich Harburg, Lindenmeyer, Bonner, Barney, all the receivers, Mills, and then obviously Dane Key, Hunter, all those guys. Then throw in, Emmett Johnson, and then Mose if he's going to running back, and then what he can do, and then obviously you got Mackay as well. You have multiple personnel groupings you can have, and still run the same plays. Then you have different body types, which I think is as important as the different schematic things that you run. Because if you can run the same type of, and it has to be effective now, same type of routes with the same or with different players with different body types, it's actually a different play. Because the way ideally Dylan would throw, let's just say a back shoulder fade to Ja'Cory Barney is going to be different than Dane Key. Is going to be different to Quinn Clark. Is going to be different to
Isaiah Hunter
or Mills. And how you throw a swing pass to Emmett Johnson versus Quentin Ives or Mose or whoever is different. But it's the same play. And the reason why it's different because you have to be able to match your play calls and how you're delivering the ball. What we talk about in basketball all the time, on time and on target.
Everyone's shooting pocket is different in basketball. Everyone's catch radius and where they catch it best is different in football.
And when you ask players, and if we get Dylan down, what some of the things that you focus on in the off season, that's how you get better. That's how you get really, really good because Dylan's got a strong enough arm. He knows the game. He knows how to be an efficient passer. All that stuff. How does this offense take the next step? Those are the little things and the little things that lead to big things because those are very, very detailed and high level conversations that you got to work on day in and day out.
And a lot of those are personal, right? Individual players, but also like as a group in your unit, quarterback skill position guys getting together to throw over the offseason. I do want to touch on the coaching part of it, though, with Dana Holgorsen. A big focus of his when he came in last season was paring down the playbook, simplifying for guys. Jay, I know we're looking at ways back now, but did you see? Your memory's better than mine, so it's a struggle for me. But I know you got a photographic football memory.
I thought you were talking about me.
No. I'm just talking about last season.
Oh, okay.
Did you think that Nebraska maybe played a little slow on offense because there were too many concepts? Did you see them speed up, get smoother, more efficient with their process and how they were playing after Dana Holgorsen took the reins of the offense?
A little bit. I mean, I think, you can see it looked a little bit different when he took over. I think the rhythm was there. But also I think that rhythm was amped up because there was a different voice in the room. Listen, he made his presence known right from the get-go. If you're not perimeter blocking, if you're not running routes hard, you ain't playing. Well, then that means the practice habits increase, and then the play on the field looks a little bit different. I think one of the things you do is when you get the job, in the middle of the season, towards the end of the season, coming out of a bye week, you went from a consultant to offensive coordinator like that. Is that you really try to pare down the language. So I don't want you to think. You already hear a different voice. You already see a different coordinator. Because remember, he was the offensive consultant or
analyst.
But it was calling plays.
Right.
And then so you kind of get so let's just eliminate all that confusion and let's pare down the play calls and the concepts and the offensive checks, and that's where you saw some success. And then also I think he really pared down what he wanted out of the guys. He really simplified that. Look, if you want the rock, you better block. And if you got it, you got to really let Emmett Johnson get into a rhythm so it can open up some other things for other players.
It's always an interesting conversation around offensive play calling and defensive play calling as well, especially when you talk about the air raid, that Holgorsen is known for, came up in that system. One of the knocks on that, Jay, as guys transition from college to the NFL is, it's too simple. The work's already done for you.
Yeah.
But a big part of having the work already done for you is having receivers that can win early. It's a simple read. It's a simple concept that you can just press the right button at the right time. And I know it's probably more complex than people want to give it credit for in some ways, but simpler in some others as well. It's going to be huge for Nebraska to make some more of those air raid concepts work if Dane Key can win early.
Yeah.
If Ja'Cory Barney gets better at hand fighting and winning off the line. If Isaiah Hunter's first step gets him even with a DB in press coverage, compared to maybe Nebraska's called some of the right plays more often than we wanted to give Marcus Satterfield credit for before Dana Holgorsen took over. But dudes weren't going out there doing their job and winning early.
Yeah, I mean, that's I think obviously people always want to say, oh, you got a new. I mean, it's true. You get a different. I mean, Danny can turn up 2010 quick. He can get it cracking real quick, and he's straightforward because he has nothing to lose, and he's very confident in what he does. And so, I think it's a personal choice to go out there and do your job. I mean, you got to love it, and no matter what, there's a job to be done. And so the players had to look upon themselves to do what they had to do. Maybe they got nudged a little bit harder with Coach Dana, but I also think that Coach Satterfield at times, he called some good plays that just weren't executed at the high enough, percentage or rate to be successful. So I don't think it's, all bad, at times, because I think conceptually you can see why Marcus Satterfield was calling plays. You got to think, and this is not to keep going back, but the first year he was offensive coordinator, they essentially had to do everything on the run week in and week out, and they were one game away from making a bowl game. And the offense had shown different strides. You went to essentially an option offense with Heinrich Harburg after Jeff Sims seemed to flare out, and obviously Chuba Purdy got hurt, right? And so you got to give him a little bit of credit there. But I think with Coach Dana, I think what he's been able to do. Look, when you're a coordinator and you're pretty successful, you're never gonna get the kudos that you want. Look, he comes at West Virginia. And they say it's too simple, but it's working. If you made it too hard, then it's like you need to simplify it. Yeah. And, the transition to the next level, not in being successful, a small percentage of it was because of how simple the playbook was and the work was already done. The work's already done in the NFL. You just got to work harder at doing it to get there because you don't want to know why you're playing against the best of the best and you're not able to take advantage of the linebackers and the safeties, where in the NFL, you're looking for one player to make one mistake. And so I think, like, also for Coach Holgorsen, Nebraska, the offensive players, the offensive coaching staff, they got a full offseason to kind of, get their mojo together because everybody's like, all right, we got a new, offensive coordinator. Am I going to be here next year? Well, then it was a lot of holdover, and obviously bringing, Coach Shorts. And so I think right now it's going to be interesting to see how fast they can start and how strong they can finish. And you got to be, tuned in week in and week out because obviously, as we know, football is around the corner and now you're playing for keeps. And there is no, we'll get them tomorrow. Every day has to be maximized. And obviously a coach like Coach Dana is going to try to get the players to do so.
Let's take a break here. Tony Petitti is still talking. We're going to adjust our plan a little bit here on the fly. We will get Tony Petitti recorded. When he's done speaking, we will bring that to you here on 93.7 The Ticket. When we get back, let's pick up on the offense there, Jay. I think it's going to be a big year for a couple coaches. Number one, for Marcus Satterfield in the tight end room, and then EJ Barthel in the running back room. Let's pick up on that, talk about those rooms as we look at Nebraska football. Jay Foreman, Austin Norman. This segment has been brought to you by Advanced Medical Imaging. They are Nebraska's largest radiology group located in Lincoln at 7601 Pioneers Boulevard. AMI uses state-of-the-art technology and blend it together with a compassionate, skilled team. You can learn more at amimaging.com. He's Jay. I'm Austin. We got Bach running the board for us back at 1040 O Street. We'll be back, talk some running backs and tight ends and their coaches. That's next here from our coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Mandalay Bay.
This is Big Ten Media Days live from Las Vegas, presented by Advanced Medical Imaging, Stevenson Smith Construction, Currency, Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and League One Volleyball on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Things that impair you come in many different shapes and sizes. Some are the shape of beer and liquor bottles. Others look like cigarettes but aren't cigarettes at all. These are the things we know impair us, the things our parents warned us about. What we're not always aware of is our new prescription or the over-the-counter medicine we picked up just for allergies or a bad cold. See, it doesn't just matter how much of a substance you take. If you are impaired, driving is deceptively dangerous. Don't drive impaired. paid for by the NDOT Highway Safety Office.
Schweizo Construction is now hiring for skilled craftsmen, steel erectors, concrete workers, and general laborers. Schweizo Construction offers great benefits like premium wages, health and dental insurance, paid holidays and vacation, 401k with company match, life insurance, and disability insurance. They pride themselves on a legacy of 40 years built on integrity and trust. Joining their team means becoming part of a family that values hard work, dedication, and mutual respect. Apply today at schweizo.com. That's SCHWISOW.com.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce is complicated. It affects every part of your life, your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce and the unexpected directions that it can take, it's times like this that you need a partner you can count on.
If you're a man facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today to connect with a local divorce attorney who understands the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Text GO99 to 323232. GO99 to 323232. GO99 to 323232. 1221 N Street, Lincoln. Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply, stop to opt out.
T-O-double-D, what's cracking?
I need your help, Snoop. I'm really sick, and I can't give up free chicken fingers on National Chicken Finger Day.
I got you. Yo, 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 happy National Chicken Finger Day, homies and homegirls. Get you a free chicken finger with your Raising Cane's box combo on $7.27, you heard? Make it a perfect combo with a copy of my latest album, Is It a Crime? Streaming now. Happy National Chicken Finger Day to all, and to all a good bite.
Get one free chicken finger in each box combo. Purchased July 27th, 2025.
This is former Husker and NFL linebacker Jay Foreman. For years, I've suffered from degenerative problems in both of my ankles, but thanks to a thorough and thought-out plan provided by Advanced Medical Imaging, I was able to get my life back with the least amount of pain as possible. While working through multiple options, the team of physicians at Advanced Medical Imaging were there to answer any questions I had. If you're experiencing any pain at all and want to get your life back, go to amimaging.com or give them a call at 402-484-6677. Advanced Medical Imaging, located at 7601 Pioneers Boulevard.
Rashawn Jackson here for Bauer Underground, who has been serving local contractors and utility contractors all across the state since 1997. When you see the black and white trucks, you know the baddest dudes in the business have arrived. Bauer is currently looking for equipment operators, laborers, diesel mechanics, and aerial linemen. Join the brotherhood built on hard work, authentic people, and pedigree of success. Bauer, a family-friendly company who reminds you, go Big Red!
Mike, I've been thinking our house could really use a makeover. How about new siding?
I've been thinking the same thing. Have you heard of James Hardy?
Yes! Sarah down the street had Roofing Service Company install James Hardy siding on their home, and they love it.
Roofing Service Company does have great reviews.
They took her through the design process and made everything super easy.
Roofing Service Company offers expert design and installation. Couple that with James Hardy's durable products and variety of colors, you and your family will love your exterior remodel. Just visit roofingservicecompany.com. That's roofingservicecompany.com.
Wall to Wall Wine and Spirits is your place in North Lincoln to go for all your needs in wine, spirits, and beer. They also have a large variety of cigars in their walk-in humidor, and they have a top-notch walk-in temperature-controlled high-end wine room. Plus, you can enjoy free samples from their tasting bar. There's only one place to go for all your needs for spirits and cigars. That's Wall to Wall Wine and Spirits on North 27th Street in Lincoln.
Ticket listeners know a dream team when they see one. At Applied Connective, we've been in the game for 20 years and have developed a team of world-class leaders in all things IT. From cybersecurity and Microsoft products to physical security, audio-video, infrastructure, business phone systems, and anything in between. We'll help you leverage technology to become your most secure, efficient, and profitable. Head to our website to check out real reviews and testimonials and sign up for a free tech consultation. We can show you where you might be vulnerable, inefficient, or overspending. It's a game changer, and it's totally free. Claim yours right now at appliedconnective.com.
Western Sand and Gravel is hiring for a variety of positions at their sand and gravel plants near Ashland. Apply today and receive a $2,500 hiring bonus. Available positions include plant operators, dredge operators, and shop service technicians. They offer great pay, health benefits, 401k, a wellness program, paid holidays, and paid time off. No matter your experience level, on-the-job training is available to help you build a rewarding career with Western Sand and Gravel. Start your career today. Visit westernsand.com.
93.7 The Ticket, Fox, KFXL weather. Brought to you by Bryant Air Conditioning, Heating, Electrical, and Plumbing.
Your Lincoln forecast for today, a slight chance of showers and storms. Otherwise, partly sunny and breezy with a high around 94. Tonight, mostly clear skies and continued breeze, a low around 77. And tomorrow, we'll see mainly sunny skies. It'll be breezy and hot with a high around 99. I'm meteorologist Kyle Beck for 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Don't miss the 8th Annual Wing Fest on Saturday, July 26th at Haymarket Park from 5 till 8 p.m. Local restaurants will be serving wings from 5 to 7 p.m. with live music going until 8. Ice cream and beverages will also be available for purchase, and all the proceeds from the event will go to benefit students in the local community. Get your tickets today at wingfestlincoln.com and make sure you attend the 8th Annual Wing Fest at Haymarket Park on July 26th.
Since 1983, Fast Mike's Roll-Offs have been a trusted and reliable company in Lincoln and the surrounding areas. Fast Mike's handles all sides of construction projects, home renovations, or big cleanouts. With the perfect size dumpster to fit your needs, Fast Mike's Roll-Offs will haul it all. With same-day delivery in Lincoln, affordable rates, and top-notch service, Fast Mike's Roll-Offs make cleanup quick and easy. Call now at 402-450-6828 or visit us online at fastmikesrolloff.com. Book your dumpster today. Fast Mike's Roll-Offs, cleanup made simple.
The 2026 Love Omaha volleyball season is coming, and memberships are on sale now. Catch your favorite stars, Lexi Rodriguez, Jordan Larson, and more with a guaranteed 8 home matches right here in Nebraska. Season memberships start at just $112. That's unbeatable value for world-class volleyball. Don't miss a moment of the action. Go to lovb.com/season and grab yours today. That's lovb.com/season.
Welcome back to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Las Vegas. Presented by Advanced Medical Imaging, Stevens & Smith Construction, Currency, Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and League One Volleyball on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Back to Mandalay Bay. We're here on Radio Row. Austin Norman, Jay Foreman, DP hanging. Nick Sainer doing some roving for us right now, scoping it out. Jay, we are going to pick up our conversation here on Nebraska football and the offense. A couple positions that you were familiar with guarding back in your day, running backs and tight ends. I feel like we picked these two positions because it seems like a big year for these coaches, right? We'll start with Marcus Satterfield since we talked about him a little bit. Not fired. Demoted, reassigned, whoever it is you want to phrase it, still around Nebraska coaching the tight ends this year. Loses a guy that I think we both would have picked as a big contributor in Nate Borkacher to the portal and ultimately to Texas A&M. But that's still an interesting room. Nebraska's had a really good run of tight ends over the last 10, 15 years. You look at their excitement over Luke Lindenmeyer this year, Carter Nelson in the building, depending on where Keelan Smith ends up, if he's a tight end or a wide receiver officially. And then some young guys that haven't seen the field yet, some new recruits. I think Marcus Satterfield has a bunch of good clay to work with there in the tight end room. Right. And I think that maybe his perception among Nebraska fans could take a pretty nice change for the better if he's able to continue that run of tight ends.
Yeah, if he develops them and they have a big year, and which they're going to have to, because I think obviously when you come in with a lot of fanfare with Dane Key, Hunter, and obviously Ja'Cory Barney, defensive coordinators and players alike are going to focus out on the outside on the skill position guys, and so where you can make a lot of hay is in the tight end room. And so you have Luke Lindenmeyer, who I think was sneaky good last year, and obviously came on the scene, of being an inline move tight end and shown to be able to be more athletic than probably people assumed. And then you have Heinrich Harburg that's making the full transition into being a tight end. And obviously he's a big, strong athlete. Now he has to, show improvement in the nuances of the game. But then you got Carter Nelson, who I think could be an X factor, along with Bonner. And they're two different types of X factors. Carter Nelson could be an X factor, move tight end in the slot, can win 50-50 balls. I'm telling you that he has athletic ability, if healthy, to be an X factor. Then you have, I think, Bonner, who could be an H-back, fullback in a move tight end, could really be good on play action passes in the flat. And if you go back to when Marcus Satterfield had a really good year as offensive coordinator for the South Carolina, when he was down at South Carolina with Spencer Rattler and company, they had a player that he brought from, I think, Tennessee Tech in number 44, who was a kind of do-it-all tight end that was a safety net. A quarterback's best friend is two things: a running game and a safety net in the middle of the field. The two things that I hated as a linebacker was a good running team and tight ends that could do work in the middle of the field. So if they could develop, they could really be a huge factor in the success of the offense, but let alone the team this year.
Let's just go through some more of those names. I mean, I know one of them that you've been interested in is Ingwerson, right? The guy out of Papillion. That's a pretty big body. Wasn't committed to Nebraska initially. Did end up finding his way into the fold. Danny King is a signee here in the 2025 class out of Minnesota.
Right.
But then, of course, Heinrich Haarberg, right? Making the transition over there to tight end. It's really an intriguing room, and I need to go back and pull some of the numbers from Dana Holgerson's other spots. But it just feels like, it's easy to name these tight ends because we're here at Nebraska.
Right.
We know them. But I have a hard time pointing to a tight end that Dana Holgerson has featured. I hope that he's able to work some more of that in, because we know the air raid routes, that's a lot of 4 wide, maybe some 5 wide in there as well. But we also know Dana Holgerson's reputation of taking the talent he has and working with it.
Right.
We've mentioned a lot of the receivers in shows past and how talented we think that room can be. But, man, it would be a shame to let this tight end room go to waste.
Yeah, I mean, I thought this is where he's got to put on his anything and everything hat, and that's what he's been known for. But you really, really got to, I wouldn't say try hard this year, but he's got to really make a point of it, because he's been successful with different types of body types at different stops while running his offense or him calling the plays. I don't think he has an offense. I think everybody tries to view Dana Holgerson as a air raid type of coach, and I think that's a system. I think he runs an offense because he's done it with different body types. And when you look at the tight end room, Ingwerson is probably, I think, him and Heinrich Haarberg are the two guys that are going to make or break the tight end room. And it's just based on their development and then obviously the opportunities that they're going to get. Now, it's two different types of opportunities.
Yeah.
Heinrich Haarberg continue to progress and then to be a factor in the tight end room as far as running, blocking, catching, right? And then
what does a good year look like for him? Are you putting numbers on it? Are you looking just development in terms of learning to play the position? How will you say Heinrich Haarberg had a successful season?
That's a great question, because I think obviously, Lindenmeyer is going to be able to get the first crack at, the receptions. But I think if he can get, into over 10 catches, going towards 20, couple touchdowns, but more importantly, being a viable option to be able to block not only the weak side defensive end or point of attack, but in the slot. When you come out in 12 personnel and you can flex him out, and then you run a screen, a now route, or a smoke screen or something like that, or any type of, jailbreak screen, he's able to reset the line of scrimmage out there on the perimeter. That's big. And he's athletic enough to really cover up some guys, but then also he has enough length and width to really, really be a factor in the run game.
It's going to be really interesting to track that development. We saw some positive signs from Heinrich Haarberg toward the end of the year, and then especially in the bowl game against Boston College. It's going to be interesting to see how Nebraska uses those guys, because Lindenmeyer just feels more like the possession type guy, right? Just your normal workman, like Big Ten tight end, draw him up in a lab, you know what you're going to get from him. Where Heinrich Haarberg and even Carter Nelson feel more like explosive options at tight end. And now, not to say those guys can't be or won't be reliable in the short to intermediate game, but I think that Nebraska is going to lean on Lindenmeyer more in those third and medium to third and shorts. And then if it's 1st and 10, you want to come out in 12 personnel, you want to take a shot, you can line Haarberg and Nelson up in line just for the threat of blocking. But then, based on your count, you have a matchup you like with the receiver. So I think, even more important than the number of catches for Heinrich Harburg and even Carter Nelson. If they can be over double-digit yards per catch, and they can add some yards after catch, that's an explosive element that it seems like it's been a while that Nebraska's had. They've had big tight ends that you can go to in the red zone. They can move the chains for you. But if you can get yards after catch from those athletes at tight end, that feels to me like a backbreaker too. Linebackers aren't used to seeing that and kind of demoralize them a little bit.
Yeah, I think what you're talking about is role definition and being able to be, the best you can be within that role. And then obviously at some point during the season, you might have to expand on it. And so, Lindenmeyer being the short area, safety net will be huge, but then also having the ability and the opportunity once or twice to get behind the second level and create a big play and a great opportunity for the offense. And then obviously when you talk about the other two, I like your point, the yards per catch being explosive, because everything that we're talking about, you want the defensive coordinator to be preparing for it. Everything that we're talking about, you want linebackers to, I wouldn't say fear, but respect your passing game inside the hashes.
And cause that one extra step of hesitation or one step the wrong way.
Right, because if it happens the week before, I can guarantee you they're talking about it during the game or the week of or the day of the game, and obviously the week leading up to the game. But also I want to say this is that I will stand on this to the day I've done looking at sports, and which is going to be forever, is that the fastest way, in my opinion, to become explosive is to destroy people inside the numbers, and in particular be very, very efficient and explosive in the hashes. It's a higher percentage of completion. I think you have the biggest height, weight, size, speed advantage against the defenders, linebackers, and safeties and nickels included. I think it opens up the outside a lot more. I think it allows you to dictate coverage and diagnose coverage a lot faster. So and not necessarily you don't have to always throw to the tight end or the running backs or the hybrids in there. You can schematically attack the middle of the field. You can window dress against the second level of linebackers and make the linebackers or nickels what's called take the cheese, which is jump a route and throw it right behind them. Then you're throwing that bang eight or skinny post right there at the hashes or in between the numbers and the hash, so the safeties can't make plays. If you get efficient and explosive in between the numbers and the hashes, and in particular the hashes, you're on your way.
Well, and that seems to me probably more consistently sustainable for Nebraska. So the outside is where you get the flash, the sizzle, maybe some more higher rated recruits, right? Like, not saying Nebraska will never pull a Jeremiah Smith or a Ryan Williams, but those are going to be harder for Nebraska to get than a tight end who can make that work, right? Taking a tweener like Heinrich Harburg or Carter Nelson, finding those areas for them to be successful, dominating with, the hay bale throwing, farm boys in Nebraska. It seems it's more attainable for them to find, interior offensive linemen and maybe a right tackle that you can develop. Maybe you have to go spend to get a left tackle. We'll see. But again, even Gunnar Gatula didn't look overmatched at that position last year. So I think the middle of the field needs to be a focus for Nebraska, obviously for this year's team, but also building a program that seems more attainable and repeatable for the Huskers.
And you can score a lot of points doing that. I mean, because we're not saying don't throw on the outside. I think sometimes when you think about Jeremiah Smith, what makes him so great, he can obviously run past you, take the top off the defense. But more importantly, what he can do, he can catch a 5-yard comeback or 8-yard comeback, make you miss, house call you.
Yeah.
Now, in the I guess the record books, that's an explosive play on the outside, but really, essentially, it's just an extended handoff 8 yards down the field, and he just made somebody miss. Now, how do you able to dictate that coverage like we saw against Notre Dame in the college football playoff championship game or in the national championship game? Is that Ohio State's ability and the fear to be able to run the ball in the extended red zone allowed them to predict the coverage. Then you take advantage of your superstar player out there. Now, on the flip side, you do have a Jeremiah Smith out there. Well, then that's how you get two running backs that Ohio State has had able to be pretty much untouched at the second level. So it goes hand in hand. But for a team like Nebraska, or if I was starting a team, I'm really trying to get tight ends, slot receivers. Receivers aren't afraid to go over the middle, that have the savvy, that could be explosive inside the numbers, and particularly in between the numbers and the hashes.
Let's wrap up this hour from Mandalay Bay by talking about that running back position. Seems like a big year for E.J. Barthel coming up. Jay Foreman, Austin Orman with you. This segment's been brought to you by League One Volleyball Omaha. Renew your season tickets for last year's league runner-up at lovboma.com. You can watch Olympians like Jordan Larson, various national champions, and some former Huskers suit up for Love Volleyball Omaha coming up in 2026. Jay Foreman, Austin Orman, Nick Sainert, DP hanging out as well. We'll talk running backs for Nebraska football next.
This is Big Ten Media Days live from Las Vegas, presented by Advanced Medical Imaging, Stevenson Smith Construction, Currency, Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and League One Volleyball on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com. Play ball!
Pitch the perfect idea for a family outing or date night with tickets to the next Salt Dogs game. Nothing says summer fun like an action-packed evening at Haymarket Park. Come root for the home team with a hot dog and a cold drink. Plus, visit saltdogs.com to learn about special events and promotions, including group discounts. Don't miss out on the thrill and excitement of a Salt Dogs win. Visit saltdogs.com to reserve your tickets today.
The 2026 Love Omaha volleyball season is coming, and memberships are on sale now. Catch your favorite stars, Lexi Rodriguez, Jordan Larson, and more with a guaranteed 8 home matches right here in Nebraska. Season memberships start at just $112. That's unbeatable value for world-class volleyball. Don't miss a moment of the action. Go to lovb.com/season and grab yours today. That's lovb.com/season.
Are you looking for an exciting new way to put your skills to work? Explore new career options in the fintech industry at Currency, a Sandhills global company. We offer full-time positions in financial sales, compliance, operations, and other fields. We also offer a 4.5-day work week, an attractive benefits package, and opportunities for advancement. Put your motivation to work and grow with us at Currency. Visit gocurrency.com/careers to learn more.
Since 1983, Fast Mike's Roll-Offs has been a trusted and reliable company in Lincoln and the surrounding areas. Fast Mike's handles all sides of construction projects, home renovations, or big cleanouts. With the perfect size dumpster to fit your needs, Fast Mike's Roll-Offs will haul it all. With same-day delivery in Lincoln, affordable rates, and top-notch service, Fast Mike's Roll-Offs make cleanup quick and easy. Call now at 402-450-6828 or visit us online at fastmikesrolloff.com. Book your dumpster today. Fast Mike's Roll-Offs, cleanup made simple.
At Parkview Animal Hospital in Lincoln, it's not just their professional care that sets them apart, but their warm staff and state-of-the-art facilities. Whether it's for a routine checkup or a comprehensive medical procedure, at Parkview, your pet isn't just another number, but a valued member of their caring family. Visit them at pahlincoln.com today and in person just south of 14th and Pine Lake Road. Parkview Animal Hospital, your pet, their passion for happier, healthier, furry friends.
Western Sand and Gravel is hiring for a variety of positions at their sand and gravel plants near Ashland. Apply today and receive a $2,500 hiring bonus. Available positions include plant operators, dredge operators, and shop service technicians. They offer great pay, health benefits, 401k, a wellness program, paid holidays, and paid time off. No matter your experience level, on-the-job training is available to help you build a rewarding career with Western Sand and Gravel. Start your career today. Visit westernsand.com.
Wall to Wall Wine and Spirits is your place in North Lincoln to go for all your needs in wine, spirits, and beer. They also have a large variety of cigars in their walk-in humidor, and they have a top-notch walk-in temperature-controlled high-end wine room. Plus, you can enjoy free samples from their tasting bar. There's only one place to go for all your needs for spirits and cigars. That's Wall to Wall Wine and Spirits on North 27th Street in Lincoln.
Select Plumbing and Utility has been serving Lincoln and the surrounding area for 14 years, and they're not slowing down. Select Plumbing and Utility handles all your plumbing needs from faucets and water heaters to full renovations, and they can even help with your heating and cooling needs. They're also Lincoln's underground experts, repairing and replacing broken underground water and sewer lines since day one. Contact Select Plumbing and Utility today at 402-560-6197, assuring excellence in every situation, opportunity, and challenge. That's 402-560-6197.
Empire Netting and Fence delivers top quality netting and fence solutions.
From major sports venues to backyard installs and everything in between, coast to coast. We take on tough jobs with grit, integrity, and a strong commitment to safety. Empire is growing, and we're hiring motivated people ready to grow with us. We build each other up, and we're building something big. Think you've got what it takes? Apply now at empire-fence.com. That's empire-fence.com.
Are you looking to upgrade or improve the garage door on your home? This is Cameron Hall of Doors Plus. At Doors Plus, we guarantee to offer a wide selection of options from 5 leading garage door manufacturers as we deliver a free estimate, exact measurements, and rapid installation with a 3 to 5 week time frame. When you choose Doors Plus for your residential garage door needs, you'll work with our experienced technicians and be ensured that your new door seamlessly complements your home. Give us a call at 402-590-5800 or visit us online at DoorsPlusLLC.com. Doors Plus, garage doors and more.
Welcome back to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Las Vegas. Presented by Advanced Medical Imaging, Stevens & Smith Construction, Currency, Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and League One Volleyball on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Here at the end of another hour of coverage from Big Ten Media Days, Austin Norman, Jay Foreman with you here on air. Thanks to Stevens & Smith Construction for helping make this trip possible. They are your concrete specialists in Lincoln since 1971, also in Omaha and Kansas City. You can learn more at stevensandsmith.com. Jay, let's talk some running backs here for Nebraska. It's a position that we've discussed off and on here throughout the course of the offseason, led, of course, by position coach E.J. Barthol. Nebraska hasn't found the dude in the backfield. And we went through this in the NFL a little bit where, do you really need a top-line running back? These guys are replaceable. You just need one that's good enough. But at a place like Nebraska that has such a history of running backs that nearly included Jay Foreman, but not quite, almost got there.
Yeah,
it seems important to have the guy. Can Emmett Johnson be that? We'll see. Then you have a whole list of unproven names there behind him. I think it's going to be really important for Dana Holgorsen, and maybe E.J. Barthol plays a role in that as well, to figure out who the dude is. Yeah. Capital D, the dude, to get the Nebraska running game back on track.
Yeah, it's RB1 time, for Emmett Johnson, and he's getting his opportunity. I think, he's been a little bit frustrated, not really, getting the opportunities that he, probably thinks he deserves or maybe earned, but he's going to get it this year. And then what's going to really make this running back room go is whether it's Mose, going over to running back and showing some life, or Quentin Ives really playing up to his potential. I mean, because he looks like a guy that physically can do it. Or is it Mackay, who kind of came out of nowhere and is actually one of E.J. Barthel's, I think, first recruits, and he looks like he's eventually going to be a player. Or is it just somebody else that, earns that number 2 spot, or is it by committee? I think you're 100% right. There was a time in the NFL, and we've seen Saquon and Derrick Henry break those trends the last couple of years, is that by committee, you don't really need a running back one. But what we've seen, obviously, last year with Ohio State with 2 running backs, but they had 2 number 1 running backs. And what does Penn State have? 2 number 1 running backs. What did Michigan have last year in the years past? A number 1 running back, and they had 2 running backs last year. So I think when you look overall, and you can look at historically, through Alabama and other teams that are really, really good, Georgia as well, you have a bell cow, and then guys that are always, biting at their heels to get some reps. And so this year's huge, not only for EJ, Coach EJ, but it's also even bigger for Emmett, and it's because they're both in it together. What that looks like, I think, is based on the efficiency in production in the offense. And so I think, that's where Coach Dana Holgorsen comes in and say, okay, this is what I envision my number 1 running back to be, and this is what I need from him. And once that's done, that role definition and that efficiency and effectiveness goes up.
Do you like the mix of body types that Nebraska has in terms of the options there in the backfield?
Yeah, I like it. I mean, I think the whole roster has been built that way. I think different guys can play different roles based on their body types, but I think also they've recruited and hopefully developed those guys in a different body types that are able to execute the same thing. So that therefore defensive coordinators in this case aren't able to game plan specifically for who comes in. And so you can't pass up a guy like Quentin Ives, even though you have Emmett Johnson as a holdover on the roster, and he's obviously earned the respect of his teammates to be the starting, and the coaches as well, to be the starting running back coming in. And so I think different body types will pay off, but then also gives you a lot of options.
That it does. Speaking of a lot of options, we have plenty of places we can go moving forward here. Got about 4 hours left for day one from Big Ten Media Days. I think what we're going to do is we'll take a break here. When we get back, we'll play everything that Tony Petitti had to say during his time at the podium. That's about half an hour long, including his opening statement and some questions. So when we get back, you'll hear from Big Ten Commissioner Tony Petitti. Certainly looking forward to hearing from Nebraska head coach Matt Rule. He's second to last on the docket. He will go just before Ryan Day. For Jay, I'm Austin. Nick and DP will hop on air again here as we continue the day, but we'll hear from Big Ten Commissioner Tony Petitti next year on 93.7 The Ticket.
This is Big Ten Media Days live from Las Vegas, presented by Advanced Medical Imaging, Stevens & Smith Construction, Currency, Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and League One Volleyball on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Saturday. Eagle Raceway is open for a full season of dirt track racing action every Saturday night. Don't miss the epic battles on the high banks of Eagle Raceway each Saturday between the Nebraska Septic Sprint Cars, Nebraska Lottery Modifieds, Avid Realty Sport Mods, Valentino's Hobby Stocks, and A1 Iron Stock Cars. Let's go racing. Eagle Raceway, just 10 miles east of Lincoln on O Street. Check out the full schedule at eagleraceway.com.
This is former Husker and NFL linebacker Jay Foreman. For years, I've suffered from degenerative problems in both of my ankles, but thanks to a thorough and thought-out plan provided by Advanced Medical Imaging, I was able to get my life back with the least amount of pain as possible. While working through multiple options, the team of physicians at Advanced Medical Imaging were there to answer any questions I had. If you're experiencing any pain at all and want to get your life back, go to amimaging.com or give them a call at 402-484-6677. Advanced Medical Imaging, located at 7601 Pioneers Boulevard.
Schweizo Construction is now hiring for skilled craftsmen, steel erectors, concrete workers, and general laborers. Schweizo Construction offers great benefits like premium wages, health and dental insurance, paid holidays and vacation, 401k with company match, life insurance, and disability insurance. They pride themselves on a legacy of 40 years built on integrity and trust. Joining their team means becoming part of a family that values hard work, dedication, and mutual respect. Apply today at schweizo.com. That's schwissow.com.
Hey there, this is Paul Scheel, owner of High Electric. I want to thank our friends and loyal customers and introduce High Electric to those looking for a new electrician. We've been serving the Lincoln and Omaha area for over 30 years, from design to install, upgrades, and repair. If you are a homeowner or a small business needing some electrical work, call us at 402-466-6606 or check us out at hyelectric.com. We look forward to hearing from you.
Have you been injured in an accident and don't know where to turn? You need an attorney you can trust to handle your case with professionalism and compassion. The attorneys at Liberty Law Group understand that a call to an attorney is a call for help. If you've been injured, we want to help you. Liberty Law's experienced attorneys are committed to the pursuit of justice for those injured. Call Liberty Law and find out how we can help you get the compensation you deserve. Call 877-42-LIBERTY. Call the trial attorneys you can trust. 877-42-LIBERTY.
Are you ready for a new opportunity? Check out Sandhills Global. Join a dynamic team where your skills are valued and your career can soar. We offer full-time positions with a 4.5-day work week, competitive pay, excellent benefits, and a positive work environment. From IT and marketing to sales and finance, we're looking for talented individuals like you. Apply today at sandhills.jobs and take the first step towards an exciting future. That's sandhills.jobs. Don't wait, apply now.
Big box stores are tempting for buying equipment for your high schooler in sports or for yourself in your sports leisures. But buying new is awfully expensive. Why not go somewhere with new and used options? Play It Again Sports has quality, slightly to gently used equipment, and 50% of their inventory is actually new equipment. And it's more than baseball, softball, and golf. They also have equipment for disc golf, fitness, hockey, and more. Plus, they're always buying products. Bring your gear you're done with and get trade money on the spot. Play It Again Sports at 48th and Vine.
With UBT, you've got total control over your money. Like Doug, who runs his game day tailgate like a well-oiled machine.
I got burgers, brats, chicken, dogs, plus all the fixins. And with the UBT Go app, I can track my food spending from anywhere.
Pro move.
They don't call me Grill Sergeant for nothing.
No matter your goals, UBT helps you feel good about reaching them. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
This is Bill Mitchner, Executive Director of Lincoln Lighthouse. You know, provides multiple programs for students such as one-on-one tutoring and mentoring, as well as pro-social skill exercises, while providing them a nourishing meal and a safe space during all months of the year, even during school breaks. Learn more or contribute to Lighthouse at lincolnlighthouse.org today.
At Parkview Animal Hospital in Lincoln, it's not just their professional care that sets them apart, but their warm staff and state-of-the-art facilities. Whether it's for a routine checkup or a comprehensive medical procedure, at Parkview, your pet isn't just another number, but a valued member of their caring family. Visit them at pahlincoln.com today and in person just south of 14th and Pine Lake Road. Parkview Animal Hospital, your pet, their passion for happier, healthier, furry friends.
Wall to Wall Wine and Spirits is your place in North Lincoln to go for all your needs in wine, spirits, and beer. They also have a large variety of cigars in their walk-in humidor, and they have a top-notch walk-in, temperature-controlled high-end wine room. Plus, you can enjoy free samples from their tasting bar. There's only one place to go for all your needs for spirits and cigars. That's Wall to Wall Wine and Spirits on North 27th Street in Lincoln.
Are you looking to upgrade or improve the garage door on your home? This is Cameron Hall of Doors Plus. At Doors Plus, we guarantee to offer a wide selection of options from 5 leading garage door manufacturers as we deliver a free estimate, exact measurements, and rapid installation with a 3 to 5 week time frame. When you choose Doors Plus for your residential garage door needs, you'll work with our experienced technicians and be ensured that your new door seamlessly complements your home. Give us a call at 402-590-5800 or visit us online at doorsplusllc.com. Doors Plus, garage doors, and more.
This is Lincoln's home for sports talk on the FM dial. Also online at theticketfm.com.
On the internet.
KNTK FM Firth, 93.7 The Ticket. Live from Mandalay Bay Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada, 93.7 The Ticket brings you coverage of the 2025 Big Ten Media Days.
7 yards deep. Lets it go to the sideline. Big six. Tommy Hill. The short run to the house.
Derek Pearson, Jay Foreman, Nick Sainer, and Austin Orman bring you exclusive interviews and in-depth conversations while getting you ready for the upcoming Big Ten football season.
This is a flip to Ja'Cory Barney. He waits for his block, and he steps in for the touchdown. This one in the seam, intercepted. Hartzog with a lane at the 20. Hartzog knocked out of bounds. Deep in Ohio State territory. Mayava, that's intercepted. It is Sierra Wright. Down the sideline into his former house. Unbelievable.
Coverage from Big Ten Media Days is powered by Advanced Medical Imaging, Stevenson Smith Construction, Currency, Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and League One Volleyball. This is Big Ten Media Days live from Las Vegas on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Here we go. It's the noon hour in Vegas, 2 o'clock back home in Nebraska. Austin, Jay, Nick with you, joined by another Husker delegate here at Big Ten Media Days. Upperclassman defensive back Deshaun Singleton joins us. Deshaun, welcome to the show. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How y'all doing?
Great. How's Vegas treating you?
It's treating me well. You know what I'm saying?
Deshaun, man, it's your senior year, man. But, before we get into it, man, I got to give it to you. You brothers clean as a whistle.
Man, appreciate it, bro. Shout out Gary Michael, man.
Yeah,
Shout out
man,
Gary.
he got you guys right, man. So now the standard is set, man. From here on out, when you get older like me, gray hairs, you gotta always, dress up like that, man. But I asked Marquise, and I'm gonna ask you, what your journey has been great, man, and earn a lot of respect from obviously your teammates and obviously alumnus. Talk about it being your senior year, what it means to you, but how you got in here and how you're going to use this year to leave a legacy.
It's been nothing but a blessing having that extra year to come back and play for the team that I love and that I fight for each and every day. Knowing that where I come from back home in Louisiana is everything I do is really I'm doing it for the first time. So I ain't had nobody to lead me and set the example for me, because like I said, I'm the oldest brother. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And, it's just I trial and error all the time, and knowing that, so when I carry that with me, and when I go through anything, I always look back and say, "You've been through a whole lot worse." And
Right.
I come through fighting every day, dedicated, motivated. You know what I'm saying? I get myself up out the morning by the grace of God, but just getting up every day and working and having an opportunity to go play football, it ain't nothing but a blessing.
Right, and you know, to expand on that is that there's a lot of young players coming in. Now, everybody's been a young player, at one point in time where you kind of don't look forward to the challenges ahead. Now you've met him. Now you know what to expect. How are you going to use that to lead these young guys in so you guys can have a great season?
The young guys, they look up to me a lot because they see me as a bigger brother than them. I've been through the trial and error of college football, and knowing that I can relate to a lot of guys, they listen, and when they listen, they learn from you, and they try to. You take them under your wing, and you teach them a lot. You teach them football, you teach them life, and that ain't nothing for an opportunity, a blessing. And it's a blessing that I could bless others. You know what I'm saying? And I take pride in that.
Deshaun, obviously you're a guy that started his career at JUCO, right?
Correct.
And so then obviously made the transition to Nebraska. What kind of advice are you able to give guys, whether they transfer in from another Power 5 school or somebody like yourself that's from a junior college? What kind of advice are you able to give them now that you're a couple years removed from, and now you've been here for a couple of seasons?
It was one thing I learned in JUCO my first year there. A buddy of mine, he told me to kiss the wave, and that just basically means through any trial, through any tribulation, just you got to be happy in the storm. You got to be happy to persevere through what you have, and be persistent, man. You got to wake up every day and knowing you are the man you say you are, and that'll do nothing but motivate you every day to get up every day to do the same thing over and over again. And that's all you got to do. So just be persistent, be patient, kiss the wave, man.
Who are some of those young guys in that defensive back room that have impressed you here over the winter and spring ball into summer?
Kamir Prescott, I say he made a big jump. Caleb Bentley made a jump. Jeremiah Charles made a jump.
Dude can jump.
Yeah,
Put that on
can.
display at the
Yeah,
dunk contest a couple times now.
I mean, he got it all on display online. So, but yeah, Jeremiah Charles, man, it's a lot of couple young guys that I really, really like, and I really, really see a great future for them. So.
Deshaun, I wanted to ask you about what it's like. I was fortunate enough to, play, start 4 years and play with the guys for 4 years. Talk about the experience of being able to look over and you see Malcolm, and then obviously you got Marquise, and how big a role all three of you guys are going to play throughout the how this season goes. But the peace that it gives you because you can depend on each other.
I mean, we've been playing with each other for a long time,
Right.
so we have a lot of chemistry with each other, and those are really my brothers for real. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people say it, but I really mean that. Like, those are my brothers. Like, I make fun of Malk all the time. I hate everything he do. But that's really my brother. And like, iron sharpens iron. They gonna get on my butt when I'm doing something lazy. I'm gonna get on their butt when they do something lazy. So it's really the chemistry and the chemistry that we've been playing together so long. We want nothing but the best for each other.
Right.
We all want to be great. And that's what I'm saying. Iron sharpens iron.
All right. And with this offseason, obviously you guys being the senior elder statesman, and you have a young defense with obviously Ty and those guys going back. You got guys that played a little bit. Talk about how big your summer has been as a defense and what to expect, or what do you guys expect coming through, 2 days into the season?
It's been real big, but I tell those guys all the time, bro, just take it one day at a time, man. Come in and work every day, work your tail off every day, because you gonna reap the benefits of whatever's gonna come. And just know when you get on that field, just know you put the work in,
right?
And you gotta be fearless. You know what I'm saying? You gotta be fearless on the field, especially being a black shirt.
Right.
So just know that you put the work in, and just roll over everything in come in front of you.
Right. I asked Marquise this too, and I know what it's like when you get, I call it tangible victories, when it means you get something at the end. Like obviously you guys made a bowl game. Talk about how big that was for not only yourself,
but then obviously the program not only to make a bowl game but to win it.
Winning the bowl game, I felt like it put life in the city, man.
Right.
Because it's been a long time since we ain't win a bowl game. I feel like that put life in the city. That gave us momentum into the season, into the off season. You know what I'm saying? Knowing what we can accomplish because we've done something and no one has it done in a long time. And knowing that we set goals for ourselves and knowing that those can be accomplished and it's attainable. So that's what really that bowl game win really helped us with.
So obviously, I mean, you just said goals, expectations. I don't care. I don't like about the word expectation. I like goals more also. Are you more of a not short-sighted necessarily, but like, all right, let's in the first 4 weeks of the season, let's try to attack this goal and then kind of segment it off? Or are you big picture, this is what we want to accomplish at the end of the season? What are some conversations you guys have had?
I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and not think that I don't think about winning the championship.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Of course.
You do all that hard work, you better.
That's
right?
what I'm saying. So I do all this work, but everybody you want to win a championship.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I want to win a championship, but I know this how you get it. You got to go each and every day, take one day at a time, put that work in. Start molding yourself into the man. You feel me? You gotta put that work in. You gotta put that fire in the furnace. You know what I'm saying? You gotta do that and just take one day at a time. Because in the Big Ten conference, bro, you could lose any game.
Is that less? Or maybe I should say it this way: is that more hearing that from the coaches maybe when they first got here, and then it transitioning to you guys? So now that you're the elder statesman, like is that now you guys like kind of getting on other dudes?
Oh yeah. It's a player led team now, man. We done shifted more to a player led team, so it's like. The guys, they're really getting it from us.
Yeah.
Now, you know what I'm saying? Coach Rule still got his hand in the pot, you know what I'm saying? He's still mixing. But he really took it upon the older guys to lead the younger guys now. Because we know what he wants. We've been in this program for a minute now, and we want the same thing he wants. You know what I'm saying?
So then let me ask you this. What's it gonna take? Like as somebody that's in that room, obviously you guys have made strides, and like Jay just talked about the tangible things that we like fans can look at, right? But you see it from a whole nother perspective. What are some of those things?
Man, sacrifice. That's what it's gonna take. You gotta take sacrifice. Whether that's doing extra film work, whether that's getting the extra meal in to reach your body weight goal, it takes sacrifice, man. You know what I'm saying? If you want what you want to go get, you gotta sacrifice something. You know what I'm saying? And that could be your body, that could be your mind. You know what I'm saying? It's just like you just got to learn new things every day and just sacrifice, man.
And that's probably something you learn through experience, right? You can tell the young guys that, but they probably have to see you do and experience what sacrifice looks like for themselves, right?
Correct. Because
Last one before we get you out here, because I know you got a busy schedule here. But walk us through what's been like today. Like, what are some things that you guys have had to do as we get you out of here? What's on the docket? Like, what's today been like? It's Vegas.
Man, I ain't gonna lie, bro. It's been fast, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't know how long this day was gonna go till I got here, ate my breakfast. You know what I'm saying? Went to my first interview, and this has been nonstop. Now I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't even know what I'm in. I'm just rolling right now. I'm rolling.
That's the way it goes. That's the season right there in a nutshell, man. Well, we appreciate you coming on, Deshaun. I know you're going to do great things. I know it's more intimate, but I'm proud of you, man. It's a big year, and I know, now it's like you got to hold yourself back because of 2 days, or training camp. Once you get through training camp, then it's lights, camera, action. That's when you're going to do your thing. So we wish you all the luck.
Man, appreciate you, man.
There it is. Got to go to break. We can go ahead and pull the plug here. We'll take an early break here in the Noon Clock Hour. Let's have a little Tony Petitti action when we come back. Tony Petitti's comments from the podium here at Big Ten Media Day said a lot of really fascinating things. You'll hear the whole conversation coming up next here on 93.7.
This is Big Ten Media Days live from Las Vegas, presented by Advanced Medical Imaging, Stevenson Smith Construction, Currency, Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and League One Volleyball on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Have you been injured in an accident and don't know where to turn? You need an attorney you can trust to handle your case with professionalism and compassion. The attorneys at Liberty Law Group understand that a call to an attorney is a call for help. If you've been injured, we want to help you. Liberty Law's experienced attorneys are committed to the pursuit of justice for those injured. Call Liberty Law and find out how we can help you get the compensation you deserve. Call 877-42-LIBERTY. Call the trial attorneys you can trust. 877-42-LIBERTY.
The 2026 Love Omaha volleyball season is coming, and memberships are on sale now. Catch your favorite stars, Lexi Rodriguez, Jordan Larson, and more with a guaranteed 8 home matches right here in Nebraska. Season memberships start at just $112. That's unbeatable value for world-class volleyball. Don't miss a moment of the action. Go to lovb.com/season and grab yours today. That's lovb.com/season.
When only the best will do. Sartor Heyman Jewelers.
Rick Heyman here from Sartor Heyman Jewelers. I want to personally thank our great customers for voting us once again the best of Lincoln. At the same time, we're celebrating our 120th year in business in the great state of Nebraska. Visit us at South Point, Grand Island, and the outlet in downtown Lincoln. Visit us today at sartorheyman.com.
Sartor Heyman Jewelers.
Hey there, this is Paul Scheel, owner of High Electric. I want to thank our friends and loyal customers and introduce High Electric to those looking for a new electrician. We've been serving the Lincoln and Omaha area for over 30 years, from design to install, upgrades, and repair. If you are a homeowner or a small business needing some electrical work, call us at 402-466-6606 or check us out at hyelectric.com. We look forward to hearing from you.
Are you looking to upgrade or improve the garage door on your home? This is Cameron Hall of Doors Plus. At Doors Plus, we guarantee to offer a wide selection of options from 5 leading garage door manufacturers as we deliver a free estimate, exact measurements, and rapid installation with a 3 to 5 week time frame. When you choose Doors Plus for your residential garage door needs, you'll work with our experienced technicians and be ensured that your new door seamlessly complements your home. Give us a call at 402-590-5800 or visit us online at doorsplusllc.com. Doors Plus, garage doors, and more.
This is Bill Mitchner, Executive Director of Lincoln Lighthouse. Did you know Lighthouse provides multiple programs for students such as one-on-one tutoring and mentoring, as well as pro-social skill exercises, while providing them a nourishing meal and a safe space during all months of the year, even during school breaks? Learn more or contribute to Lighthouse at lincolnlighthouse.org today.
With UBT, you've got total control over your money. Like Doug, who runs his game day tailgate like a well-oiled machine.
I got burgers, brats, chicken, dogs, plus all the fixins. And with the UBT Go app, I can track my food spending from anywhere.
Pro move.
They don't call me Grill Sergeant for nothing.
No matter your goals, UBT helps you feel good about reaching them. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Wall to Wall Wine and Spirits is your place in North Lincoln to go for all your needs in wine, spirits, and beer. They also have a large variety of cigars in their walk-in humidor, and they have a top-notch walk-in temperature-controlled high-end wine room. Plus, you can enjoy free samples from their tasting bar. There's only one place to go for all your needs for spirits and cigars. That's Wall to Wall Wine and Spirits on North 27th Street in Lincoln.
Rashawn Jackson here for Bauer Underground, who has been serving local contractors and utility contractors all across the state since 1997. When you see the black and white trucks, you know the baddest dudes in the business have arrived. Bauer is currently looking for equipment operators, laborers, diesel mechanics, and aerial linemen. Join the brotherhood built on hard work, authentic people, and pedigree of success. Bauer, a family-friendly company who reminds you, go Big Red!
At Parkview Animal Hospital in Lincoln, it's not just their professional care that sets them apart, but their warm staff and state-of-the-art facilities. Whether it's for a routine checkup or a comprehensive medical procedure, at Parkview, your pet isn't just another number, but a valued member of their caring family. Visit them at pahlincoln.com today and in person just south of 14th and Pine Lake Road. Parkview Animal Hospital, your pet, their passion for happier, healthier, furry friends.
Are you ready for a new opportunity? Check out Sandhills Global. Join a dynamic team where your skills are valued and your career can soar. We offer full-time positions with a 4.5-day work week, competitive pay, excellent benefits, and a positive work environment. From IT and marketing to sales and finance, we're looking for talented individuals like you. Apply today at sandhills.jobs and take the first step towards an exciting future. That's sandhills.jobs. Don't wait, apply now.
On the Block with Eric Strickland, Jay Foreman, and Austin Orman.
Hey, I don't want to hate on Joe Burrow. He's clearly in this tier. I think he's the bottom of this tier. I would go Allen Jackson and then Burrow.
You should be a politician. Just convince
You know what I'm saying? You see what he doing?
Yeah, he didn't have
He
me
doing
change.
all the time. It's tricky, man.
Keep going, Jay.
No,
You're speaking my language. You're speaking my language. Come on,
Jay,
come on.
you didn't let him get you, Jay. I can't believe you let him get you again. God,
Every weekday from 3 to 5 on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com. Welcome back to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Las Vegas. Presented by Advanced Medical Imaging, Stevens & Smith Construction, Currency, Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and League One Volleyball on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Yes, the guys are indeed out live at Mandalay Bay as they get prepared for the next part of their day. But we were able to record earlier Big Ten Commissioner Tony Petitti at the podium. So we're going to go ahead and play that now as we await Matt Rule and some others getting to the podium here a little bit later. But we will play Tony Petitti. This is live from the podium earlier today.
Look forward to hearing from him. Obviously, with all the change that has happened and is going to happen, I'm excited to hear his opinion and thoughts about the potential.
Thank you, Sat. Good morning and welcome to the 2025 Discover Big Ten Football Media Days. Next week, our teams open training camp. In just 37 days from today, Rutgers, Minnesota, Nebraska, and Wisconsin will kick off their seasons and the first full weekend of a 2026 college football season. Among the 18 head coaches you'll hear from over the next 3 days, I want to especially welcome new Purdue coach Barry Odom to the conference. Thank you to our host, the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority. This is the Big Ten Conference's debut in the city that will host our 2027 women's and 2028 men's basketball tournaments. This year, we're excited to announce new and expanded partnerships and platforms to strengthen our conference and deepen the impact of our corporate partners. These relationships reflect our shared commitment to innovation, fan engagement, and delivering value to our student athletes and schools. This fall will be the second year of the We Give Blood Drive in partnership with Abbott, attacking the worst blood shortage in a generation. Last year, more than 20,000 Big Ten fans donated blood and saved more than 60,000 lives. And the University of Nebraska won a $1 million prize to support student health initiatives. This year, we'll be kicking off the competition on August 27, with the winner announced December 6th at the 2025 Discover Big Ten Football Championship game in Indianapolis, airing on Fox. Last month, we announced a new collaboration with PayPal and Venmo that allowed our schools to securely and efficiently distribute payments to student athletes on July 1st. This year, Venmo will present a new Big Ten rivalry series that will highlight some of the most storied matchups in college sports across football and men's and women's basketball. The 2024-25 season was a remarkable one for the Big Ten, for our student athletes, our coaches, administrators, and fans. During their historic first Big Ten season, USC, UCLA, Washington, and Oregon combined for 19 conference titles, including Oregon's 2024 national championships in football, field hockey, women's volleyball, men's water polo, men's gymnastics, women's ice hockey, men's and women's indoor track and field, men's and women's wrestling, women's golf, men's outdoor track and field, and rowing. Additionally, we had 9 national runners-up, including in men's and women's lacrosse and women's gymnastics, and national semifinalists in men's soccer, women's basketball, and men's ice hockey. We also reached the Baseball and Softball World Series in the same season for the first time since 2019. It was an equally impactful year off the field for our members with the approval of the House settlement and the implementation of a new model for collegiate athletics. We continue to work with our colleagues in the A4 and throughout college athletics to ensure that the new model provides the intended benefits for student athletes while providing a sustainable, transparent, and fair system of competition. Our administrators and coaches have made it very clear we are committed to the new model. Now let's focus on football. The Big Ten played in 8 of the 11 college football playoff games last season, and we had both teams in the Rose Bowl quarterfinal game. On the way to their ninth national championship, Ohio State defeated the 9th, 7th, 5th, and top-seeded teams in the 12-team bracket, giving the Big Ten back-to-back titles. Last year, the 4 most viewed college football games of the season featured Big Ten teams, as did 7 of the top 10 and 12 of the top 20. Each of our 3 broadcast television partners, CBS, Fox, and NBC, had at least one Big Ten matchup with more than 9.5 million viewers. 21 of our games had more than 5 million viewers, and 40 had at least 3 million viewers. As for the 25 season, this week you will hear from our coaches and an outstanding group of players. It's clear Big Ten football has never been deeper or stronger. I know there's been a great deal of talk about the future CFP format, and I'm sure you'll have questions for me. First, I'd like to talk about the process. In the spring of 2024, the member conferences came together to negotiate a media deal with ESPN. Prior to concluding that deal, an agreement was reached that set forth revenue sharing from the college football playoff to the conferences and Notre Dame. At the time, there was a lot of discussion about future formats and the number of teams in the playoff. A specific decision on format was not reached. Instead, it was agreed that the Big Ten and SEC would control changes to the CFP format and the selection committee process after considering feedback from the membership. Like the revenue share parameters, the Big Ten and SEC's format control is set forth clearly in the agreement that all members signed. With respect to format, the Big Ten has been consistent in its strong preference for a playoff system that allocates spots based on conference standings and the results of play-in games. We want to better connect the regular season and the postseason. A critical goal of any postseason format, regardless of sport, is to keep as many teams alive as deep into the season as possible. We want more conference games to matter in November. Also, the playoff format should not function as a disincentive to schedule tough non-conference games. As we said throughout this process, we are open to considering any format ideas that come from our colleagues or the CFP staff. But to be clear, formats that increase the discretion and role of the CFP selection committee will have a difficult time gaining support from the Big Ten. I want to leave more time for questions, so thank you all for being here, especially our 18 head coaches and 54 student athletes representing their schools. And as I said, I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
At this time, we'll open the floor for questions for Commissioner Petiti. On your right, Tony.
There you go. Thank you.
Hi, Commissioner. I'm so far back you can't even
Yeah,
see
I can
me.
barely see it past the pole there.
I'll let somebody else ask a playoff question, but I was just wondering your take on last week's issues between the CSC, the guidance they gave about collectives. When's that going to get resolved, and how urgent is it that that issue gets resolved?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. I think it's worth sort of talking about the relationship and the ongoing relationship that plaintiffs' attorneys have in this process. You know, the CSC is brand new. It's in the process of making rules. We've had an incredible group working on an implementation committee to provide guidance and help with rulemaking. Some of that has to be in a process that goes past the plaintiffs' lawyers. That's what happened in this case. I don't think it's unpredictable, but there'll be some moments like this where, whether it's guidance or interpretation of rules, there's some discrepancy. But I think, what's happened over the last few days, based on our talking to our general counsel and others, that, they're working together to try to get to the right resolution on this and then to move forward. I don't think it'll be the last time that there's some issue that comes up in the process. Again, I think people have to be patient when it comes to the CSC. The settlement, frankly, came later than we expected in terms of its approval. We're grateful that Judge Wilkin chose to approve it, but it did, compress the time period. So there's a lot to catch up on, and there's a lot for, coaches and administrators to deal with. But, I don't think it's unusual when you have something this different that, there's going to be some bumps in the road to get to the right place. But I think everybody's committed to get there.
On your left, Tony.
Doug Maurice from Kings of the North. Is it a must in your mind that the power conferences play the same number of conference games? And if the SEC won't go to 9, would the Big Ten ever consider going back to 8?
Yeah, so first, it's not a must. Like, each league will decide what they think the best conference schedule is for them. I think in a system where you have allocated spots, I think in talking to our athletics directors and coaches, I don't think we really care how many conference games any league is playing, because you're qualified off your conference standings. That's sort of up to you to run your own league and decide how you want to do it. But when you get to a system that's increasing the at-larges and increasing the work of a selection committee, that's when you need to understand like how we're competing in the regular season. Like, look, at the end of the day, it's really simple math. With 18 schools and 9 we're losing 9 more games to start. And so at the end of the day, I think it's really relevant. So will we consider, more at-larges? Like right now, I think the first thing is to really understand what everybody's doing in their conference schedule. But there's a second really critical part, which I mentioned in my remarks, which is what are we doing to get the selection process right? So I think those two things go hand in hand. First is how many conference games are we playing? And then secondly, what's the selection process going to be? People have talked about improving the committee's work. I believe the committee does a great job with what they have, and I've yet to hear any member tell me that more data will make the job easier. They have a lot of things in front of them. We went through a mock selection, we saw it. And so I just think those two things have to go hand in hand. First is the conference games, but again, if you go back to an allocated system, then I don't think we really care about how many conference games anybody plays.
First row here, Tony, on your right side.
There we go.
Good morning, Commissioner. AP Stidham, AP as we see it. Commissioner, have you given any guidance to your membership about the allocation of the revenue share with regards to Title IX? Most people, when you read the stories, they discuss more to the football and the men's basketball, but have you had those discussions with your membership and any guidance along those lines?
Yeah, there's been a lot of discussion. As you can imagine, the system was new. We've been working to sort of implement it for for basically more than a year at this point, since we made the agreement in principle to approve the settlement back, I guess it was last May of 24. I think consistently throughout everywhere, people are taking a market-based approach to how they allocate rev share. One thing about the way this system is built, there's no obligation to get to any number. What sports you choose to support, how you allocate the money among your student athletes, that's really a decision that's made institutionally. So in the Big Ten, what we focused on is letting our members make the decisions they think are right for their programs and right for their student athletes, and then continue to provide the benefits that we've been doing and the support for all of the teams. So really, it's an individual school decision about that. But I would tell you consistently, you're seeing more of a revenue market-based.
On your far right.
Stuart Mandel from The Athletic. Tony, when talking about CFP format, obviously you have a lot of constituents, coaches, ADs, and so on. The public, the fans, have indicated overwhelmingly they do not want a system where certain conferences get more bids than others. At what point, how much emphasis, if at all, do what the public want come into decisions like this?
Well, first, I'll take issue with the way you're phrasing that. I don't really know. I'm not aware of massive studies with real research that have demonstrated that. Like,
it's not a scientific poll, but a poll I put on Twitter this morning, it was 76% for 5+11, 24% for the plan you guys want.
Look, I think, we feel pretty strongly that fans will really gravitate to a play-in weekend. That, providing games that are do or die on the field will drive fan interest. Whether there's enough information that fans have in any one poll about what a new system will be, I'm not aware of how it was phrased or not. I just believe, and I'm talking to our league, the weekend that we're talking about, where you'd have championship games and across all conferences, meaningful play-in games. I don't see how that's a bad thing for college football.
Okay. Good morning, Commissioner. Bob Kyrie with Reddit's College Football. You've talked about your concerns over subjectivity in an expanded playoff format like a 5+11. Do you feel there was issues with subjectivity in the committee this past season that leads you to that conclusion?
I think it's been a really hard thing to do for a long time. I mean, you going back to the BCS and deciding who the two teams are, and then going back through the 14 playoff. It hasn't been easy. And I think I'm not going to comment on the last couple of seasons, but I think there are a lot of places who think it's also, teams not getting consideration. I just think there's a lot of that. So the idea that I'm not going to point to any one, school, whether it's in our league or outside our league, you can go back and look at the reaction when the rankings come out and who's invited and see all that yourself. But at the end of the day, I think there's been a lot of concern about how those decisions are made. I focus on that piece. How are we differentiating from teams that don't have head-to-head play, teams that don't play common schedules across leagues that do different things? And I think that's a really hard, tall order. And the point I will make is that every time you think about expansion, I think there's some sort of counter idea that it gets easier to make these decisions. It actually gets harder. More teams look alike. More teams are going to have 9-3 records. More teams are going to struggle in a conference road game. More teams might stumble in a conference home game. And some teams play tougher non-conference schedules. At least, and there's also just the evolution of how you go through the season and how you move across. So I just think that those decisions are really difficult to make. And I know this has been the system that we've used for a really long time, but I have a hard time believing expanding it that will make these decisions easier.
We're going to take a quick break. You were listening to Tony Petey earlier live from Big Ten Media Days at the podium, but Coach Matt Rule is set to get to the podium here in just a few minutes. So we're going to take a quick break and we'll send it back out to Vegas to hear from Coach Matt Rule live next year on 93.7 The Ticket.
This is Big Ten Media Days live from Las Vegas, presented by Advanced Medical Imaging, Stevens & Smith Construction, Currency, Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and League One Volleyball on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Big box stores are tempting for buying equipment for your high schooler in sports or for yourself in your sports leisures. But buying new is awfully expensive. Why not go somewhere with new and used options? Play It Again Sports has quality, slightly to gently used equipment, and 50% of their inventory is actually new equipment. And it's more than baseball, softball, and golf. They also have equipment for disc golf, fitness, hockey, and more. Plus, they're always buying products. Bring your gear you're done with and get trade money on the spot. Play It Again Sports at 48th and Vine.
Welcome back to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Las Vegas. Presented by Advanced Medical Imaging, Stevens & Smith Construction, Currency, Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and League One Volleyball on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
This is Jake Buckman back again live from our studios. Matt Rule is at the podium, so we'll go ahead and head to Matt Rule at the podium in Vegas.
Embrace it as much as frustrated.
All right, there you have it. That was Coach Rule at the podium. We'll take a quick break, send it back out to the guys at Mandalay Bay here in just a moment.
Prashawn Jackson here for Bauer Underground, who has been serving local contractors and utility contractors all across the state since 1997. When you see the black and white trucks, you know the baddest dudes in the business have arrived. Bauer is currently looking for equipment operators, laborers, diesel mechanics, and aerial linemen. Join the brotherhood built on hard work, authentic people, and pedigree of success. Bauer, a family-friendly company who reminds you, go Big Red!
Welcome back to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Las Vegas. Presented by Advanced Medical Imaging, Stevens & Smith Construction, Currency, Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and League One Volleyball on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
We are back here live from Mandalay Bay, joined here on 93.7 Ticket by the man of the moment. Coach Matt Rule joins us fresh off the podium. Coach, appreciate you stopping by. How you doing?
I'm great. I'm done with the podium.
As much as coach is one of those things, you get up there, you're excited to get the season started. Then you're excited to get off of there because the season actually starts probably when you get off the podium, right?
That's right. I've been looking forward though to this. This kind of signals like it's go time. So I've been looking forward to it for a couple of weeks.
I was telling these guys talk about NFL training camp after July 4th. I always say it's dead man's walk because we're going into training camp. And everybody talks. One thing I always wanted to ask you, everybody. I know the answer because I've been there through different places. Everybody knows about year 3. Talk about how the switch and how you can see things. I think one of the best things, your best traits, is to be able to watch from afar. And it's like, all right, that works, that touches. Talk about that process because I think it's a unique process that if you haven't been through it, that people don't know about it.
Yeah, I think one of the things I've learned is like you cannot recreate winning. Like the way you won at Temple wasn't the same way you can win at Baylor. And right. For something as simple as like, well, here we're going to play a couple games. It's going to snow. Here it's going to be 150 degrees. We have different players. Right. And then you come to Nebraska. I'm like, I heard about the wind, but I didn't know about the wind until I experienced it. Yeah. So I think it's like just getting there. And you have your core beliefs, but it's also like looking at, okay, well, how do we need to do this better? How do we need to recruit? Like I came in, thought, hey, we're going to recruit these areas. And then all of a sudden, like California keeps popping up with good players. And so you're just constantly evolving and trying to have like an open mindset of how do we do things better? And at the same time, it's kind of what I said up there. Like year 3 for me is always good because the players, the first year, like they don't even know which way to go. Right. Even like my staff, like Susan would text me this summer a question. I was like, nope, you figure it out because she can do it. It's just she's been with me for 2 years. So the first year you're teaching, the second year you're kind of reinforcing, and then the third year, man, it's like now it's time to perform. Everybody knows what to do. Right. Now go do your job, and I'm excited to see all come to fruition.
Coach, with that, I asked Deshaun this earlier, and I talked about player-led teams, and he talked about how even when he got there, you guys still have your hand in stirring the pot. That's the metaphor he used, but that it's player-led team now. How have you seen that from your point of view of guys stepping up and really taking charge of the vocal side of things?
Yeah, we had a recruit come in. He committed to us, and his dad, on a Saturday afternoon, was like, "Man, I couldn't believe the workout this morning. Like someone walked in late and Dylan threw them out, and the kid said something, and the other guys told him to get out." And I was like, "What workout? Like, we don't have workouts on Saturday mornings." And to find out that Dylan and not the coaches, Dylan and the offense are coming in and they're doing 10 perfect plays down the field, and 3 groups in a row. If someone messes up one of the plays, they all have to start over again. And my job is to set the standard for, hey, this is what it takes. But great players, that's not enough for them. The standard is the minimum. What you need players to come in and say, okay, that's great, I'll do that, but then I'm going to do extra. Mm-hmm. And getting guys to get up on a Saturday morning and all come in and show up is hard. Mm-hmm. And the fact that they're able to do that right now tells me that they want more than what I'm giving them. Mm-hmm. They want to be great. And it's easy to be a player-led team when you're winning. It's a lot harder, at halftime of a game when things are down. That's when the leadership, not the speeches. I'm talking about true leadership shows up. And I feel pretty good about it based upon what I've seen and based upon the work I see them putting in. Because when you work together, then you can communicate on game day better.
How have you seen the three young men you brought as your representatives here for your program? Henry, Deshaun, and Dylan, and then Marquise here as well. How have you seen them step into those player-led leadership roles?
Yeah, well, Marquise has never been afraid to be vocal. He wants to win so much. He's never had a hard time doing that. To me, Henry's been a guy like just kind of quiet, who really, even as a player, came into his own the second half of last year. Like people forget, he hurt himself last camp and missed most of camp. Played well through the first half of the year, but I thought really came on in the second half of the year. And then you look at him walking around; he's a massive man. The weight room has been so good to him, and I felt him this spring. Like I felt him stepping up and asserting his authority, and in a good way, but in a firm way. And then Deshaun, Deshaun, one of those guys. If left to his own, he would just say, I'm gonna let my play do the talking. But as I've told him, we're not going to win that way. And so I see him now, like taking on. It might be different than Marquise, but he's not afraid to do that. And Dylan's done it since day one. It's just a hard thing to come in as a freshman quarterback. Like you haven't even done anything yet, and yet you have to say, hey, I need you to do this, you to do this. I think the fact now that A, he's played, but B, people have seen the way he works, it's much easier for him now to say, hey, here's the standard.
Hey, Coach, one of the things I wanted to ask you is because things are so much different. I mean, NIL is easy, but I'm just talking about, more importantly, the ability for you to push guys, lead guys, do a little bit of both, hold them accountable, hug them, push them away, go be great. Oh no, come back. How do you manage all that? Because I think it's 120 some guys. Now it'll eventually be 105. But that's essentially 120 Matt Rules being their dad, their friend, the hammer, all that. How do you manage all that?
I think it's why you have to have a great staff. I'm able to, one of the best things I can do is just go sit in the cafeteria at lunchtime and just talk to guys one-on-one, or catch guys in moments, like not in my office, but out on the field and around. And, I think so often, like, it's the world we live in now. Everyone, you turn on your phone, social media, everything's a picture of perfection. And so as guys are struggling where their confidence is low, like they're so hard on themselves because it's like, man, like I'm not being perfect. And just putting your arm around them, but also like holding them accountable. I think that's the slippery slope, but it's really what coaching is. It's seeing what a guy could be and being like, hey, this is great, but I need you to be this. And sometimes you got to do it in a loud way. Sometimes you got to do it in a quiet way, seeing what each guy needs. But I think some bad programs, they focus on like the top 30 players. And I think the thing that we want to do is we want to coach everybody that way, because if the bottom half of your roster jumps up, then the top half of your roster will always accelerate away from them. And that's our cheat code in Nebraska. Like we're just going to try to out develop the players. And you do that through exactly what you just talked about, honesty, and like just not having an agenda. Like when I say something to somebody, it's what I think, and it might be wrong, but I'm going to tell them exactly what I think. And at least there's never any like, is he playing a mind game with me, or I'm trying to make sure it's transparent.
Coach, one of the things obviously with a lot of, I like the standard. So when you mention standard, he'll tell you that's what I like, just because expectations I think is built on emotions, right? And so now this year there's a lot of expectations, a lot of noise. How excited and how important is it for you guys to say, you know what, we got to just focus on getting through warm-ups, perfect, or one play at a time, or eating the meals? Are you as excited about it? You know what? Because we talked about some stuff, 100% attendance on night meals and recovery. That's just as important as, let's be perfect on third down or on air.
Absolutely. So it's hard for guys when I first get there, because like they're like, Coach, why are there so many rules? I said, it's not rules, it's structure. Like you want to be a great player. Like you're a 3-star recruit, and I got to turn you into a pro. So like, yeah, you need to go to night meal. You need to recover. You need to be here early. So at first, I'm going to check all those things. And it takes time. It takes manpower. And if some players push back, some players like, this is too much.
Right.
But like, you can't turn on one great person who says, yeah, I became great by doing the easy things.
Right.
Like Kobe Bryant says, I hit 500 shots. The kids like that on Instagram, but then they're mad if they have to do extra work.
Right.
That's why by the second year, then by the third year, they're like, okay, I get it now. Like, okay, I have to do all these things. And so like, that's the only way we're going to win in Nebraska is do those things. And so when I talk about the ownership, like I'm talking about ownership of the process, ownership of all those details, of all those little things. Like if we do all that stuff, like everything will come to fruition. And part of it is honestly is like blocking out the noise. Like it's 13-6 against Ohio State. And our team's in the locker room like, we're going to beat these guys. They have so much energy. The next week it's 13. We're losing 13-7 again against UCLA, and the crowd's booing as we're running up. And they have a right. I'm not saying anything about anybody outside. What I'm saying as a man, as a football player, like why do you let emotion all of a sudden? That locker room was dead and sad. And I'm like a mental health counselor. Like, come on, guys, let's go, guys. And you know what happened? We came out, we threw a pick six. We're doing on 27. Then we go down 27-7, and then we had every chance to win the game at the end because we finally got the emotion out of us. And so year two, there was a lot of emotion. lot of like, and now that's why I'm telling them, stop worrying about anybody else. Worry about yourself. Take ownership of yourself. Have your own standard, and we have to go perform. And so, but you're exactly right. You have to go perform on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and that's where I see the most growth in our team.
Yeah, you speak about Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. A little bit of peace that you had, it was like the leadership, and sometimes you need to push them out of the door, and then you got to turn it over to the new regime. But you have guys that have seen those guys work. How excited are you for the Van Poppels, for the Judys, for the Shavers to say, you know what, we don't just need you to step up in a series or two. You got to step way up.
It's your time. Yeah. Everywhere I go, people ask me a lot of questions about the D-line. I expect the D-line to be better this year than they were last year. Like, it's not about like, can we be close? Now, Ty was amazing. Like, you go back and watch what Ty did last year. He was dominant. No one ever gave MJ Sherman enough credit. Like, that man, like, set the edge and was physical and violent. Nash played great, but like, that's why we brought Keona here. Right. That's why we brought Judy here. That's why we brought Riley here. And so the standard is the standard. Like, right. And what all I've seen from them is they have a chip on their shoulder, and I've seen them take off. Shavers. That's why we brought Shavers here. And I thought it was great to see him in the bowl game play a full game, show that he could impact the game. And I think John's done a good job. Tony would go into a game with like 100 calls. John's really, really limited. It's like, hey, I want these guys to play fast. We're going to have a versatility of calls, but I want Shavers flying around hitting people. Right. But to your point, they got to do it day in and day out. It's their time.
Coach Rule, thanks a ton for finding us in the whirlwind. Enjoy the rest of your day, and thanks for making time for us. Appreciate it.
Thank you guys for being here. Awesome to have you guys here.
Nebraska head coach Matt Rule with us here on 93.7 The Ticket. We'll be back for more Big Ten Media Days coverage live from Mandalay Bay.
I see.
This is Big Ten Media Days live from Las Vegas, presented by Advanced Medical Imaging, Stevenson Smith Construction, Currency, Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and League One Volleyball on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Big box stores are tempting for buying equipment for your high schooler in sports or for yourself in your sports leisures. But buying new is awfully expensive. Why not go somewhere with new and used options? Play It Again Sports has quality, slightly to gently used equipment, and 50% of their inventory is actually new equipment. And it's more than baseball, softball, and golf. They also have equipment for disc golf, fitness, hockey, and more. Plus, they're always buying products. Bring your gear you're done with and get trade money on the spot. Play It Again Sports at 48th and Vine.
This is Lincoln's home for sports talk on the FM dial. Also online at theticketfm.com.
On the internet.
KNTK FM Firth, 93.7 The Ticket.
When only the best will do. Sartor Heyman Jewelers.
Rick Heyman here from Sartor Heyman Jewelers. I want to personally thank our great customers for voting us once again the best of Lincoln. At the same time, we're celebrating our 120th year in business in the great state of Nebraska. Visit us at South Point, Grand Island, and the Outlet in downtown Lincoln. Visit us today at sartorheyman.com.
Sartor Heyman Jewelers.
The 2026 Love Omaha volleyball season is coming, and memberships are on sale now. Catch your favorite stars, Lexi Rodriguez, Jordan Larson, and more with a guaranteed 8 home matches right here in Nebraska. Season memberships start at just $112. That's unbeatable value for world-class volleyball. Don't miss a moment of the action. Go to lovb.com/season and grab yours today. That's lovb.com/season. Attention all Wings fans. Buffalo Wings and Rings has daily specials that will make you want to stop in on all days of the week. Kids eat free on Mondays, and on Tuesdays, enjoy 40% off boneless or traditional wings at a price that makes the whole family happy. And come back on Wednesdays for $1.39 chicken tenders all day long. Get to Wings and Rings today, 68th and O, or in Williamsburg Village.
Rashawn Jackson here for Bauer Underground, who has been serving local contractors and utility contractors all across the state since 1997. When you see the black and white trucks, you know the baddest dudes in the business have arrived. Bauer is currently looking for equipment operators, laborers, diesel mechanics, and aerial linemen. Join the brotherhood built on hard work, authentic people, and pedigree of success. Bauer, a family-friendly company who reminds you, go Big Red!
Wall-to-Wall Wine and Spirits is your place in North Lincoln to go for all your needs in wine, spirits, and beer. They also have a large variety of cigars in their walk-in humidor, and they have a top-notch walk-in temperature-controlled high-end wine room. Plus, you can enjoy free samples from their tasting bar. There's only one place to go for all your needs for spirits and cigars. That's Wall-to-Wall Wine and Spirits on North 27th Street in Lincoln. Shwezo Construction is now hiring for skilled craftsmen, steel erectors, concrete workers, and general laborers. Shwezo Construction offers great benefits like premium wages, health and dental insurance, paid holidays and vacation, 401k with company match, life insurance, and disability insurance. They pride themselves on a legacy of 40 years built on integrity and trust. Joining their team means becoming part of a family that values hard work, dedication, and mutual respect. Apply today at shwezo.com. That's SCHWISOW.com.
This is former Husker and NFL linebacker Jay Foreman. For years, I've suffered from degenerative problems in both of my ankles, but thanks to a thorough and thought-out plan provided by Advanced Medical Imaging, I was able to get my life back with the least amount of pain as possible. While working through multiple options, the team of physicians at Advanced Medical Imaging were there to answer any questions I had. If you're experiencing any pain at all and want to get your life back, go to amimaging.com or give them a call at 402-484-6677. Advanced Medical Imaging, located at 7601 Pioneers Boulevard.
Are you ready for a new opportunity? Check out Sandhills Global. Join a dynamic team where your skills are valued and your career can soar. We offer full-time positions with a 4.5-day work week, competitive pay, excellent benefits, and a positive work environment. From IT and marketing to sales and finance, we're looking for talented individuals like you. Apply today at sandhills.jobs and take the first step towards an exciting future. That's sandhills.jobs. Don't wait. Apply now.
In every office, there's two types of people. There are those who bring in bagels and those who eat the bagels that someone else brought in. Everybody likes the first person. Be that first person. Weekday mornings at 7:30, you have a chance to win a business box of bagels from Bagels & Joe. All you have to do is shut up, Sipple. 2 questions for you, 2 for Sip. Win, and the bagels are yours. Lose, well, you don't want to lose.
You lost Monday, you lost Wednesday, you're a loser.
Shut up, Sipple. Weekday mornings at 7:30, brought to you by Bagels & Joe. Live from Mandalay Bay Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada, 93.7 The Ticket brings you coverage of the 2025 Big Ten Media Days.
7 yards deep. Lets it go to the sideline. Big 6. Tommy Hill. The short run to the house.
Derek Pearson, Jay Foreman, Nick Sainer, and Austin Orman bring you exclusive interviews and in-depth conversations while getting you ready for the upcoming Big Ten football season.
This is a flip to Ja'Cory Barney. He waits for his block, and he steps in for the touchdown. This one in the seam, intercepted. Hartzog with a lane at the 20. Hartzog knocked out of bounds. Deep in Ohio State territory. Mayava, that's intercepted. It is Sierra Wright. Down the sideline into his former house. Unbelievable.
Coverage from Big Ten Media Days is powered by Advanced Medical Imaging, Stevenson Smith Construction, Currency, Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and League One Volleyball. This is Big Ten Media Days live from Las Vegas on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
That's right. We roll into the 1 o'clock hour here at Mandalay Bay, 3 o'clock hour back home. Austin Norman and DP with you. DP, the energy of the day, it has certainly picked up. The coaches are through. And a big thanks to Matt Rule for stopping by, spending some time with us here on our airwaves. Let's definitely get into what Coach Rule said, starting with the development piece, right? That's a big conversation around Nebraska. Who do you get in? How do you develop them? That's what Matt Rule said he wants Nebraska's superpower to be developmental, to bring those young men into the program and say, you know what, trust our process. We'll work with you. We'll work for you, and you'll be a better football player at the end of it.
Yeah, I mean, that's an accountability vacuum. Just saying that, listen, to whoever decides to be a Nebraska Husker, whoever we can mutually agree on being a Nebraska Husker football player, that the standard is being set for what that is, and then allowing people to come in and say, hey, quite frankly, I'm going to commit to you, you commit to me, and then we'll both work to get the best out of it for everybody. And the accountability part of it is that I'm not only going to get you here, you did the work to get here. Now, us as a coaching staff and a community have to do everything to help you be as good as you can be, or as great as you can be, or as best as you can be, depending on situation, circumstance, and otherwise. But that accountability is a coaching staple. It is a standard coaching staple, and it's a statement. There's a commitment that ties to we're going to develop you.
Yeah.
Right. And here's the thing about development. When coaches talk about development, it is until the mission is complete. Development is never finished. It's never complete. But you constantly have to move towards it. So it's, what are you getting better? The whole 1% thing. Get 1% better today. What is that thing? What are you working on? I've heard Nebraska coaches talk about when players walk into the building, what are you going to get better at today? And when that question is asked, there's an accountability to the coach and to the player and to the plan. That day's practice plan in advance has to make that player at least 1% better.
You said the word standard in there. There are no good programs that have been good programs without the accountability. But then, like Jay was saying, like Coach Rule was saying, the standard's the minimum, right? The standard's not hit this and you're good. The standard is this is every day, all the time. And then once you get comfortable in that standard, I mean, maybe that is all you can reach, right? Maybe that's better for now. But then once you're comfortable with that standard, you got to find something to make you uncomfortable. You have that stuff locked in, go above and beyond.
Well, never be comfortable. Right. Is the rule for great programs and great players. Like get comfortable being uncomfortable. If you think you're good enough, you're not, and you're already taking a step back. It really is to the player that has the arm talent that now you're working on the IQ. You're working on the pre-snap read, better communication, being able to identify chaos and duress from a defense. Where's it coming from? Who's at risk? Where's my advantage? Was this a part of the plan? Then from a running back, you know what? Talking to the quarterback, understanding what the quarterback's seeing, maybe seeing something that he doesn't see. No matter what you're good at or excelling at, there's a thing that you can get better at. And then shared IQ is an important thing to good programs. That it's one thing for Austin Orman to do his homework. It's another thing for DP to know what Austin's studying so that I can help him be great at what he's trying to be great at. So for Nebraska to speak in those terms, the standard is considered the apex when it is actually the baseline. The baseline is we're going to be prepared. We're going to work hard. We're going to advance scout. We're going to look at film study. We're going to take care of our bodies, get the correct amount of rest, and we're going to do the next thing and get better. That all of that stuff, standard is just the baseline. That, you know what, and it raises.
Yeah,
it's moving. It's a moving goalpost.
Yeah,
and to say here's the minimum we expect. That is a bottom of the conference thinking. That's how you get and stay in the bottom of the conference. The difference is no. We're not accepting what we accepted yesterday. You're one day smarter. You're one day stronger. You're one day better. Matter of fact, it's one rep
at a time. It's
one rep. Listen, the next rep has to be your best rep. There's no excuse for it to be anything else than that. So I'm intrigued by the conversation and the verbiage because it lets me know that there's forward and up movement from the coaching aspect, and that the players, based on what the players are telling us, they're buying into it.
The other thing I think that really stood out to me from what Matt Rule told us was the part about emotion. To go from 1 week at Ohio State down 13-6, fired up locker room, we're in the game, to Coach Rule said he had to be a mental health counselor, down 13-7 to UCLA, and it took 2 more touchdowns to deficit for Nebraska to play the emotion out of it. Emotion is so tricky in sports. You need it, but you can't have it. Like anything, it's a tool. It's not good or bad. It's how you use it. That was really interesting to hear Matt Rule say year 2 is an emotional year for his team.
Emotion has to be an asset, not a deficit. Like we teach that. It's the verb, the things that a player says to himself inside the helmet. And
right.
the wrestling program has a thing that I've become extremely fond of, and saying, don't make a thing bigger than it is. Right? A takedown's a takedown. Defend it.
Yeah.
Expect it. Have a plan for it. If you can play at Ohio State's level, then that's your new level. You can never go beneath and play to UCLA's level. That's emotional immaturity. Emotional maturity allows you to not be consumed by 100,000 at the Horseshoe, and then at the same time, throw haymakers at a UCLA Bruin team that is not even on par. It is an emotional maturity. I think as we talk about the whole Big Ten, 18 programs, emotional maturity is going to determine how the season plays out. Talent, look, there's talent all over the place, but who can handle the big moment and take the friction and use it to propel rather than being grinded up by it, right? Like you get caught up in the moment. It is important, the emotional maturity. And when we talk about get old and stay old, that's the part. It's the physical side's simple. The emotional side of having a quarterback that Joe Montana standing in the corner of the Super Bowl, needing a drive and go 90 yards, and he's so calm and cool that he identifies John Candy and shares the story to get people calm.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about.
But then the other side of that is that sometimes you need that leader to step up and inject the emotion, right? If the team's down, if the team is too calm, again, know what the situation is, what it calls for, because there were some moments last year it looked like Nebraska needed a spark. It was flat. Emotional maturity is someone on that team stepping up and saying, hey, we got to get going. Find something to juice the guys up. And I think you can see that through the coaches in the Big Ten, right? Kurt Cignetti's emotion is not the same as Ryan Day's emotion. Sharon Moore's emotion is not the same as Kirk Ferentz's emotion. Brett Bielema and Matt Rule, not the same kind of emotion. Taking the temperature, the pulse of your team, being able to know what they need in that moment. Maybe it's the coach, but especially his players, right? That's another big theme from Matt Rule, really trusting Henry Lutovsky to step into that role, Deshaun Singleton to step into that role, and even more so empowering Dylan Raiola, now with the year of work under his belt, to step into that role. I think that goes a long way too.
Well, I mean, but here's the thing. Effort is a standard. Like I'm never going to have to coach effort, right? But I will set fire to the kindling if it's needed. I also understand I'm the thermostat.
Yeah.
I get to set the temperature of the room. If I walk into a studio and everybody's cold, I kind of have to know to light the fire. I kind of have to know if you're going through the motions. And it depends on the program. But here's what I'll say to you. The top third of the Big Ten Conference, that fire exists all the time. All the time. All
not
the
just
time.
During football season.
If you put on a Buckeye helmet, guess what? I would imagine that you've been competing every day at practice against 4 or 5 star.
There's a standard there, emotionally and physically.
100%. Do you think that that Oregon is going to walk? The 14 guy is going to let the first team guy kick his tail?
Probably not.
Probably not. The program will dictate. Top third in the Big Ten, there's always fire. There's always. Guess what? As a matter of fact, they have to down throttle sometimes. Right, just to say, hey, listen, stop beating each other up. But if you go back to the championship teams in Nebraska's history, they talk about those practices where the 14 guy was a future All-American who literally had to get better and sharpen iron. Okay, he had to get Jay Foreman ready for the big matchup. You can't take it easy on him.
Right.
That part, again, this is all emotional maturity, and it is a commitment to development that, listen, I'm not going to let you take it easy today. I can't. That's the value of having a Rashawn Jackson always chirping. Always chirping. It's a nuisance, but it was also necessary.
Till it works.
It was always necessary. So, yeah, all of that is stuff that's being formed in this new regime. In year 3, the verbiage has been consistent, and then the messaging is consistent as well.
Absolutely, it is. You've had a chance to see plenty of players walk by from other teams. I know one of your favorite things to do is size them up. What's the crop looking like, DP?
Hey, bro. I want to know where some of these other schools are shopping. Their groceries look mighty good coming off the conveyor belt. And it's a thing, right? I mean, we've seen the rebranding of Dylan Raiola. We understood that, quite frankly, if this is the best and the standard Nebraska has to say, then it has to look the part. And the rest of the media in the Big Ten today is telling you Dylan looks different. Like that's part of the story. That's part of the deal. Is that wait a minute, we didn't know Deshaun had brought it like that. It matters to look at Ohio State walk through, Ryan Day walks through, and it's a certain vibe, right?
Level.
Cignetti, listen, there's a certain swagger to the walk. All of this plays up because this is the great measuring. This is the preseason measuring. This is everybody's looking from the toe to the top of the head and in every direction. What does this dude look like? Does he look like? And everybody here is a dude, and it shows.
You see it walking up and down the hall, seeing a number of players pass by our way. Heard from Matt Rule at the podium as well. One of the big things that he talked about before he came in and chatted with us, big thanks to Coach again for stopping by and chatting with us, was he says there's no complacency in Nebraska's program. One thing to say it, how will you be able to tell if Nebraska has gotten rid of complacency?
Urgency. Urgency. What are you doing? What are you doing? Like, to ask the question literally at the door. I'm going to meet you at the door. What are you getting better at today? Is that rep, when I go from rep to rep, when you put your hand in the turf, was that rep good enough for Ohio State? Not because you think people are looking or not looking. Listen, would you put your hand in the dirt and give that kind of effort against Hall of Famer Jay Foreman? Is that good enough? Ask the question, right? And then when you know that you don't have to ask the question anymore, Jay Foreman will tell you who's giving you a good rep. He'll know whether somebody's putting their hand in the dirt and whether they're launching against you or not. Is that championship level, or are you BSing? Fake hustle keeps teams in the lower third of the Big Ten Conference. Fake hustle, when that urgency is, you get one rep, your next one. I don't care about your last one. I don't care about the one after this. When you put your hand in the turf, are you giving me Jay Foreman effort? You giving me Tommy Frazier effort? Otherwise, you just wasted my time.
Jay, how easy is it to see that fake hustle in a football team as a player?
I'll reluctantly say I think as a young player, I think you do it sometimes. So
until you get up to speed
to keep them off of you. To keep them off of you.
Because once you get pistol whipped one time doing it, then you like, all right, I gotta go. I think all jokes aside, I think you can pick it out, and I think a skill these days that you have to recruit and you have to develop is playing hard, playing through the echo of the whistle, and obviously that's something that you have to foster and develop. And so, I think the biggest thing for this team right now is understanding what's ahead of them. And the hardest thing to do is not look ahead, which means think about August 28th versus July 28th or whenever they start. You have to just be able to one day at a time, one play at a time, like I asked Coach Rule, one meal at a time and all that. And then next thing you know, you're stacking days and you're stacking chips, and it should be hard. It should be hard.
It is by nature.
Yes, but it should be harder because everybody should have gotten better. The standard is higher. The standard is more clear. The standard is more precise, and it means more. Like, you got to think Deshaun Singleton to be here and say, look, he's the oldest in his family. He's playing for a bigger purpose than anybody that really knew. I didn't know that, you know what I mean? And so he's the oldest, of the siblings and the oldest brother. So he's feeling like he's got to put on for them, and you got to bring all that together, and then you got to lay it on the line. And is practice going to be, an hour longer? Most likely not, but it's just got to be harder. You got to run every sprint. You got to hit, and and then also I think the hardest thing is when you have the pads on, you're going to play hard. It's how to keeping that same standard when you're in shells or when you're in walkthrough, mentally being engaged, because it'll pay off. I think you can go back to when Jim Harbaugh first got to Michigan. Probably this is before they, somehow started seeing them signs and, having the sunglasses at night with their little
red. They got 20/20 vision all of a sudden.
But if you go back to one of the articles, they were talking about his walkthroughs were 3 hours long.
Whew.
Right? But everybody was like, that's too long. No. What he was doing, he was training your mind to stay engaged. He was essentially resetting how they viewed it. They were going to do things longer, harder, and sometimes weirder than anybody else. But guess what it did?
Mission accomplished.
It 1 year, the offensive lineman won the Joe Moore Award. The next year, they said, you know what? That's not good enough. We're all going to lose 2 or 3% in body fat. And they came out and won it again. Those are the little things that you find ways to inspire, to keep you engaged, keep you motivated, get you better, and keep you inspired, that will lead to a championship, or in Nebraska's case, college football play. Whatever their goals are, you can attain them.
I mean, they went from, think about that. You talk about great programs going from 8 wins. If you're Indiana and you go from few wins to 11-1, think about how many eggs you got to break. Think about how many glass windows you got to break to get people out of being comfortable taking losses and saying, nope, this is not what this red eye stands for. This is not what this color means. This is not who we're gonna be. And you have to break eggs. You just do. And I again, when you say urgency is a priority, I'm gonna buy it.
Yeah,
I'll buy into the fact that, because that tells me someday in practice, Jay Foreman gonna walk up to a linebacker and say, you know what, be better.
Yeah,
love you, but be better.
Yeah, and you got to be able to accept that. You got to be able to give it, but then more importantly, you got to be able to receive it or take it. It can't always leadership always can't be, I guess, talking down. You got to bring them up. You got to have some people talk up to you. You got to pull them up, and you don't want to be pulled down to anybody's lower level. So it's a unique process, but urgency is key. It's like going from rookie mini camp to training camp. It was different.
like you were the best. You were the best young one out there,
right?
Till the grown man showed up.
And then it's different going from regular season football to playoff football. So as I get closer to August 28th, hey, I ain't gonna be nice to be around if I'm a player, right? Because now all that work that I did, all day they talk about the mat drills, the early mornings. I'm sure they were running out in the heat. Matt Rule was talking about having their own practices on Saturdays, unsolicited, not by the coaches, by the players. All that stuff, getting up probably early in the morning to do so, it's got to pay off. And that's what's important. And so if they all take that mindset, their goals are attainable. Nobody goes into a season, it's like, oh man, you know what, man? Let's just train all day and hit each other and make our heads and neck hurts and put our bodies on. Let's just win 5 games. And so I think, ideally, I hope not, but I think they just got to approach it one day at a time and stay out of their own way.
We are certainly getting closer to the start of fall camp. A lot of work already been done in the winter, spring, and summer, but fall camp is around the corner. We'll keep talking about that. Plenty more to get to here from Big Ten Media Days. Let's give a big shout out to Currency. Are you looking for an exciting new way to put your skills to work? You can explore new career options at Currency, a Sandhills Global company. They offer full-time positions in financial sales, compliance, operations, and other fields. They also have a 4.5-day work week, an attractive benefits package, and opportunities for advancement. Visit gocurrency.com/careers to learn more. Big thanks to them for sponsoring this trip to Vegas for Big Ten Media Days. DPJ, Austin, Nick Sainer with you. We'll be back for more right here on 93.7 The Ticket.
This is Big Ten Media Days live from Las Vegas, presented by Advanced Medical Imaging, Stevenson Smith Construction, Currency, Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and League One Volleyball on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
This is former Husker and NFL linebacker Jay Foreman. For years, I've suffered from degenerative problems in both of my ankles, but thanks to a thorough and thought-out plan provided by Advanced Medical Imaging, I was able to get my life back with the least amount of pain as possible. While working through multiple options, the team of physicians at Advanced Medical Imaging were there to answer any questions I had. If you're experiencing any pain at all and want to get your life back, go to amimaging.com or give them a call at 402-484-6677. Advanced Medical Imaging, located at 7601 Pioneers Boulevard.
Tune in to live coverage of Big Ten Media Days from the Mandalay Bay Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, July 22nd through 24th on 93.7 The Ticket. Join Derek Pearson, Jay Foreman, Nick Sainert, and Austin Orman as they bring you exclusive conversations with Big Ten coaches, players, and sports media professionals while getting you ready for the upcoming college football season. Big Ten Media Days coverage is presented by Advanced Medical Imaging, Stevenson Smith Construction, Currency, Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and League One Volleyball.
Wall to Wall Wine and Spirits is your place in North Lincoln to go for all your needs in wine, spirits, and beer. They also have a large variety of cigars in their walk-in humidor, and they have a top-notch walk-in temperature-controlled high-end wine room. Plus, you can enjoy free samples from their tasting bar. There's only one place to go for all your needs for spirits and cigars. That's Wall to Wall Wine and Spirits on North 27th Street in Lincoln.
A
Attention all Wings fans. Buffalo Wings and Rings has daily specials that will make you want to stop in on all days of the week. Kids eat free on Mondays, and on Tuesdays, enjoy 40% off boneless or traditional wings at a price that makes the whole family happy. And come back on Wednesdays for $1.39 chicken tenders all day long. Get to Wings and Rings today, 68th and O, or in Williamsburg Village. The 2026 Love Omaha volleyball season is coming, and memberships are on sale now. Catch your favorite stars, Lexi Rodriguez, Jordan Larson, and more with a guaranteed 8 home matches right here in Nebraska. Season memberships start at just $112. That's unbeatable value for world-class volleyball. Don't miss a moment of the action. Go to lovb.com/season and grab yours today. That's lovb.com/season. Big box stores are tempting for buying equipment for your high schooler in sports or for yourself in your sports leisures. But buying new is awfully expensive. Why not go somewhere with new and used options? Play It Again Sports has quality, slightly to gently used equipment, and 50% of their inventory is actually new equipment. And it's more than baseball, softball, and golf. They also have equipment for disc golf, fitness, hockey, and more. Plus, they're always buying products. Bring your gear you're done with and get trade money on the spot. Play It Again Sports at 48th and Vine.
Batter up! Join us this summer at Haymarket Park for 50 action-packed Salt Dogs games running now through August. Visit saltdogs.com for updates on everything you need to know about weekly promotions, giveaways, and special events. That's where you'll find the latest updates to make sure you catch all the excitement and never miss a homestand you want to attend. Haymarket Park is your ticket to fun all summer long. Visit saltdogs.com to get your tickets and unleash the fun.
Select Plumbing and Utility has been serving Lincoln and the surrounding area for 14 years, and they're not slowing down. Select Plumbing and Utility handles all your plumbing needs, from faucets and water heaters to full renovations, and they can even help with your heating and cooling needs. They're also Lincoln's underground experts, repairing and replacing broken underground water and sewer lines since day one. Contact Select Plumbing and Utility today at 402-560-6197, assuring excellence in every situation, opportunity, and challenge. That's 402-560-6197.
Keep summer green with Judson Baleen and Judson Irrigation. More than 40 years ago, Judson Irrigation started taking in orphans. Lawn sprinkler systems installed by a quickie, cheapy summer job, install 'em and forget 'em outfit, long forgotten. Call Judson Irrigation. They'll never forget you.
Keep summer green. Call Judson Irrigation 402-420-6277 or judsonirrigation.com.
Prashawn Jackson here for Bauer Underground, who has been serving local contractors and utility contractors all across the state since 1997. When you see the black and white trucks, you know the baddest dudes in the business have arrived. Bauer is currently looking for equipment operators, laborers, diesel mechanics, and aerial linemen. Join the brotherhood built on hard work, authentic people, and pedigree of success. Bauer, a family-friendly company who reminds you, go Big Red!
Hi, folks. The weather is for sure heating up, and Koppel Chevrolet GMC is following suit. The discounts are really as good as they've ever been. $14,500 off list price, or 0% financing on select new models. Folks, you heard that right. Smoking hot deals at Koppel. $14,500 off list price, or 0% APR. So take that short drive down 144th Street or at koppelcars.com. STK number G269520. All deals with trade-in and approved credit.
93.7 The Ticket, Fox, KFXL weather. Brought to you by Bryant Air Conditioning, Heating, Electrical, and Plumbing.
Your Lincoln forecast for today: a slight chance of showers and storms. Otherwise, partly sunny and breezy with a high around 94. Tonight, mostly clear skies and continued breeze, a low around 77. And tomorrow, we'll see mainly sunny skies. It'll be breezy and hot with a high around 99. I'm meteorologist Kyle Beck for 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Welcome back to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Las Vegas. Presented by Advanced Medical Imaging, Stevens & Smith Construction, Currency, Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and League One Volleyball on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
We're rolling right along here, Big Ten Media Days. We're on Radio Row. Austin Orman and Jay Foreman with you. Got Ellie running the board back at home base there, 1040 O Street. Jay, big thanks to Stevens and Smith Construction, concrete specialists in Lincoln since 1971, also in Omaha and Kansas City. You can learn more at stevensandsmith.com. A lot of good stuff from Coach Rule. You and Nick were handling some business while DP and I started the conversation. But I do want your thoughts on what Matt Rule said kind of towards the end of our time with him there about being an emotional team in year two at Nebraska, right? He mentioned the difference in the vibe in the locker room between down 13-6 to Ohio State and down 13-7 to UCLA. As a player, let's start as an underclassman. What's most important? How do you learn to manage those emotions in a positive way, channel them into something productive, so that, like Coach Rule said, it didn't take 2 more touchdowns from UCLA to have Nebraska finally play those emotions out of its system and make a game of it at the end?
Yeah, I think it's just a learning process. I mean, learning how to win is hard. I mean, everybody's been there. You're not. I'm assuming when you're emotional, you're probably more of letting yourself down. I'm assuming, and you're playing bad, and here we go again, and maybe a little bit of a hangover from Ohio State, letting yourself, not finishing that. You probably got on the plane leaving Columbus thinking like, we let that one slip away. We should have won, and we lost the game. And so you got to really rinse and repeat. And sometimes you face a team that you think 9 times out of 10 you're going to win. And UCLA came in, had a good game plan, was playing really, really good at that time, and made some big plays at the big times for them to win. And so every game is an emotional roller coaster. I think we're not at a spot where we're going to just show up and just blow people out for 12 weeks straight. There's going to be games that you're going to be down, you got to come back to win. There's going to be games that you're up by a significant amount, and you got to find ways to hold on. Mm-hmm. But you got to take it a learning experience, and hopefully they learn from those 2 different scenarios that Coach Rule was talking about. Mm-hmm. And in one of the best things I've ever heard somebody say about being a competitor, and it's different, because I just kind of grew up like this, and just my dad and uncles were like, this is just how it's done, whether you like it or not. One of the best things you hear from Michael Jordan is like, everybody can talk junk when you up 6-0, mm-hmm. or you're winning the game. Mm-hmm. Let's see what you do when it's 0-0 or you down 6. Yeah. And really, that really resonated with me, because it's like, if you really are a competitor, it don't matter the score. Mm-hmm. So because we'll eventually get back in the game, we'll mm-hmm. eventually win the game, and we're gonna make a comeback, or we're gonna put the dagger in the heart. And so I think that's what they probably are trying to develop, and it's something that you can't. I wish there was a way that you could develop like you can develop winning, but just say, okay, do these drills, right? And I guarantee you win.
There are no emotional maturity drills.
Right.
You got to go through it, and everyone does it at their own pace. It's like you said, a learning process where, the person that invents the emotional maturity drills is going to make a killing off of performance coaches, off of pro sports franchises and teams. But everyone grows and develops at their own pace, physically and obviously emotionally and mentally as well, which is just part of the deal. So then let's flip this to the upperclassmen. How do you bring the underclassmen along with you? What are some ways that you can accelerate their learning curve emotionally to get them not to ride the waves as much in an unhealthy way?
Well, you just got to be there for them, and then you'll be riding those waves as well. You got to almost sometimes not fake it till you make it, but you got to you're a father figure. You got to make if you are
big brother figure, like Sean
you're
was
emotional or something like that. I got to hold it together. But then also I think at times that you got to pull guys along, and maybe they feel like they're tired or sore and they don't want an extra recovery session or lift or get their meals in. You got to sometimes sacrifice what Deshaun said, your own wants and needs that you've already handled your business, so your teammates or your position group mates handle their business, because it's for the betterment of the team. And that's where they're at. One of the things that's funny, I think, is a lot of times as an athlete, you should take, I used to try to pride myself on being able to bounce back if I had a bad play. You have to think about that.
Yeah.
You have to envision, hey, maybe you missed a tackle. Well, what are you going to do the next time? If you're not constantly taking in data, storing in your brain outcomes, then you just going through the motions.
But why are you even there?
Yeah. Well, you just out there, just participating and playing. Like I'm out there competing.
Yeah.
And that's the difference. And once you get that and you have to do it your own way. Right. So how I competed is different than somebody else, or how I went about, my process is different. But if you're with the intention to go out there and be the best and compete, then it means something to you. So you're not just going around and just going through the motions and aren't emotionally tied. Now you can be emotionally tied to it, but not emotionally driven by it. That's a difference.
Is that the Scotty Scheffler approach?
Yes, because I want it, right? Emotionally tied.
I need it. I gotta have it.
Emotionally tied to it, emotionally invested is I'm nervous before every game. I'm anxious before every game. I'm uptight, the week of a game. I'm emotionally invested. Period. 1,000%. But I'm not gonna go in the tank because I didn't get my name called on assisted tackle in Memorial Stadium, or I missed the tackle. Now, some tackles are obviously very, very important, and you got to pride yourself on coming up in money time. But if you put in the work, man, you know that you have enough confidence and more importantly, the belief. You've built that belief, man, and you don't build belief by always winning. You don't become good at something by winning all the time. A lot of times that's just luck. You know what I'm saying? If you never, you're right, that you become better coming out of things from adversity.
Sure.
Period. Because you get to draw back to it. There's an old saying. You really don't become a man until you're like, what was it? I think it's like in between 38 and 42 years old. Sorry, Austin.
Got a ways to go. Even though I got a second kid on the way, I'm still don't qualify.
Because when you're older, 50s, you can look back on your 20s and be like, dang, I learned something when I was 30 from when I was 20, vice versa. And you probably went through some adversity and you become a veteran. Now, that's not for everybody, but there was an old saying like that.
Yeah, no, it makes perfect sense to me. It's just so interesting to hear Matt Rule talk about the emotional edge of the team. And I think that he's probably the right guy in the right spot for what Nebraska needs emotionally. Because, Jay, we think about the ups and downs for Nebraska football. I mean, mostly downs. But, I mean, the near euphoric highs of, they're going to win this game. They're going to get over the edge. Yes, this is going Nebraska's way, to have it slip through the cracks at the last second. Matt Rule's not a coach that wants to ride those highs and lows, right? He preaches that emotional maturity. He preaches staying pretty level-headed and kind of admit, right? Yeah. But part of being, in the moment and having emotional maturity is knowing there are those moments to crank it up, right? When the locker room needs a spark. Yeah. Matt Rule seems like he's the guy that can find the words to inspire that locker room. When the locker room needs settling down, he's okay with pumping the brakes. But it's, again, being present in the moment and understanding your team, understanding what the situation calls for, that I think is a step that would be huge for Nebraska to take in terms of the players this year.
Right, yeah, and I think you got to know your team. I think, what he said, when you're in the, the cafeteria eating or the lunchroom, he's just in there. He's taking in the body language of guys, the emotional temperature of the guys, the emotional temperature of the team, the vibe around the guys, and really getting to know the guys and hopefully how to coach them in and out of stuff, but then also knowing how to approach the whole team and know when they need that extra boost of energy or when you got to be cool, calm, and collective, even though you aren't cool, calm, and collective. And trust me, from being a coach and being, a linebacker, you're an aggressive nature at all times. And you have to be cool, calm, and collective when I'm calling the defense, and I know we're struggling. And then sometimes I need to get after people, even if I'm struggling. But I need you to play better, so hopefully I can play better. So we can play better, right? You got to do all that stuff, and it's a unique process you go through, and it's emotional, man. Games are ups and downs. I mean, you could be playing great, and you're playing together and all that, and then next thing you know, one bad call, and then there goes momentum. Well, that's the emotional part. But
there can't go momentum. I think that's another part of emotional maturity is that, holding call set you back 10 yards. Pass interference penalty will give you 15 yards. But that's one of the things that I've just been so sick and tired of hearing about from Nebraska. Penalty killed momentum.
Oh, no.
Be better.
It happens. But you have to accept it.
Yeah.
It's not an excuse. It's a reason. It's a fact,
right?
Okay.
We lost 10 yards against a good defense. It's tough.
It's like, let's go back to when Frost was here in Iowa.
Okay, they blocked the punt. Good on them, bad on us. We didn't do what we needed to do. We didn't block the outside guy. They blocked the punt.
But guess what? We get the ball back.
That doesn't mean we don't get another first down the rest of the game for the next
Right.
for the next quarter and a half.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that we decide to stop playing defense, right? So it does happen, and there are like, look, if you play against the Golden State Warriors and Steph Curry is shimmying, they got the momentum. Well, eventually he's going to miss one, and then we got to get busy again.
We got to use it.
We got to use it, and you got to what I call it. You got to tread water. And when you hear me talk about when we play, you got to take them to deep water. That's a unique process because you have had to go somewhere mentally that a whole team and a whole program wasn't willing to go to. You have to be willing to break them. And people say it, and you don't know what it means until you've done it. And
then it's probably something you start chasing again because it felt really good to make the other guys break.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Austin,
Yeah.
there is nothing better than when you look at a dude and you know he's tapped out. Because then, right? Then I'm just going to pounce on you. You know what then I'm just going to make
Pack of wolves, baby.
Yes, sir. We're just going to feast, and we're going to continue to feast. But I think what that does is that really verifies and validates all the sacrifices that you make. And sometimes you go to that point and you can still lose. But that doesn't mean what happens is now you have a standard of excellence. So you know if you play 100 games, you're going to be a champion.
Right.
Versus like, oh, well, we worked hard, we didn't win. Well, let's push reset.
Right.
Right.
That's immature.
Right. And that's where I think they're trying to get, and that's what Coach Rule is probably talking. There's plenty of things that they'll attack. And if you could, I always say that if you could pay money to say, I want the season to go this way, everybody do it. Here's what I would say. If I could guarantee you success, if you could guarantee me that you would give me everything you got for 48 hours a year, would you do it? They would say yes.
Heck yeah.
If I could say, Austin, you'll be the best linebacker if you would give me 48 hours for the year. That's when you think about 365 days, I just need 48 hours. That's a day and a half. That's what, 4 days.
2 days.
Wait, 2 days. Yeah, dang.
Vegas got you messed up. I get it. It's all right. It's all right. Math is hard. It's okay.
Hey, the people out there, I'm tired. Okay, I'm struggling. I'm just done. But listen, okay, that's 2 days. 2 days out of
365.
So that's 363 days. Are you gonna give me everything you got 365 days so you can get them 2 days? That's that right there. When you pose it to them like that, that's a serious commitment. Because now you are blindly running into that room right there. And you don't know what's in there, and it ain't nice. But we all got. But if you run in there by yourself, you probably gonna lose. But if we run in there, we gonna win. And so that's where you got to really get guys that buy in or whatever you want to call it. So I think they're in a good good spot. See what happens.
Indeed, we will. We've got another segment left here in the 1 o'clock hour here in Vegas, 3 o'clock hour back home. Nick is off hearing from Matt Rule again. He is recording the side podium. When he gets back, we'll get his thoughts on what he heard from Matt Rule and the smaller gathering of reporters off to the side. Jay Foreman, Austin Norman with you. Big thanks again to Stevens and Smith Construction. They're your concrete specialists in Lincoln since 1971 and also in Omaha and Kansas City. You can learn more at stevensandsmith.com. More from Mandalay Bay next on The Ticket.
This is Big Ten Media Days live from Las Vegas, presented by Advanced Medical Imaging, Stevens and Smith Construction, Currency, Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and League One Volleyball on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Keep summer green with Judson Bylene and Judson Irrigation. More than 40 years ago, Judson Irrigation started taking in orphans. Lawn sprinkler systems installed by a quickie, cheapy summer job, install them and forget them outfit long forgotten. Call Judson Irrigation. They'll never forget you.
Keep summer green. Call Judson Irrigation 402-420-6277 or judsonirrigation.com.
Jack Russell of Farm Bureau Financial Services is here to help you protect things that are most important to you. Whether it's your home, your family, or your future, Jack Russell has the proven experience to get the job done while developing authentic relationships with you. Give Jack a call today at 402-421-9100. Again, that's 402-421-9100. Or visit one of his 2 locations in Lincoln or Seward and learn how you can excel in the complicated world of insurance. Jack Russell of Farm Bureau Financial Services, a trusted and well-respected representative since 1999.
Hi, folks. The weather is for sure heating up, and Coppell Chevrolet GMC is following suit. The discounts are really as good as they've ever been. $14,500 off list price, or 0% financing on select new models. Folks, you heard that right. Smoking hot deals at Coppell. $14,500 off list price, or 0% APR. So take that short drive down 144th Street or at CoppellCars.com. STK number G269520. All deals with trade-in and approved credit.
Select Plumbing and Utility has been serving Lincoln and the surrounding area for 14 years, and they're not slowing down. Select Plumbing and Utility handles all your plumbing needs from faucets and water heaters to full renovations, and they can even help with your heating and cooling needs. They're also Lincoln's underground experts, repairing and replacing broken underground water and sewer lines since day one. Contact Select Plumbing and Utility today at 402-560-6197, assuring excellence in every situation, opportunity, and challenge. That's 402-560-6197. A1 Automotive's second location is now open at 5110 State Hill Drive, just off of Yankee Hill Road. The new location continues to specialize in all makes and models and provides personalized service as they have for 15 years. To honor the new store opening, A1 is offering $25 off any service over $300, $50 off services over $500, and $75 off services that total over $750, all through July 31st. Schedule your appointment today at A1AutoLincoln.com and visit their new location in South Lincoln at 5110 State Hill Drive.
Rick Heyman here from Starter Heyman Jewelers. I want to personally thank our great customers for voting us once again the best of Lincoln. At the same time, we're celebrating our 120th year in business in the great state of Nebraska. Visit us at South Point, Grand Island, and the Outlet in downtown Lincoln. Visit us today at StarterHeyman.com.
Starter Heyman Jewelers.
93.7 The Ticket, Fox, KFXL weather. Sponsored by John Henry's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
Your Lincoln forecast for today, a slight chance of showers and storms. Otherwise, partly sunny and breezy with a high around 94. Tonight, mostly clear skies and continued breeze, a low around 77. And tomorrow, we'll see mainly sunny skies. It'll be breezy and hot with a high around 99. I'm meteorologist Kyle Fleck for 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Batter up! Join us this summer at Haymarket Park for 50 action-packed Salt Dogs games running now through August. Visit saltdogs.com for updates on everything you need to know about weekly promotions, giveaways, and special events. That's where you'll find the latest updates to make sure you catch all the excitement and never miss a homestand you want to attend. Haymarket Park is your ticket to fun all summer long. Visit saltdogs.com to get your tickets and unleash the fun.
This July, Acres is celebrating the birth of our nation. The fireworks include the opportunity to save big with great pricing on our late model John Deere ag equipment. Plus, you can lock in interest rates as low as 1.9% on select used John Deere planters, tractors, sprayers, and combines. Red hot rates combined with our explosive discounts make July the perfect time to buy and save. Don't wait. These deals won't last long. Visit acres.com for all the details. That's AKRS.com. Restrictions apply. Offer July 31st, 2025. Some-approved financing. Offer may change anytime without notice.
Gaina Trucking is hiring CDL Class A and B drivers. Their strong team culture makes it not a job, but a career. Gaina Trucking offers health, vision, and dental insurance, 401k with company match, an employee assistance program, and other bonus programs. Build a better career today with great team culture at Gaina Trucking. Learn more and apply today at GainaTrucking.com.
Empire Netting and Fence delivers top-quality netting and fence solutions. From major sports venues to backyard installs and everything in between, coast to coast. We take on tough jobs with grit, integrity, and a strong commitment to safety. Empire is growing, and we're hiring motivated people ready to grow with us. We build each other up, and we're building something big. Think you've got what it takes? Apply now at empire-fence.com. That's empire-fence.com.
Make bill paying a breeze with Text to Pay. LES texts you 1 week before your bill's due date. Just reply to the text to pay. It's that easy. Log into your account at les.com to sign up today.
Are you looking for an exciting new way to put your skills to work? Explore new career options in the fintech industry at Currency, a Sandhills global company.
We offer full-time positions in financial sales, compliance, operations, and other fields. We also offer a 4.5-day work week, an attractive benefits package, and opportunities for advancement. Put your motivation to work and grow with us at Currency. Visit gocurrency.com/careers to learn more.
Welcome back to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Las Vegas. Presented by Advanced Medical Imaging, Stevens & Smith Construction, Currency, Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and League One Volleyball on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Putting a bow on this hour from the Mandalay Bay Convention Center. We're on the third floor. Austin Norman and Jay Foreman with you. Big thanks to Advanced Medical Imaging for making this trip out to Vegas possible. The largest radiology group in Nebraska is located in Lincoln at 7601 Pioneers Boulevard. Advanced Medical Imaging uses state-of-the-art technology, and AMI blends it together with a compassionate, skilled team. You can learn more at amimaging.com. Jay, some news out of the NFL certainly relates back to college. That's where people were first introduced to the Honey Badger. Tyrann Mathieu, he officially announced his retirement from the NFL today.
Yeah, man. I mean, he was an iconic player in LSU, a long list of great players that not only were defensive backs at LSU, but more importantly, were number 7. And, the great thing about him, I think he's a world champion, was one of the better players in his time frame in the NFL. But I think the biggest thing is how much he's matured off the field, and he's become a leader not only in every organization that he's been in, and then obviously in the community as well. So, I mean, he's a champion all around. But, as a player, he was must-see TV, man. I mean, he was a football-playing dude, man. And he wasn't the biggest. I think when he was about 5'9", 5'10", physical, make plays. Obviously, he was really good in the punt return game. So he was like kind of like at the forefront of being that do-it-all, kind of almost not. He didn't play any offense, but like Travis Hunter, where he not only was he really good at the defensive back position, but he was an all-around player in special teams as well, blocking kicks and everything. And it didn't change in the league. He made some huge plays, big interceptions, and he also got to do something that not a lot of guys get to do in the NFL is go play for your hometown team.
Yeah.
And not only did he play there, he played pretty darn well for the New Orleans Saints. So to be able to retire, I think he played 13 years and step away, because I know he probably could have played and had an opportunity, and you want to wish him all the best, but more importantly, in this situation, you want to thank him for all he's given to the game, because he's given his body, his mind, and spirit to the game a lot longer than a lot of people probably forecasted he would.
We spent all last segment talking about that emotional maturity. To see him grow up through some of those issues in the NFL and find a way to get his head screwed on straight. I mean, from Arizona in the third round to a year in Houston where he was pretty good, to winning a championship in Kansas City, back-to-back All-Pro or AP first team All-Pro guy. That's pretty incredible. 2 Pro Bowls in Kansas City and 1 there in Arizona. I mean, 3 Pro Bowls, 3 All-Pros, Super Bowl champ, all 2010s team. One of those Swiss Army knife guys, like you said, in the defensive backfield. Jay, people forget that Tyrann Mathieu finished 5th in Heisman voting in 2011. The man was on a different level. In that 2011 season, he had 76 tackles, 8 for loss, 1.5 sacks, 2 interceptions, 9 passes defended, also forced 6 fumbles.
Yeah, that was
his senior
deal.
year,
Yeah.
and 5 the year before that. 11 forced fumbles as a DB in 2 years. That's like Charles Tillman stuff.
Yeah, it's Charles Tillman and Charles Woodson stuff later in his career, where the punch out, and I think also teams started to game plan for him. And he's in the defensive. When you're a defensive player and you finish 5th in the Heisman, you're really consistent, but you're dominant as well. And it very rarely do you see a player at the 3rd level, or let's say the 2nd and a half level, because sometimes he played close to the line of scrimmage, be that dominant at that size.
Right.
And so look, man, he's a legendary player. He's legendary in the LSU, halls, well respected in every single locker room he's been in. Look, man, you take all the the stats away. You're a world champion. You're all 2010s, decades team. You've reinvented yourself
2 or 3 times,
and you got to go play for your hometown team, and you more than earned your paycheck. You got to tip your hat to him.
All right, we mentioned he finished 5th in Heisman voting in 2011. Here are the guys that finished behind him Matt Barkley, Case Keenum, Kellen Moore, Russell Wilson, and LaMichael James. That's 6 through 10. Can you name the 4 players who finished ahead of Tyrann Mathieu in the 2011 Heisman voting?
No.
2 of them are running backs, 2 of them are quarterbacks.
I don't even know.
Monty Ball.
Yeah, I could see that year.
Trent Richardson.
He won it, yeah.
No.
He didn't win it?
Not in 2011.
Okay, then who else?
Andrew Luck.
Did he win the Heisman?
RG3 won the Heisman in 2011.
Oh, man. They need to take RG3's back. Just
on principle.
Yeah, his name. We're not gonna listen. Listen.
Reggie got his back. Someone has to have it stripped.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah,
RG3.
We're going one
it's
for
you.
one. You know what? We're not even calling him RG3. His name is BG3.
Robert.
No, his name is Bob now.
Bob.
He's not Robert Griffith III no more. Until he starts acting right, his name is Bob. We're calling him Bob. He walks in here. What's up, Bob?
What's up, Bob?
Yeah, what's up?
Wonder how you'd react
How you
to
doing,
that.
Bobby?
We'll have to see.
Bobby Griffith III. What's happening?
That's almost cooler. Bobby Griffin.
No, just call him Bob.
Bob gets rid of all the
your
hype
name is
and
Bob.
everything.
Yeah.
That'll put a bow on this hour of content here from Mandalay Bay. 2 hours ago. Thank you so much for sticking with us here throughout the course of the day. Don't forget, we are here today, tomorrow, and Thursday. It'll be the same time. Stuff will kick off around 11 o'clock out here, 1 o'clock back home. No Commissioner Petiti tomorrow, but plenty more coaches on the way. We'll get you set up a little bit for days 2 and 3 moving forward. Certainly talk some more Nebraska sports as well. Huge shout out to Advanced Medical Imaging for making this trip out here to Big Ten Media Days possible. Jay Foreman, Austin Norman, more ahead.
This is Big Ten Media Days live from Las Vegas, presented by Advanced Medical Imaging, Stevenson Smith Construction, Currency, Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and League One Volleyball on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Are you looking to upgrade or improve the garage door on your home? This is Cameron Hall of Doors Plus. At Doors Plus, we guarantee to offer a wide selection of options from 5 leading garage door manufacturers as we deliver a free estimate, exact measurements, and rapid installation with a 3 to 5 week time frame. When you choose Doors Plus for your residential garage door needs, you'll work with our experienced technicians and be ensured that your new door seamlessly complements your home. Give us a call at 402-590-5800 or visit us online at doorsplusllc.com. Doors Plus, garage doors and more.
Rick Heyman here from Starter Heyman Jewelers. I want to personally thank our great customers for voting us once again the best of Lincoln. At the same time, we're celebrating our 120th year in business in the great state of Nebraska. Visit us at South Point, Grand Island, and the Outlet in downtown Lincoln. Visit us today at starterheyman.com.
Starter Heyman Jewelers.
Hi, folks. The weather is for sure heating up, and Coppell Chevrolet GMC is following suit. The discounts are really as good as they've ever been. $14,500 off list price, or 0% financing on select new models. Folks, you heard that right. Smoking hot deals at Coppell. $14,500 off list price, or 0% APR. So take that short drive down 144th Street or at koppelcars.com. STK number G269520. All deals with trade-in and approved credit.
Are you looking for an exciting new way to put your skills to work? Explore new career options in the fintech industry at Currency, a Sandhills Global company. We offer full-time positions in financial sales, compliance, operations, and other fields. We also offer a 4.5-day work week, an attractive benefits package, and opportunities for advancement. Put your motivation to work and grow with us at Currency. Visit gocurrency.com/careers to learn more.
This just in, hot off the bench press. Planet Fitness has expanded strength equipment. Save $28 or more when you join today. We're raising the bar with these benches, and our hack squat will have you actually looking forward to leg day. Plus, we're still repping all the best-in-class equipment we've always had. There's no better time to get stronger. So join Planet Fitness today and save $28 or more. Just $1 down, $15 a month.
Find your nearest club and join today. Deal ends July 31st.
See Home Club for details.
You're invited to Valentino's big jumbo anniversary party, and we've got a gift just for you. On Thursday, July 31st, only buy 1 jumbo 16-inch pizza at a regular price and get a second pizza free. Hamburger or cheese pizza only on original crust. It's our way of saying thanks for sharing Valentino's tradition for over 68 years. Celebrate with a slice of Valentino's tradition on us. Pre-orders start July 30th, online, by phone, or in person, and the offer is good for July 31st only for carry-out or delivery at participating Valentino's locations.
Load up on meat and more this spring at The Mercado by Certified Piedmontese with great selections of T-bones, tomahawks, ribeyes, filet mignon, brisket, sirloin, and so much more. The Mercado has locations at 84th and Havelock, 30th and Yankee Hill, and now 85th and Old Cheney in Lincoln, where you can have $2 draft beer every Thursday night from 4 to 8 p.m. and half-price espresso drinks on Fridays from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. Get to The Mercado today for the best meat in town.
Hey Husker Nation, this is Todd Euler, two-time national champion, here to talk to you about Window World Lincoln. At Window World, we specialize in replacement windows, doors, siding, and roofing. Whether you're looking to enhance the beauty of your home or increase its energy efficiency, we've got you covered. And here's the best part. We offer the best for less. Our team is dedicated to providing top quality products and exceptional service at affordable prices. We want to earn your business and make your home improvement dreams a reality. So why wait? Contact Window World Lincoln today at 464-7313 or visit our website at WindowWorldLincoln.com. Window World Lincoln, where quality meets affordability.
This July, Acres is celebrating the birth of our nation. The fireworks include the opportunity to save big with great pricing on our late model John Deere ag equipment. Plus, you can lock in interest rates as low as 1.9% on select used John Deere planters, tractors, sprayers, and combines. Red hot rates combined with our explosive discounts make July the perfect time to buy and save. Don't wait. These deals won't last long. Visit acres.com for all the details. That's AKRS.com. Restrictions apply. Offer July 31st, 2025. Substitute financing. Offer may change anytime without notice.
Wall-to-Wall Wine and Spirits is your place in North Lincoln to go for all your needs in wine, spirits, and beer. They also have a large variety of cigars in their walk-in humidor, and they have a top-notch walk-in, temperature-controlled high-end wine room. Plus, you can enjoy free samples from their tasting bar. There's only one place to go for all your needs for spirits and cigars. That's Wall-to-Wall Wine and Spirits on North 27th Street in Lincoln.
Empire Netting and Fence delivers top quality netting and fence solutions. From major sports venues to backyard installs and everything in between, coast to coast. We take on tough jobs with grit, integrity, and a strong commitment to safety. Empire is growing, and we're hiring motivated people ready to grow with us. We build each other up, and we're building something big. Think you've got what it takes? Apply now at empire-fence.com. That's empire-fence.com.
Mike, the insurance company wants us to replace the roof.
Wait, what? I thought everything was fine.
Yeah, it says right here our roof is too old and they won't be able to cover us anymore.
I guess it is 15 years old. Hi, I'm Austin with Roofing Service Company. We help homeowners with their roofing and siding projects. Financing options are available, and we can get you under a new roof no time at all. If this sounds like you, visit roofingservicecompany.com. That is roofingservicecompany.com.
This is Lincoln's home for sports talk on the FM dial. Also online at theticketfm.com. On the internet. KNTK FM Firth, 93.7 The Ticket.
Live from Mandalay Bay Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada, 93.7 The Ticket brings you coverage of the 2025 Big Ten Media Days.
7 yards deep. Lets it go to the sideline. Big six. Tommy Hill. The short run to the house.
Derek Pearson, Jay Foreman, Nick Sainer, and Austin Orman bring you exclusive interviews and in-depth conversations while getting you ready for the upcoming Big Ten football season.
This is a flip to Ja'Cory Barney. He waits for his block, and he steps in for the touchdown. This one in the seam, intercepted. Hartzog with a lane at the 20. Hartzog knocked out of bounds. Deep in Ohio State territory. Mayava, that's intercepted. It is Sierra Wright. Down the sideline into his former house. Unbelievable.
Coverage from Big Ten Media Days is powered by Advanced Medical Imaging, Stevenson Smith Construction, Currency, Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and League One Volleyball. This is Big Ten Media Days live from Las Vegas on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Here we are live at Mandalay Bay, 2 o'clock hour out here, 4 o'clock hour back home. Austin Norman, Jay Foreman.
There he is.
Nick saying it
Thank
with
you-
you.
thank you for
Nick,
joining
back
us.
from his sojourn back into
I just realized
the main
what you
room.
said. Anyway, yes, hello, gentlemen.
Welcome back,
I
Nick.
appreciate it.
Welcome back, Nick.
I didn't mean
Explain
to leave
people,
you guys.
You were working. It's a business trip. It's a work trip.
He was not.
Please explain to people where you were, what you were doing.
Okay, yeah. So Matt Rule had his side podium. He was actually still going on, but I saw that was the top of the 4 o'clock hour back home, and I figured, you know what, I want to go join Jay and Austin on the air, and so that's
Appreciate
why
that.
I started walking back. No, he had one question left that was asked by Marquise Buford. He was asked about the bowl that's been used in the official visiting recruitment pictures and stuff. But no, it was side podium for Matt Rule, and it was a lot of really good stuff. He was asked, our very own Steve Sipple asked the question about Scott Frost's comments about the wrong job. That Matt Rule then went on about a 5-minute, I'll say tangent, but in a productive way, of basically saying, like, it might not be the right job for Scott. It was the right job for me. This was not a good job when I took over. Like this went on for about 5 minutes. It was a really, really good answer, I will say, by Matt Rule. I thought he handled.
And didn't he say something to that effect about him in Carolina?
100%. And I thought that honestly, when he started to kind of get on his soapbox a little bit and talk about it, I thought, all right, this is the normal response that we hear a lot of times from coaches about, hey, it might not have been the best for them. It's the best for me. I'm excited to be here. But it didn't keep down that route. And so I was actually pretty interested and invested into the 5-minute response that Matt Rule had. There was also a comment, and I tweeted this one out, and I just need to get out in the forefront of this and say this. So the way that they have the side podium set up here is like basically you have 3 rows of chairs, 3 rows, about 5 chairs, and then there's people crowded all around him. And there's cameras behind and everything like that. And so you just walk up and you can put your phone down or you can just walk up and listen. Well, as soon as I walked up, there was a question that was about NIL, and it was about are you concerned essentially that NIL could influence the way you play players, playing time, things like that. Mm-hmm. And he was just basically said, look, it has to be about production. It has to be about results. And then I'm 99% sure that he threw in a quote, something along the lines of the highest paid players don't always play, or something to that effect. And so I tweeted it out. It's starting to get traction on Twitter. And I added on the replies. I said, look, I was 10, 12 yards away from Matt Rule when he said this. They don't have it on a speaker. There might have been much more context to this quote that I could have heard. Don't take stuff out of context. Always don't believe always what you see on social media.
Jay, let's dive into that Nick just set up there.
Because I think it is true. Like, even if he didn't say specifically that and he said something to the effect with more context, there is that piece of it to be true.
Oh, absolutely. If you're not performing, if you're not around, not living up to standards, you can be paid a bunch and then still not play. But, Jay, that goes to if that's the system that Matt Rule wants, right? If it's about production first and foremost, that tells me that Matt Rule might be arguing for a system in college sports more like the NFL, where, sure, you might need a signing bonus, to get a guy in, and maybe that's what they want is that infusion up front. But is there a world in which, college athletes can have their contracts include performance bonuses if they hit certain benchmarks agreed to, and they get more of their money on the back end instead of all up front?
Yeah, I think there's a happy medium you could do it, or you could, make some of that yearly salary, whether it's 34% based on production. But here's the problem. You not Nebraska wouldn't, but you'll get some coaches that all of a sudden you will be performing and you still are losing games. All of a sudden you're not getting the same amount of touches.
Yeah.
So I think when you re-up for teams or re-up with players, you have to. It's no different than NFL. You have to be okay with possibly not having some guys come back because the market is dictated a price tag too high for actually their skill set.
We heard that from Daryl Thompson earlier.
And so you just got to be prudent. You got to be, you got to be 10 toes down in your process.
10 toes down at all times?
At all times.
You don't want to get locked into a school or a player too early.
Yeah. Or you got to be down like four flat tires on the way to the airport. So you got to make sure that you do what you need to do as far as evaluating your players, or evaluating return on an investment and production, because there's also a part to this that you can't measure. Leadership, how you are as a teammate, how you are in the community. That has to be taken into it as well, because we've seen it with Damian Lillard be able to go home, even though he's hurt, and get paid $16 million. You see it with other guys that are able to go back to school. We see with Lawrence coming back to play with Fred Hoiberg.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to, first of all, you don't want to overpay for the worst teammate and just an okay player. So you want the best teammate, a good to great player, and an even better human in person in the community.
Anything else from Matt Rule on the side podium?
Anything else, Nick?
There was a lot. It was a lot of the he feels like the playoff stuff in the playoff format. It's less about automatic qualifiers. He's all for meaningful games. He wants the play-in games, which essentially are the conference championships and some other things there. I just think that it was a lot of the similar stuff. We know that guys like Gunnar Gatula's full go, ready to go. Turner Corcoran's still a little ways away, he said. But then there's a guy, Mac Markway, is back to full strength. He's a full go as well. And Carter Nelson is looking to be ready to go by the time the fall hits there. So
let's press pause there real quick.
Yeah.
Sorry. On that offensive line, Gunnar Gatula, good to go. That's good news. Jay and I have brought up his name a couple times. I think Teddy Prohaska was in that conversation as well. And then Turner Corcoran. We haven't talked a lot about the offensive line. We know the new name in Pritchett coming in and Spindler from Notre Dame as well. But, Nick, I think if you look at the rest of the line, I mean, got a great chance to chat with Henry Lutovsky early on today. Definitely go back and check that out if you missed that conversation with him. But Justin Evans, big year for him, probably sliding over to center. Left guard, is that a spot that Turner Corcoran might be able to find a home with Justin Evans sliding over? Gunnar Gatula, can he come back and lock down left tackle, or is that Pritchett's job? Does he move to right tackle? And then who steps up into that swing guy role? There's a lot unsettled on that offensive line for Nebraska. I think Coach Raiola's got his work cut out for him a little bit.
Yeah, there is. I would imagine that it's going to be in some order. I mean, left tackle's probably Pritchett. Left guard, you're looking at probably. Okay, let me go thin past. Center is Justin Evans, like you talked about. I think Henry's probably at right guard.
So Spindler's at left guard.
Spindler potentially at left guard, or you flip those two. And then right tackle is who am I thinking of? Thank you, Gunnar Gatula. We talked a lot about Gunnar Gatula in his freshman year. I felt like he did a decent job of holding his own as a true freshman.
I like that, Nick. You know what? You have the kind of a look of an offensive line coach right now. I think Justin Evans Jenkins.
Are we really doing this?
Just Evans. He dropped the Jenkins.
Oh,
it's Justin Evans.
Dang, really?
Yeah. It's here on the roster. I got it pulled up.
Well, he ain't in the law for him.
With a pronunciation guide. Yep, it is just Justin Evans.
Okay, Justin Evans. And then, I think you got 4 starters already. You're not penciled in, but pinned in.
Which one are you missing then?
That's the catch-22, because you got to remember, if you really listen to the tea leaves. Steve Sipple said Henry Lutovsky.
I tend to read the tea leaves, not listen to them. But
here you okay. Now let's now see. Now I'm awake. Now I'm awake.
Yeah, I don't know what your deal is.
So if you guys would actually pay attention and listen, Steve Sipple said Henry Lutovsky might play tackle.
He did.
Right tackle.
He did.
And Pritchett is playing left.
He did.
So
that means Gunnar inside.
So that means Gunnar Gatula potentially could be guard or Corcoran. Now, I think you just play the best 5 guys, and you have flexibility. Obviously, Pritchett wants to play left tackle. Rocco would be a pretty good left side, assuming that there. But then you could provide some help on the right side, and you could slide somebody in the left guard. But man, that one open spot,
yeah.
And I think a lot of
war.
it.
Here's some of the names for that position. I mean, you'd look at maybe Sam Sledge as a sophomore, a guy that the coaching staff has been high on. Jason Mashashak, big dude out of South Dakota. They've talked a lot about Brock Knutson there. Tyler Knack. Is there anything?
I think Tyler Knack's the name.
Tyler Knack's in the building, but it's also dependent on the health of Turner and Teddy. Because, dude, they've been here forever, and if they're healthy, then they're probably thinking.
I'm just out on Teddy Prohaska in the same way I was with Gabe Ervin. I appreciate everything that he's given the program.
I loved Gabe Ervin.
You did. And again, I don't want to knock the young man.
Austin, that was kind of hard.
That was kind of cool.
I just got to be honest. I just respect the young man for working back from the injuries. It's been a tough road for him. At some point, you just don't have it anymore. At some point, the competition passes you. And again, that's not a knock on Teddy Prohaska or like it was on Gabe Ervin, but those are positions where you need some explosiveness. It's been a while since we've seen Teddy Prohaska in any meaningful game action. If he is one of Nebraska's best options, and he's earned it. Good for him. Absolutely. If he takes that step back to where we saw him for those 4 games as a freshman, I will be all the way back in on Teddy Prohaska. I'm just not confident that that's going to happen. And so he can be thrown in the discussion. But until I see Teddy Prohaska on the field making an impact for 6 games, I'm just not going to believe it until I see it.
Well, and I think making an impact also includes staying healthy. Like, I think that's with all these guys is you figure out a way to stay healthy, because there's been a lot of those guys on that offensive line that have gotten banged up, not just once, not just twice, but has missed significant time because of some injuries.
So I think if he stays healthy and is in the competition for a starting spot, one or both of them, and they don't win it, and say the best case scenario, say they do, somebody else is a starter, but they're splitting time, they're pushing each other, and then say Teddy either takes over or whoever else does it. That's the best scenario possible, because you're going to provide some depth, competition, and continuity. So it starts to stop with them being healthy, and it's nothing that they can control, because it's not like they're going out there purposely having some freak injuries.
Right.
But also I think the depth that they're able to develop is probably as or more important than who is in the starting 5.
Because you got to have, 7 or 8 to make it through a year?
Or the 5th starter.
I think Matt Rule at the side podium said he likes to have about 8 to 10.
Yeah.
And that's okay there too. I know the staff is very high on Tyler Knack. I know
He
that
came in last year and played well.
He did. And so I think that this is really a year to where they have an opportunity for him to see the field with significant playing time this year. So yeah, I think I also wouldn't be surprised to see, despite just because there's a guy here, I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe throughout fall there be a battle for a couple of those spots for some equal playing time. Now we can talk about this too and bring the schedule into this a little bit to where, hey, well, guess what? If you are Nebraska, you can get ready to go and try some things out, try some different combinations.
I'm all about trying
against opponents like Akron, Houston Christian, and those types of opponents.
Yeah, it's almost like a free practice.
Yeah.
And what you're saying is,
well, it needs to be. It hasn't always been, but it needs to be.
But you got to handle business first. But then also it allows the Turners and the Teddys to kind of come back at a less rapid pace.
Sure.
Versus, like years past, Teddy would get healthy, practice, and then you're playing against like Michigan. Like,
right.
You're going from essentially doing group work and offensive line drills to, obviously playing against some guys that are playing on Sundays. And so, I think, one thing I think, they've worked really hard and done a good job of getting back and getting in contention health wise. But then also, some of the younger guys are going to have to push that we're not even mentioning right now. A couple of the offensive linemen from Hawaii, in particular the center that came in as a freshman, he does not look like a freshman. And the guys that have had a good year in the weight room. Now you're talking about Knutson and all them. Those guys need to step up, and everybody. It can't be, I'm starting left tackle and I'm All-American or nothing. It's got to be okay. I'm telling you, Coach Donnie has said, look, generally, unless somebody is like Orlando Pace or somebody like that, it generally takes offensive linemen 2 to 3 years to be ready to play. You're playing against grown men. You got to know your body. You probably got to get, majority of the time, 10 to 15 at the max, 20, 25 pounds of bad weight off of you from high school, meaning you need to get
lose the pudge, get the muscle.
Yeah, and all that. And so it takes a lot of time, and it's also different techniques because it's technique driven. In high school, you could overpower guys. Generally, I mean, if you play 100 games, you're the biggest dude out there,
right?
And you're the most athletic and the baddest dude. So
if you look at where Nebraska's offensive linemen are coming from, I mean, you have Logan Magnolia in Iowa for Grant Bricks, Norfolk Catholic, Cedar Falls, Klein Kane down in Houston, South Dakota for Sean Hammerbeck, Mashashak from South Dakota as well. Nebraska's gotten some decently rated guys, but no matter how highly rated you are or even where you play, even if you played a Buford or an IMG or whatever, you're still going to be able to overpower most of those guys naturally.
Yeah, it don't matter where you come from. I mean, you're still a high school kid, and you can even look at Texas Tech. They paid that huge money to their freshmen. He ain't gonna be ready to play. Dude, the first time,
unless you're Caden Proctor, like that's the last example.
Yeah, but that's or Elijah Pritchett. But let me tell you something. The first time this freshman, and it's rocking, and I'm talking about rocking, kind of like how when you play NCAA 2026 and you put the crowd noise on.
Yep.
And you got a wide 9 technique.
Yep.
You got to get there.
not only will you might jump off sides 2 plays in a row, but then you'll forget your technique. All that's out the door. So you need experience and steps to get there. And Nebraska's team's going to go as far as this offensive line takes them, because if the offensive line continues to improve from last year, right, even those new players, it will make that defensive line improve at a more rapid pace, and then they'll be ready for the Big Ten.
I did like Matt Rule saying that about his defensive line and the attitude that he's preaching with, of course, Terry Braden coming in from the Kansas City Chiefs. We've talked a lot about all the guys that Nebraska's lost, right? Ty Robinson, Nash Hutmaker, Jamari Butler transfers to LSU, MJ Sherman graduates as well. But Matt Rule says James Williams transfers out as well. You know, that's 5 guys that were pretty key contributors for that Nebraska defensive line last year. But Matt Rule said that's not an excuse for us not to be better. You know, there's a standard that we're going to hold you to. He sounds like he doesn't care what questions, people outside have. Yeah. They have their standard that he needs that young group to reach quickly.
Yeah, and that's the hard part when you have a change in the guard. I mean, because there were probably options to play behind them. Yeah. But they weren't answers because the guys that were playing were so consistent and good.
I think it's also, notable that they had to go out. The 2 members of this team that we expect to be pretty important, one on the offensive side, one on the defensive side, they had to go back into the portal and get back for and retain them. Obviously, Emmett Johnson on the offensive side, but Keona Davis on the defensive side. I mean, you have to remember that piece of it as well. He specifically mentioned Keona Davis's name on purpose, and so you put stock into those types of things, just because Nebraska they're going to have to step up this year on the defensive side of the ball. But I think, Jay, obviously you being a linebacker, when you look at this linebacker squad with guys like, and I say these names, but there's so much versatility, and guys can go off the edge, and are they really aligned? Like whether it's McCullough, whether it's Marquise Watson Trent, whether it's Vincent Shavers, whether it's Willis McGahee at times.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of guys that we talked about offensive line need to step up. There's a lot of holes that are now going to need to be filled by some younger guys now.
Yeah,
this
and you
year
got
on the
Jacob
defense.
Bauer, who was the story of the spring. You earned a scholarship, and you got Shavers. They've all done it in small doses. Yeah, and that's the process that you go through. Where I can go back to when as a rookie I was playing in Buffalo, and I was playing, and then I started a few games, and I had some success, but then I had to. And you're the dude. 16 games is a lot different than when you only start 6 and you put up some numbers. And so that's where they're at. They got a lot of options, legitimate options that are, meet all the metrics. Now those options have to make themselves answers. And that's what they've probably really focused on in the offseason. And I can almost guarantee once football starts, they're going to have to really bear down and really put the competition up, or crank up the competition, so guys can separate themselves.
One last point on the defensive line before we take our first break of the hour. You mentioned, Nick, Nebraska had to go back to the portal to get Keona Davis. Yeah. They also added two guys out of the portal that we don't talk about a lot. We know about Williams Nwaneri. Yep. But Jalen George from East Tennessee State, kind of the plugger, 6'3", 285 in the middle. And then Gabe Moore, who didn't play much, if at all, from Mississippi State last couple years. But that's 6'3", 285 for Jalen George, 6'5", 290 for Gabe Moore. You need depth on the defensive line just like you do on the offensive line. But again, it kind of speaks volumes to what you and Jay were saying about there were options, there were guys there, but maybe the staff wanted a little bit of insurance, so they went out and got some guys who had been in college for a year or two.
Yeah, you're right. I don't know what the pathway, if there is a pathway for a couple of those guys to play. I think it's going to be there's a lot of competition in that front 7, especially, right? Because there's a few jobs to be had, right? Like I think you feel good about. This is a great example of the conversation of that Matt Rule kind of mentioned about NIL and does it affect playing time and things like that. There are a couple of the more notable names on that defensive side of the ball. We're talking about there's open jobs, there's open competitions. And so Matt Rule and his staff and Coach Braden and obviously Coach Simpson, their edge rushing coach, they got to make some decisions on, okay, we bring these guys in and we've invested financially into these players. Are they the best ones for us? And so that's where NIL can really be an issue at times. But man, it leaves a lot of unanswered questions as we are right here on July 22nd, a little over a month and a half or a month and 6 days from starting the season.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, Nick. I think NIL kind of is the starting point. Yeah. But at the end of the day, Matt Rule knows he has to win games. The players know they got to win games, and if you're not performing, you're not going to play. Maybe not be benched, but maybe not play as much. And I think the biggest thing they need to do, Nick, and they have to, and NIL does factor in it, because obviously you want and hope that the person that you paid will separate themselves, right? But then also role definition, right? When you think about, just think about this, Nick. You got Javen Wright,
Yeah.
you got McGahee, you got Bauer, you got the law firm, you got Shavers, you got McCullough, you even got young guys that maybe not be in the mix, but eventually, you got Pierce Mooberry, you got all these guys, right, that are kind of in competition, and so you got to define roles, but you can't define the roles until those guys at each position, whether it's jack, inside linebacker, nickel, hybrid, separate themselves. So once they start separating themselves, then the role definition can come in, and then the efficiency can go up, because everybody will get off that bus knowing approximate amount how many plays they're going to play, what they need to do to continue to earn those plays, and how they can earn more by being very productive on Saturdays.
Yeah, there's a lot more things that we can get into. I mean, whether it's the way that they set up and they run their defense, does this front four match better for maybe more of a base front? I mean, like things like that, we could get into the X's and O's of it. But in all reality, I thought it was very interesting, guys, when Coach Rule was sitting here. He talked about Tony White would go into a game with 100 plays, and he was kind of tooting the horn of John Butler. He goes, John Butler says, no, we're going to let these guys run wild with these 30 plays or whatever it is, right? And the number, I'm sure, is variable, and it's not always specific. But I thought that since he specifically mentioned that, I thought that was very interesting to kind of point out.
Well, especially in light of what happened on the offensive side of the ball last year, too, when Dana Holgerson came in and Marcus Satterfield got shipped back to the tight end room.
Yeah.
You're
absolutely
there's
right.
parallels there.
You know what that's called, Nick?
What's that called?
Having too much dip on your chip.
Okay. That's what you have.
No, that's called you doing too much.
Okay.
We're going to figure out who actually has too much dip on their chip during break. Come back with us. This is Big Ten Media Days live from Las Vegas.
This is Big Ten Media Days live from Las Vegas, presented by Advanced Medical Imaging, Stevenson Smith Construction, Currency, Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and League One Volleyball on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Load up on meat and more this spring at The Mercado by Certified Piedmontese, with great selections of T-bones, tomahawks, ribeyes, filet mignon, brisket, sirloin, and so much more. The Mercado has locations at 84th and Havelock, 30th and Yankee Hill, and now 85th and Old Cheney in Lincoln, where you can have $2 draft beer every Thursday night from 4 to 8 p.m. and half-price espresso drinks on Fridays from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. Get to The Mercado today for the best meat in town.
This just in, hot off the bench press. Planet Fitness has expanded strength equipment. Save $28 or more when you join today. We're raising the bar with these benches, and our hack squat will have you actually looking forward to leg day. Plus, we're still repping all the best-in-class equipment we've always had. There's no better time to get stronger. So join Planet Fitness today and save $28 or more. Just $1 down, $15 a month.
Find your nearest club and join today. Deal ends July 31st.
See Home Club for details.
This July, Acres is celebrating the birth of our nation. The fireworks include the opportunity to save big with great pricing on our late model John Deere ag equipment. Plus, you can lock in interest rates as low as 1.9% on select used John Deere planters, tractors, sprayers, and combines. Red hot rates combined with our explosive discounts make July the perfect time to buy and save. Don't wait. These deals won't last long. Visit acres.com for all the details. That's AKRS.com. Restrictions apply. Offer July 31st, 2025. Subproof financing. Offer may change anytime without notice.
Are you looking for an exciting new way to put your skills to work? Explore new career options in the fintech industry at Currency, a Sandhills global company. We offer full-time positions in financial sales, compliance, operations, and other fields. We also offer a 4.5-day work week, an attractive benefits package, and opportunities for advancement. Put your motivation to work and grow with us at Currency. Visit gocurrency.com/careers to learn more.
Empower a child today with the Teammates Mentoring Program. Hope is only a conversation away when you choose to share your talent, time, and heart with the child. Together, you can build a relationship based on strengths and chart a brighter future, 1 week at a time. Find out how you can be a mentor by visiting LincolnTeammates.org. Become what you needed as a kid by joining the Teammates Mentoring Program today.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce is complicated. It affects every part of your life, your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce and the unexpected directions that it can take, it's times like this that you need a partner you can count on.
If you're a man facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today to connect with a local divorce attorney who understands the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Text GO99 to 323232. GO99 to 323232. GO99 to 323232. 1221 N Street, Lincoln. Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply, stop to opt out.
Hi, folks. The weather is for sure heating up, and Coppell Chevrolet GMC is following suit. The discounts are really as good as they've ever been. $14,500 off list price, or 0% financing on select new models. Folks, you heard that right. Smoking hot deals at Coppell. $14,500 off list price, or 0% APR. So take that short drive down 144th Street or at CoppellCars.com. STK number G269520. All deals with trade-in and approved credit.
Mike, the insurance company wants us to replace the roof.
Wait, what? I thought everything was fine.
Yeah, it says right here our roof is too old and they won't be able to cover us anymore.
I guess it is 15 years old. Hi, I'm Austin with Roofing Service Company. We help homeowners with their roofing and siding projects. Financing options are available, and we can get you under a new roof no time at all. If this sounds like you, visit roofingservicecompany.com. That is roofingservicecompany.com.
Advanced Medical Imaging is the largest radiology group in Nebraska, located in Lincoln at 7601 Pioneers Boulevard. At Advanced Medical Imaging, they utilize state-of-the-art technology and blend it together with their compassionate, skilled team to guide you through every step. Whether it's an MRI, CT scan, or X-ray, their precise diagnostics help your doctor deliver the best care plan for you. Choose clarity and comfort in your life by choosing Advanced Medical Imaging, located at 7601 Pioneers Boulevard and online at amimaging.com. Wall-to-Wall Wine and Spirits is your place in North Lincoln to go for all your needs in wine, spirits, and beer. They also have a large variety of cigars in their walk-in humidor, and they have a top-notch walk-in temperature-controlled high-end wine room. Plus, you can enjoy free samples from their tasting bar. There's only one place to go for all your needs for spirits and cigars. That's Wall-to-Wall Wine and Spirits on North 27th Street in Lincoln.
Hey there, this is Paul Scheel, owner of High Electric. I want to thank our friends and loyal customers and introduce High Electric to those looking for a new electrician. We've been serving the Lincoln and Omaha area for over 30 years, from design to install, upgrades, and repair. If you are a homeowner or a small business needing some electrical work, call us at 402-466-6606 or check us out at hyelectric.com. We look forward to hearing from you.
The 2026 Love Omaha volleyball season is coming, and memberships are on sale now. Catch your favorite stars, Lexi Rodriguez, Jordan Larson, and more with a guaranteed 8 home matches right here in Nebraska. Season memberships start at just $112. That's unbeatable value for world-class volleyball. Don't miss a moment of the action. Go to lovb.com/season and grab yours today. That's lovb.com/season.
Welcome back to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Las Vegas. Presented by Advanced Medical Imaging, Stevens & Smith Construction, Currency, Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and League One Volleyball on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Down there.
Welcome back into Mandalay Bay. Austin, Nick, and Jay with you. This segment brought to you by Gary Michaels Clothiers. Spring and summer inventory is now 20 to 50% off selected items like suits, sports coats, dress and casual pants, dress shirts, and more. Gary Michaels also clothed all the Huskers that you saw here today at Media Days. Once again, you can find your new attire at 56 and Pine Lake. Gary Michaels did a good job. I got to stop by.
Great job.
I
got a credit over there. I need to go get me some slacks.
Okay. Go get yourself some slacks.
Gary Michaels, I'm coming.
You also need a suit jacket. You know that you could be like
I need
Andrew
a suit jacket.
You could be like
Why
Andrew Whitworth, where you got the hoodie and then the suit jacket.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Now we're talking.
That sounds about right.
I was being serious. I was being genuine.
I already have a suit. I have plenty of suit jackets.
Okay, with you here in Vegas.
Little programming update for you. Coming up at 3 o'clock, we will have the chance to sit down with the executive director of the college football playoff. That is Mr. Rich Clark. Rich has some Nebraska connections. It'll be really fun to pick his brain on that, his time playing college football, and was a big wig in the Air Force for a while as well. So that's coming up at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. Then at 3:30, we will have Jim Gray stop by as well, legendary sportscaster. If you've heard of him, you probably talked to him. Going to be incredible to pick his brain, get some stories to help round out our show. Other Big Ten Media Days headlines. Haven't talked a lot about Rutgers. They've kind of faded into the background. Shiano looked like he got in, handled business, and stepped out. Rutgers is one of those teams that I'm kind of interested in this year to see if there is another step forward for that program. Ethan Kaliakmanis out of Illinois, obviously by way of Minnesota, is there. The guys that Rutgers brought with them, Ethan Kaliakmanis entering his third year as a starter, just put up the most total yards for a Rutgers guy since 2008. Daniel Jaborn is from Canada. His brother's actually a CFL player for a while. He was third team All Big Ten last year. And Ian Strong, also honorable mention All Big Ten from the coaches. One of those guys was a transfer, but Nick and Jay, when you look at who Rutgers brought, I think it's kind of in that same mold that we've been talking about with Nebraska, is get guys in the program and keep them in the program. Jaborn, the linebacker, Rutgers is the only school he's been to. He's been there for 3 years now, and same with Ian Strong. Only school he's been at is Rutgers. I feel like that's got to be the model for Greg Schiano. We talk about it a lot in Texas. There's a lot of talent up there. There's plenty of talent up there in the Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New York area. Rutgers might not get the headlining guys, but if they can do work with the second or third tier guys in that northeast corner of the state, I mean, I would rather go to Rutgers and play for Schiano. I mean, maybe Syracuse is on the up and up, but I think Rutgers, I would give the edge over a Boston College and schools like that up there.
Jay, I mean, you feel like they might have also missed part of their chance too, because they had a really good running back last year in Colin Mungai.
Yeah, he was one of my favorite running backs to watch, man. He could make you miss in a phone booth, and they just never really got off to the offensive start that they wanted. Yeah. Which then, and I think their height was the game against UCLA. It was back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
UCLA ended up winning, and then after that, Nebraska kind of shut them down, and then they were going uphill for the rest of the season. I think the biggest thing for Rutgers, and you're right, Austin. If I'm in that area and I'm not going to Penn State or anything like that, you probably have better faith that. This is no knock on any other coach, because I think Fran Brown is a great coach at Syracuse, but I think in close proximity, Greg Schiano in the Big Ten and Rutgers probably get you more NFL ready. You'll play earlier, so you could have some success. But I think a team like Rutgers is kind of like what Coach Rule said, that about the roster. If your bottom of your roster is strong, if the bottom of your Big Ten or a little bit above your bottom is strong, that will raise the Big Ten up to the point to where where you don't have to take a back seat to anybody, because quiet is kept. The last few years, it's been all Big Ten national.
Here's to that point. I'm thrilled you brought that up, because rising tide lifts all boats. You alluded to that there, Jay. Well, okay, I'm being serious here. There was Jamie Chadwell at the ACC Media Days today said, look, the SEC, they've had a lot of champions the last 25 years, but since 1984, it's been the same 6 teams. That's an active head coach right now in an ACC talking, and he goes, that to me, that's not balanced. That's top heavy.
Yeah.
Big Ten Conference.
That was Lashley, not Chadwell.
Rhett Lashley. Thank you, not Chadwell. Rhett Lashley. But either way, now this year, you look at the Big Ten Conference over the last couple of years. And you're right. I 100% agree to where it's more balanced. It's the most balanced league, top to bottom, in the entire country.
And they've been able to step up when they've had to compete against the SEC. And same with last year, the Big 12. The Big 12 is it's 1 year. And the Big 12 will tell you, well, a Big 12 team won your conference.
Think about what we're talking about this year going into the Big 12. And I find myself to be not a stan of the Big 12, but I do enjoy watching it.
We have to defend the Big 12 from ticket listeners. The ticket listeners think the Big 12 is just mediocre.
Well, and in all reality, you look at the Big 12. Look, Baylor's on the up and up. Finally, under Dave Aranda, this year feels like maybe their best chance to win a Big 12 title. Kansas State obviously won it. Kansas just invested a lot of money into their football program,
right.
and they're fully bought into Lance Leipold's time there. At TCU with Sonny Dykes obviously was just in the college football playoff a few years ago. Might have been a fluke, might have been a flash in the pan. Still a college football playoff appearance. Arizona State, how about the defending Big 12 champion there? We can go up and down the list. The Big 12 might be even more balanced than the SEC when you're talking about entire conference competitiveness, where the SEC might be more top heavy than any conference in the country. The Big 12 and the Big 10 certainly might have a case to be more balanced top to bottom.
Yeah, it's an interesting, last few years where even though, Michigan won it, Ohio State won it, the SEC hasn't recognized it. It's almost like, bubble championship. Like, okay, we let you guys win.
Yeah.
And, when you look at the, I guess, overall landscape and you look at the college football playoff last year, the team that's positioned to really just blow this whole thing up is Dabo Swinney and the Clemson Tigers.
Right.
They have the best. They have the best interior defensive lineman in all of college football. They have by far the guy that might go number one overall is the outside rusher. They have an excellent linebacker core and have another defensive tackle. And then
they have the best quarterback in the country.
I was about to say the best quarterback in the country. And they've been able to.
I like Cade Klubnik.
Well,
we'll get there in a sec. We'll get there in a sec.
He's been right now
slept on.
Right now, he is projected to go number one.
My curious skeptical look was not because I disagree.
Yeah.
I was just going to go to the realm of, number one, what a journey it's been for Cade Klubnik coming in as highly rated as he was. He's had to grow. He's had to develop. But to me, in my head, I'm always going to tie him and Drew Aller together. Whether that's fair to them or not. Different programs.
Yeah.
But again, led by defense in the same class.
That's not fair, though.
It's not, but they're going to be tied together. Klubnik's a little bit more mobile. Has had a little bit more team success until last year when Aller took his team all the way to the semifinals of the college football playoff. Klubnik got in, led him to the conference championship. I also am a Cade Klubnik guy. I also am not sure Cade Klubnik is deserving of 1-1 right now. Maybe he can play his way into that, but this feels more like that. What was that? The 2020 draft class of quarterbacks, 2021, where Des Ritter was the first quarterback taken, right? I mean, if that's the realm we're talking about, like,
guys, we don't even realize. We could ask, and maybe it's because we're in Big Ten country. We could ask 1,500 people, even in this building full of media professionals. We could ask this building of, hey, what were Cade Klubnik's touchdown interception ratio last year?
Nobody
and a very small amount of people will get it right. Dude threw 36 touchdowns and had 6 picks all of last year.
Yeah.
That is insanity.
He's good,
and that's why I think the comparison is not apples to apples with Drew Aller, because he actually really stepped the game up. And trust me, I saw his meltdown live in effect. I was right there.
That's right.
When he didn't pitch the ball.
Who was that against?
Against the Miami Hurricanes. My dad got into the Ring of Fame. And Dabo Swinney, I know on TV he says he doesn't cuss. I know for a fact he did.
Yeah.
And I heard it and I saw it. But he could have. And then the next year he was going to potentially go in the portal. He stayed, and it paid off for him. And my point is this. As much as we're talking about Bama and Georgia, if their quarterback is...
I liked what I saw from Stockton in the college football playoff. Wasn't great, but dude's got an arm.
Right, but he hasn't done it yet. Now this is a big jump for him because he's going to be the guy. And then Ole Miss, you just got rid of your quarterback. So it's essentially quarterback. The number one quarterback is Nussmeier.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe the guy that got hot at the end of the year with Texas A&M because of the RPO.
Was that Wegman?
No, it wasn't Wegman. It was number 10 that came
Marcel Reed. Right?
Marcel Reed. Yeah,
Marcel Reed.
Good call.
Right? Those are the two guys that might spark the most fear right now.
Yeah.
I guess you always put an asterisk with Arch Manning because he's going to be, there. But when you think about Clemson, built through the lines, right? I mean, they got Kelly and they got Brandon Jacobson. And you got two,
and he makes his dad look small,
right? And you got two bookends, legit NFL dudes right there. It's all there for the taking. It's just more of the point that everybody's starting to catch up, and they're doing it by, I guess, competitive parity and depth. You know what I mean? In the conferences, and the ACC isn't there yet. If they can get North Carolina going, North Carolina State can turn it around. Obviously, Miami and Florida, and then Florida State comes back, then you might be able to have a different conversation.
Let's have a conversation like that when we get back. Obviously, the answer for the Big Ten is going to be Nebraska, not just because we're here, but for good reason. But who is that X factor, most important team for these conferences to take another step forward in terms of how they're viewed across the country? Let's wrap up this hour with that, and then don't forget 3 o'clock hour out here, 5 o'clock hour back home. Rich Clark, Executive Director of the College Football Playoff, will join us at the top of the hour. Bottom of the hour, it'll be Jim Gray, legendary sportscaster. That's coming up next hour. We'll wrap up this hour in just a moment here on The Ticket.
This is Big Ten Media Days live from Las Vegas, presented by Advanced Medical Imaging, Stevenson Smith Construction, Currency, Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and League One Volleyball on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Are you ready for a new opportunity? Check out Sandhills Global. Join a dynamic team where your skills are valued and your career can soar. We offer full-time positions with a 4.5-day work week, competitive pay, excellent benefits, and a positive work environment. From IT and marketing to sales and finance, we're looking for talented individuals just like you. Apply today at sandhills.jobs and take the first step towards an exciting future. That's sandhills.jobs. Don't wait, apply now.
Open and are looking for dynamic individuals passionate about helping others and building relationships. With a family-friendly culture, competitive benefits, and unique perks, Midwest Bank is a great place to start a new career. Apply today at midwest.bank. Midwest Bank is an equal opportunity employer, member FDIC.
Don't miss the 8th Annual Wing Fest on Saturday, July 26th at Haymarket Park from 5 till 8 p.m. Local restaurants will be serving wings from 5 to 7 p.m. with live music going until 8. Ice cream and beverages will also be available for purchase, and all the proceeds from the event will go to benefit students in the local community. Get your tickets today at wingfestlincoln.com and make sure you attend the 8th Annual Wing Fest at Haymarket Park on July 26th.
Hi, folks. The weather is for sure heating up, and Coppell Chevrolet GMC is following suit. The discounts are really as good as they've ever been. $14,500 off list price, or 0% financing on select new models. Folks, you heard that right. Smoking hot deals at Coppell. $14,500 off list price, or 0% APR. So take that short drive down 144th Street or at CoppellCars.com. STK number G269520. All deals with trade-in and approved credit.
At Fairway Meat Market, your family. And as part of the family, they want to save you money on your meat and groceries. Now through July 27th, enjoy 8-ounce USDA choice boneless ribeye steaks for $9.99 each. All natural thick-cut bone and pork chops for $1.69 per pound. All variety of pork sausages, $2.99 per pound. And check out the meat bundle, 50 items for $50. That's all at Fairway Meat Market in the Rockledge Square Shopping Center just south of 84th and Van Dorn.
Wall to Wall Wine and Spirits is your place in North Lincoln to go for all your needs in wine, spirits, and beer. They also have a large variety of cigars in their walk-in humidor, and they have a top-notch walk-in temperature-controlled high-end wine room. Plus, you can enjoy free samples from their tasting bar. There's only one place to go for all your needs for spirits and cigars. That's Wall to Wall Wine and Spirits on North 27th Street in Lincoln.
Empower a child today with the Teammates Mentoring Program. Hope is only a conversation away when you choose to share your talent, time, and heart with a child. Together, you can build a relationship based on strengths and chart a brighter future, 1 week at a time. Find out how you can be a mentor by visiting LincolnTeammates.org. Become what you needed as a kid by joining the Teammates Mentoring Program today. Play ball!
Haymarket Park is buzzing with excitement this summer. Grab your crew and get in on the fun. Be sure to catch all the daily specials and promotions this season, like Thirsty Thursday, Fireworks Friday, Souvenir Saturday, Family Fun Day Sunday, plus special events and discounts all summer long. Don't miss out on the action as the Lincoln Salt Dogs take on their biggest rivals and knock the ball out of the park. Visit saltdogs.com and see this week's promotions and grab your tickets.
93.7 The Ticket, Fox, KFXL weather. Brought to you by Bryant Air Conditioning, Heating, Electrical, and Plumbing.
Your Lincoln forecast for today: a slight chance of showers and storms. Otherwise, partly sunny and breezy with a high around 94. Tonight, mostly clear skies and continued breeze, a low around 77. And tomorrow, we'll see mainly sunny skies. It'll be breezy and hot with a high around 99. I'm meteorologist Kyle Beck for 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce is complicated. It affects every part of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce and the unexpected directions that it can take, it's times like this that you need a partner you can count on.
If you're a man facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today to connect with a local divorce attorney who understands the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Text GO99 to 323232. GO99 to 323232. GO99 to 323232. 1221 N Street, Lincoln. Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply, stop to opt out.
Hey there, this is Paul Scheel, owner of High Electric. I want to thank our friends and loyal customers and introduce High Electric to those looking for a new electrician. We've been serving the Lincoln and Omaha area for over 30 years, from design to install, upgrades, and repair. If you're a homeowner or a small business needing some electrical work, call us at 402-466-6606 or check us out at hyelectric.com. We look forward to hearing from you.
Welcome back to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Las Vegas. Presented by Advanced Medical Imaging, Stevens & Smith Construction, Currency, Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and League One Volleyball on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
We're wrapping up another hour of content here from Mandalay Bay. Austin, Jay, and Nick with you, DP along as well. Jay, you set this conversation off with something you said about the ACC and how important it would be for Bill Belichick to get North Carolina up and rolling. Not that they were ever terrible under Mac Brown, but they certainly weren't necessarily a major power player consistently. We'll start with you, Nick. I want your answer after that as well. If you look at the ACC, who is the team, the program, the school that needs to get going, be a consistent college football playoff contender, kind of rise from the ranks of that middle group into the upper tier that would make people start taking the ACC maybe a little more seriously?
Well, number one before that, it's got to be Florida State. They got to get back to where they should be. Mm-hmm. I would say there's two schools in the ACC that should never lose in recruiting and be that bad. Miami's obviously on uptick. It's the U and Florida State. So Florida State's number one. I think obviously North Carolina is the obvious choice, but I think they need to get North Carolina State or Wake Forest up to snuff. And maybe it's North Carolina State because they've had more recent success of being, in the mix. And I like Wake Forest, but probably one of those two schools, and because you want to bring it up from the bottom.
Yeah.
And once they do that, and say Duke stays pretty consistent, I like Manny Diaz.
He got a bad rap at Miami.
He did. He lost his way a little bit, and I think they lost patience too quickly with him.
I also like Duke's quarterback.
Right. And so I like
Blake
Duke.
Murphy.
I like Duke, what they're
I
doing.
like their point guard and their shooting guard and their
Right.
small forward. Sorry.
There you go.
Yep.
So I like Duke and what they're doing, but I think North Carolina State can bring up the whole conference. Now they have to.
Florida State's an interesting one because it feels like once they got left out of the playoff, like their entire program was like, forget it. We're never going to get the benefit of the doubt. We never should have to work hard. We don't even want to do it. We tried so hard. We failed. Let's not worry about trying again.
It's not only that, and they also tried to jump ship and join the big the big brother in the SEC, and they were like, hold on.
Yeah.
You don't even have your ducks in a row. One other team before you get going there, Nick, is Syracuse. Be on the lookout for them.
I'm fascinated to see how Syracuse transitions after they got Kyle McCord. We talked about it earlier.
After him.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier. Quarterback is so important. Fran Brown in his first year able to get Kyle McCord.
FBS's leading passer.
Yes. Yeah. And then now what's it look like after that, right?
It's not only that. It's a host of teams. You got to think Pittsburgh as well.
Yeah.
Getting that built, Pittsburgh's tough. can you get back to when you had Kenny Pickett and very explosive? Can you do something, maybe not to that magnitude, right below it, along with that deep? Because the defense is travel. They got some defensive players now. Now they need some offense.
Florida State's just fascinating to me, just because also when you bring, I love the conversation of how much investment is into a program financially, not NIL, but in other things. They just finished out their $265 million renovation to their stadium and a couple of their facilities. Like, there's a lot of expectation now that comes with renovations and with upgrades for you to win. Not to mention Mike Norvell, ever since we talked about like turning points in programs, ever since Mike Norvell lost Travis Hunter to Jackson State, nobody's been a Mike Norvell fan. It's been a weird situation. If he would have made the playoff, he got close, right? But ever since he lost Travis Hunter, who was in their backyard and was a commitment to Florida State, and lost him on signing day to Jackson State, it's never felt the same.
It's not only that, is that looking over his shoulder is who.
Yeah.
What's up, baby? This
What's
is
up,
Brian.
the guy that took him away.
Yeah. And Florida State didn't even really give Deion Sanders a chance and took Mike Norvell. But now the tide has flipped. So there's a lot of pressure internally and externally to meet expectations. On top of, you got a new offensive coordinator, former head coach, and you got a defensive coordinator that's been up for coaching jobs. The pressure is mounting in Tallahassee.
We're expecting Rich Clark here in just a few minutes. I'll wrap up this segment with one team that I think it speaks volumes that hasn't come up yet, Virginia Tech.
Yeah.
I mean, Nick, when you and I were growing up, Jay, you saw them, when you were in high school and college too, just how good they were. Inconsistent they were. I mean, that's a school that I think still has some clout and some name recognition. We know everything about Lane Stadium and how it can get rocking. Virginia Tech is one of those schools that I don't have fond memories of from those Nebraska-Virginia Tech games, but it speaks to just how mediocre and forgettable that program has become. They weren't one of the first 6 or 7 teams that we mentioned.
Yeah, kind of even forgot about them. I mean, even Virginia, but more or less Virginia Tech. Virginia Tech is a football school.
Yeah.
They haven't been relevant for quite some time.
Let's go ahead and take our break. Like I said, we're expecting to get College Football Playoff Executive Director Rich Clark, who will join us on the other side to continue some Big Ten Media Days conversations after this.
This is Big Ten Media Days live from Las Vegas, presented by Advanced Medical Imaging, Stevenson Smith Construction, Currency, Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and League One Volleyball on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
By Certified Piedmontese, with great selections of T-bones, tomahawks, ribeyes, filet mignon, brisket, sirloin, and so much more. The Mercado has locations at 84th and Havelock, 30th and Yankee Hill, and now 85th and Old Cheney in Lincoln, where you can have $2 draft beer every Thursday night from 4 to 8 p.m. and half-price espresso drinks on Fridays from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. Get to the Mercado today for the best meat in town.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce is complicated. It affects every part of your life, your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce and the unexpected directions that it can take, it's times like this that you need a partner you can count on.
If you're a man facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today to connect with a local divorce attorney who understands the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Text GO99 to 323232. GO99 to 323232. GO99 to 323232. 1221 N Street, Lincoln. Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply, stop to opt out.
Gaina Trucking is hiring CDL Class A and B drivers. Their strong team culture makes it not a job, but a career. Gaina Trucking offers health, vision, and dental insurance, 401k with company match, an employee assistance program, and other bonus programs. Build a better career today with great team culture at Gaina Trucking. Learn more and apply today at GainaTrucking.com.
Hi, folks. The weather is for sure heating up, and Coppell Chevrolet GMC is following suit. The discounts are really as good as they've ever been. $14,500 off list price, or 0% financing on select new models. Folks, you heard that right. Smoking hot deals at Coppell. $14,500 off list price, or 0% APR. So take that short drive down 144th Street or at CoppellCars.com. STK number G269520. All deals with trade-in and approved credit.
What's it take to be a mentor with big brothers, big sisters? It takes 30 minutes and a cup of coffee. A video game, that's 2 out of 3. It takes sharing thumbs up emojis, clapping emojis, and loaded nachos at halftime. That's how you make an impact on a young kid's life. So go on, share a few hours a month, because mentorship may sound huge, but the truth is, it takes little to be big. To learn more, volunteer, or donate, go to BeBigNow.org.
This is Lincoln's home for sports talk on the FM dial. Also online at theticketfm.com. On the internet. KNTK FM Firth, 93.7 The Ticket. 93.7 The Ticket is your home for every Kansas City Royals baseball game. Bobby Witt Jr., Salvador Perez, Vinny Pasquantino, and the rest of the Royals attempt to make the postseason for the second season in a row. And you can hear all the action on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com. Your home for Kansas City Royals baseball. Welcome back to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Las Vegas. Presented by Advanced Medical Imaging, Stevens & Smith Construction, Currency, Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and League One Volleyball on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Content for the day from Mandalay Bay. Austin, Nick, and Jay Foreman all with you, joined by a special guest, maybe the most accomplished man we'll talk to all week. That's the executive director of the College Football Playoff, Mr. Rich Clark. Rich, thanks a ton for taking some time out of your busy schedule to join us. How's day one treating you?
Oh, it's been great. It has been just awesome meeting everybody that's here from all over the country now. Big Ten is definitely a continental U.S. Conference, and it's pretty awesome to be here today.
You were there in Indianapolis last year, because I remember we were able to talk to you a little bit last year about it. It's different in Vegas. You can feel that it is an entertainment capital of the world almost.
It is. Vegas, they know how to put an event on.
Yeah.
They know how to host people here, and there's so much to do. But here's one cool thing. Not this coming year, but the year after this, we're going to have our championship game here.
Yeah.
So we're very excited. Yeah. And they are just rolling out the red carpet. So we'll go into Miami this coming year, and that's going to be, it's Miami, right? That's going to be spectacular.
We got a Miami guy right here,
so
here we
don't
go.
Have
to pump it up to him.
Then we're here in Vegas, and home of my Raiders. Love the Raiders. So it's good. It's good to be here.
You mentioned to us off air you're entering early on in your second year as executive director of the College Football Playoff. What's gone the way you thought it would? What's been new and exciting for you in that role?
Yeah, that's a really good question, Austin. I'll say this. It was a lot harder than I thought it was going to be, but I loved it more than I thought I would. It has just been fantastic. And I think that the 12-team playoff last year was really spectacular. It went off like we hoped it would. We knew, though, with 100% certainty that we weren't going to get it 100% right. We knew that. And so we made some adjustments this year already, like with our seeding. We're not going to have the top 4 conference champions get a bye. It's going to be a straight seeding. So the top 4 ranked teams will get the bye. I think that's going to be a really good change. And then we're talking about new format for the next year already. But we need to be talking about it now and make sure that we have it where we want it to be. But it's been really, I think, a rewarding job. I feel like I have good purpose in it. And I was in the Air Force for a long time. And I couldn't have landed better. I feel blessed.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about that, Mr. Clark. Usually when you retire.
You can call me Rich.
Okay,
you can call me Rich. Yeah.
I want to show you the ultimate.
I appreciate it. I thought you were going to salute me or something.
And we might. Hey, listen, I'm looking at your resume. I might as well. I might make everybody else salute you. They usually say when you retire from the Air Force, you want to relax. Seems like since you took your new job, it's almost twice as much work. But is it exciting for you to be a part of something new?
Yeah, and that's the thing. I did think when I retired, I was like, you know what? I'm going to take a step back. People aren't going to be demanding of me and asking me all kinds of, Oh no. It has been like a step. I won't say a step up intensity,
Right.
but it's a step across.
Right.
But it's a whole different thing, and that's what I really love about it. I don't talk about going to war now. I don't talk about preparing for war. I'm talking about football.
Right.
And I love talking about football. I get to talk about something that people love to see, love to be a part of, and I still feel a great purpose. So you're right.
Yeah.
Usually you retire and you try to take a step back. No, not in this job, but I love it.
We're with the executive director of the College Football Playoff, Rich Clark, alongside. And I'm curious, Nebraska actually has a little bit of flavor in the selection committee this year. Troy Dannon, Nebraska's athletic director, is going to be a part of the committee. I think there's a lot of fans that listen and go, okay, yeah, this guy's going to be a part of this committee. This gal's going to be a part of it. How does all that work? Like, tell us a little bit behind the scenes of the process of the selection committee, and then kind of like where your role fits into all that as well.
Yeah, that's a good question. So here's how this happens. We take nominations. We, the CFP staff, we get nominations for folks, some from within our staff, but a lot from the commissioners and others. And then we vet them out, make sure that they're, that they're people of high integrity, obviously people that know football and have been involved in football for a certain amount of time. And then we actually have the commissioners vote on them. So they will vote,
Gotcha.
and that's how they make it onto the committee. Now, I will say, though, that 5 of the committee members are sitting athletic directors. So Troy Dannon is one of the 5 sitting, and they're selected by their conferences. So they pick a prominent AD, somebody that's got some good football knowledge and awareness, and they bring them on. So we have 5 athletic directors and then 8 at-large selectees that we choose. And they're all high integrity. And one of the things that Bill Hancock, who was my predecessor, that he instituted, when they go in the room to get ready to start deliberating and voting and all that, they got to hang their hats at the door. He literally put a hat rack outside the door. He issued each of them a hat, and he said, you got to leave your stuff outside the door because you come in here, we are neutral players. You don't have a favorite. You don't have a team that you're rooting for. You are doing this for the good of all of college football. So it's a really great process, and the team takes it seriously, those committee members.
That's incredible to hear, because there are some people that are on the side of, oh, yeah, we love the committee, love the work they do. They put in a lot of hours watching. But then there's the other side, oh, they're human. They have their biases. It's impossible to hang that hat at the door. How often are you do you have to remind those people to hang their hat at the door if they've been pretty good about it? And then how important is it that the fans on the outside looking into this process of selecting the teams that play in the college football playoff have that confidence that this isn't just a group of ragtags just doing it for fun on the side, that they're so focused on this and they take it seriously and importantly?
Yeah, they are very serious, and they're all great professionals. Here's one thing to your point, though. You are right. You can't they're still human beings, right? And so one of the things we do is we have a recusal process. So if they were a player, a coach, or they're currently employed by a certain team, then we have a full recusal where they can't even discuss that team in the room, and they definitely can't vote for that team or participate in a vote that team is involved. They have to walk out the door. They can't even be in the room. Then we have a partial recusal. So, for example, if they have a family member that's employed by a team's football program, where they can be in the room and have the discussion, but they can't vote. And so we do the full and the partial recusal to make sure that we're above board. And a lot of it's not so much that we don't trust people, but we don't want the perception that these folks would even be tempted to favor their team or whoever it might be. So the recusal program is really good.
We got a couple minutes left with the executive director of the College Football Playoff, Rich Clark. And let's talk about now the main discussion at every media days this year.
Here we go.
And I'm sure you've loved hearing about all this.
Yes.
Is what is going to happen, and are we at an impasse with the conferences? Kind of just what are your overall thoughts on hearing the way that Tony Petitti talked today? And as somebody that's connected with the commissioners and with the powers that be, how do we find common ground on this?
Yeah. So I'll say this, and some people go, I want to put this out there first. People say, well, the commissioners are bickering or they're arguing about this. It is not that. They disagree. and that happens. These are professionals. These are people that think about these things. They represent a conference, which they are paid to do, and they are supposed to have ideas and concepts at the table that are going to benefit their conference. But they also have to keep in mind the good of all of college football. That's a tough job that they have, right? But they come into the room and they present their ideas and their thoughts, but they're not fighting. They're discussing. They have disagreements, and they're trying to help people understand where they're coming from. Now, in the end, there's the AQ model that Commissioner Petitti's after. There's the 5+11 that you hear some of the other commissioners talking about, and they go back and forth. And to be very honest with you, both of them have merit, right?
Yeah.
Neither of them is like an outlandish format that we couldn't live with. And me as the executive director, trust me, I would not want a format that's going to wreck college football. I am a neutral person that just wants to see a great playoff. Either of those would work for us. But if they can't come to an agreement, then we stick with the same format that we have, which I also love and think is really a great format. So if they agree to disagree on that, they're actually making a decision that, okay, we couldn't come up with something better, so we're going to stick with the great format that we already have. And these guys know that. They go in that room, and I will admit sometimes the conversations are intense because they're putting their ideas out there, but they never are disrespectful. They're not in there fighting. And when they walk out the room, they shake hands because this is just one thing that they have to talk about and work through. And people might think, gosh, they can't ever come to a decision. They've come to 102 other really great decisions. This is the one that about that they're still working through, but everything else they have decided on, and we're moving forward. So
that's the part. Is the worst part is we get to hear it when it's on the biggest stage, when they're getting ready to officially kick off their football season for their conference. It's on a very public forum at the main podium. There's so many other conversations that we are obviously not privy to, that it's not the bickering, but we just see them trying to address the entire college football world.
Yeah, it's just differences of opinion, and I will say it's a difference in philosophy in some respect. They just see the way that teams should be selected philosophically. They view it in a different way, and that that's okay. That's how. Well, I hate to say it, Congress, right? Congress works that way, right? You got people from different districts, different states. They're elected to represent those states and districts, but then they come in the room. They got to keep in mind the country that they're supposed to be supporting, but they have differences and they have arguments. But you know what? In the end, they get a bill done. We have laws that we work by, and that's what's going to happen here. Except don't tell anyone these guys, our commissioners, are more efficient than Congress. So they're
you have experience with that or something?
I'm not saying anything else about that because I still know people, but they do a great job.
You mentioned one last thing here, the health of the game in general, right? We talk a lot Power 4. They dominate a lot of the news cycles, but you're a service academy guy from the Air Force. I'm sure there are a lot of discussions with Army and Navy in the years that they were having last year as well. How important is it to you coming from a service academy to make sure those schools and maybe ones that fly under the radar, don't get all the headlines, feel like they still have a voice in the college football playoff process?
Yeah, I think that's really important. And the format that the commissioners have developed, the 12-team format that we're implementing now, really gives hope to a lot of teams that before would have never had hope for. And it gives them a pathway to the playoff and maybe to the championship. And regardless of who they are, that before they play that first game, every team in the country has a path to the championship, including the service academies, which, I'm partial to. I played at a service academy. I worked at a service academy, but I think that every team and every athlete needs to have that hope. That's what gives you that spark and that fire. And when the coach can use that to inspire his team, that's just amazing. And I'm glad that the playoff format that we have gives them that hope and that opportunity.
And you saw it firsthand. I mean, you beat Texas your senior year, finished top 10 in the polls.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
So from everyone in Nebraska, thank you for beating Texas.
Yeah, that was awesome. Back in 1985. That's like ancient history in college football.
We got to get you out of here, but you were in Omaha for a few years.
Yes.
You said you
at
loved
Air
it.
Force Base. Absolutely. when I first got my assignment, people were like, "Oh my gosh, you're going to Omaha? What?" And I was, I said, well, I'd never been there. I loved it. I lived downtown near the old market in Omaha. I had such a good time there with my friends. I flew airplanes out of Offutt, and it was just an amazing time. It was my first assignment. I lived with one of my roommates. He played basketball at the Air Force Academy. We were good friends, and we lived downtown. It was awesome. I love Omaha.
We're glad you enjoy Omaha. We really enjoyed our time with you. Thank you so much for stopping by and having a discussion with us.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
That's Rich Clark, Executive Director of the College Football Playoff, our guest here on The Ticket. We'll be back with more right after this.
This is Big Ten Media Days live from Las Vegas, presented by Advanced Medical Imaging, Stevenson Smith Construction, Currency, Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and League One Volleyball on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
At Fairway Meat Market, your family, and as part of the family, they want to save you money on your meat and groceries. Now through July 27th, enjoy 8-ounce USDA choice boneless ribeye steaks for $9.99 each. All natural thick-cut bone and pork chops for $1.69 per pound. All variety of pork sausages, $2.99 per pound. And check out the meat bundle, 50 items for $50. That's all at Fairway Meat Market in the Rockledge Square Shopping Center just south of 84th and Van Dorn.
Play ball!
Haymarket Park is buzzing with excitement this summer. Grab your crew and get in on the fun. Be sure to catch all the daily specials and promotions this season, like Thirsty Thursday, Fireworks Friday, Souvenir Saturday, Family Fun Day Sunday, plus special events and discounts all summer long. Don't miss out on the action as the Lincoln Salt Dogs take on their biggest rivals and knock the ball out of the park. Visit saltdogs.com and see this week's promotions and grab your tickets.
Since 1983, Fast Mike's Roll-Offs have been a trusted and reliable company in Lincoln and the surrounding areas. Fast Mike's handles all sides of construction projects, home renovations, or big cleanouts. With the perfect size dumpster to fit your needs, Fast Mike's Roll-Offs will haul it all. With same-day delivery in Lincoln, affordable rates, and top-notch service, Fast Mike's Roll-Offs make cleanup quick and easy. Call now at 402-450-6828 or visit us online at fastmikesrolloffs.com. Book your dumpster today. Fast Mike's Roll-Offs, cleanup made simple.
93.7 The Ticket, Fox, KFXL weather. Brought to you by Bryant Air Conditioning, Heating, Electrical, and Plumbing.
Your Lincoln forecast for today, a slight chance of showers and storms. Otherwise, partly sunny and breezy with a high around 94. Tonight, mostly clear skies and continued breeze, a low around 77. And tomorrow, we'll see mainly sunny skies. It'll be breezy and hot with a high around 99. I'm meteorologist Kyle Beck for 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Have you been injured in an accident and don't know where to turn? You need an attorney you can trust to handle your case with professionalism and compassion. The attorneys at Liberty Law Group understand that a call to an attorney is a call for help. If you've been injured, we want to help you. Liberty Law's experienced attorneys are committed to the pursuit of justice for those injured. Call Liberty Law Group and find out how we can help get you the compensation you deserve. Call 877-42-LIBERTY. 877-42-LIBERTY. Liberty Law Group. Trial attorneys you can trust.
Alexa, play 93.7 The Ticket.
Okay, playing 93.7 The Ticket.
Alexa, turn down the lights.
Dimming the lights.
Alexa, order a pizza. The big one. All the toppings.
Are you sure that's a good idea?
Alexa.
That's a lot of pizza for just one man.
Alexa, just do it. Stop judging me, just do it.
As you wish.
Thanks, Alexa. You're my best friend.
If you want to make new floor shopping easier, come to O Street Carpet. Hi, I'm Steve Carper. Our flooring professionals can help you choose the best flooring for you, your family, and your budget. We eliminate the confusion. Even better, you'll be enjoying your new flooring much sooner. No 6 or 8 week waits. We'll install right away and save you money on installation. Floor shopping made easy every day at O Street Carpet.
O Street Carpet.
1732 O Street. Family owned and operated. Always the best value.
Empower a child today with the Teammates Mentoring Program. Hope is only a conversation away when you choose to share your talent, time, and heart with the child. Together, you can build a relationship based on strengths and chart a brighter future, 1 week at a time. Find out how you can be a mentor by visiting LincolnTeammates.org. Become what you needed as a kid by joining the Teammates Mentoring Program today.
This July, Acres is celebrating the birth of our nation. The fireworks include the opportunity to save big with great pricing on our late model John Deere ag equipment. Plus, you can lock in interest rates as low as 1.9% on select used John Deere planters, tractors, sprayers, and combines. Red hot rates combined with our explosive discounts make July the perfect time to buy and save. Don't wait. These deals won't last long. Visit acres.com for all the details. That's AKRS.com. Restrictions apply. Offer July 31st, 2025. Some financing offer may change anytime without notice.
Breaking here at the news desk. When you stack Allo Internet, DirecTV, and mobile, you can lock in your price for 2 years. Sources are confirming that when you stack Allo Internet, DirecTV, and mobile, your monthly price drops and you're locked in for 2 years. That's fiber fast internet, premium streaming TV, and reliable nationwide mobile coverage. And this just in, you must switch by Labor Day to secure that locked-in pricing for 2 years. Switch, stack, and save at allofiber.com/stack.
Are you ready for a new opportunity? Check out Sandhills Global. Join a dynamic team where your skills are valued and your career can soar. We offer full-time positions with a 4.5-day work week, competitive pay, excellent benefits, and a positive work environment. From IT and marketing to sales and finance, we're looking for talented individuals like you. Apply today at sandhills.jobs and take the first step towards an exciting future. That's sandhills.jobs. Don't wait, apply now.
On the Block with Eric Strickland, Jay Foreman, and Austin Orman.
Hey, I don't want to hate on Joe Burrow. He's clearly in this tier. I think he's the bottom of this tier. I would go Allen Jackson and then Burrow.
You should be a politician.
You know what I'm saying? You see what he doing?
Yeah, he didn't have
He's
any
doing it all the
chance.
time. It's tricky, man.
Keep going, Jay.
No,
You're speaking my language.
Stop.
You're speaking
but
my
Jay,
language. Come
no,
on,
no,
come
no,
on.
no,
Keep
You
going.
didn't let him get you, Jay. I can't believe you let him get you again. God,
Every weekday from 3 to 5 on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
93.7 The Ticket is proud to provide listeners with daily opportunities to win contests and prizes on our airwaves, and would like to take this opportunity to remind you of a couple rules. All participants must be 21 or older and must wait 30 days after winning a prize to participate in another contest. Once you win, you have 30 days to pick up your prize at the KNTK Studios, 1040 O Street in Lincoln, or your prize will be forfeited. Thank you for participating in our contests, and thank you for listening to 93.7 The Ticket.
Welcome back to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Las Vegas. Presented by Advanced Medical Imaging, Stevens & Smith Construction, Currency, Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and League One Volleyball on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Rolling right along here from Mandalay Bay. Austin Norman, Nick Sainer, and Jay Foreman back with you here. Another half an hour or so to go for day one here all day tomorrow as well. Then part of the day on Thursday before we're skipping town. A lot of interesting stuff, great stuff there from Rich Clark, Executive Director of the College Football Playoff. And I think what we can tie into his discussion and his thoughts here is Curt Cignetti. We knew it was coming with the firestorm, the firebrand. He was going to say something. He was asked, of course, about canceling some non-conference series and replacing them with group of five or mid-major opponents. And Curt Cignetti, in perfect Curt Cignetti fashion, said, we are adopting the SEC scheduling philosophy. On the one hand, it's funny because he came from the SEC to James Madison, then, of course, up to Bloomington. But, man, you knew he was going to say something that might have been the funniest and yet most pointed, he's not wrong, answer he could have given to that question.
It's in perfect Curt Cignetti form, right? But that's also, it's similar to what I kind of talked about with Brent Yormark at the Big 12. When you're at Indiana and they found a way to be relevant last year, but it's how do you keep yourself relevant, right? In this always evolving, ever changing news cycle, and we go year to year, and these blue bloods like Ohio State and Michigan, and even to Nebraska to an extent, they're always in the news, right? But at a place like Indiana, you can kind of fall off and be forgotten quick. And by quick, I mean like over the course of 6 to 8 months.
If you go 6-6, you're forgotten this year.
Yeah, right. Nobody's really remembering on the national level your college football playoff appearance, Jay. So I think like when we look at this, that's what Indiana needs. They need a coach that's outspoken, or a program like Indiana. That's what they need is an outspoken coach that's not afraid to. Maybe not in this way, but to stand up for your team and to be pretty vocal about it.
Well, yeah, it's no different, and it's a different way than, Deion Sanders did
Very.
at Colorado, and people push back at that. Now, obviously, Deion's first year wasn't as magnificent as Kurt Signetti, and so look, he has opinions. He has experience, though, also in the SEC as well. So he understands how they go about do their business. I mean, obviously, cut his teeth as a assistant coach under Nick Saban there at Bama. So, what he says does have some truth to it, but then also it is also to keep himself, but more importantly, the University of Indiana's football team and the Big Ten in the forefront. And there's nothing wrong with it. And it's sometimes you make hires, as we've seen. Well, one of our former coaches says that it's not the right job. It wasn't the right job. When Indiana hired Kurt Signetti, which didn't get a lot of national pub, they were like, oh yeah, that's who they need.
Okay, we'll see.
Well, actually, that's exactly who they needed, and it's exactly the right time.
Yeah.
And it's the reason why they are here to stay as long as he's the head coach and his staff is there with him.
He made it the right job. It might not have been the right job for him, but I think the best coaches, especially in college sports, we see this a little bit in pro sports, but I think especially in college, there's so much of that force of will that coaches can influence their programs with, their athletic departments with, that if you have a strong enough personality and you back it up, you can curl that university around your finger. Think about just how many of the long tenures in college basketball, college football, even college baseball that we've seen. If you're a great coach, you have the secret sauce that works there, you're going to be a legend there. I think Kurt Signetti is, 1 year into it, he could be on that track because he was what they needed at the right time, and his shtick will get old to people on the outside.
Yep.
But to a lesser degree, that's what PJ Fleck did at Minnesota.
I was just going to say, guess who you're sounding like we're talking about? It's PJ Fleck. And I thought it was really interesting talking to Daryl Thompson earlier, Jay and Austin, where he was saying it really feels like PJ's now settled in.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, you almost been to this at the school for close to 10 years now. Why are you just now feeling like you're settling in? Well, no, it's you're getting enough of a sample size to where people are starting to believe and not really think about the outside the gates off the field shtick that you have, or that you appear to have at least. And so that was really interesting, that comment earlier from Daryl Thompson talking about it feels like he's finally settled in, and PJ Fleck's having the results, show it.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things for Kirk Signetti and these coaches that come in and have instant success or success very quickly is the process, how they go about doing things. They trim the fat. They know exactly what they want. They know exactly who they want to do it, and then they go get it, and then they maximize the opportunity when they have it. And I think a lot of it comes from coaching at James Madison, where you've done more with less. He's taken. I mean, his first job was at like a Division III community college, and he had to sell his staff, a lot of the guys that are still with him, to stay. Guess what, Austin? 10 toes down and believe in the process, and that's what he's done. That's why Kurt Signetti can say what he said today, because everybody knows when it comes down to it, he's going to recruit, he's going to motivate, and if he beats you, he's going to let you know about it.
I'll say, plus he did it last year. Like he has the ability to say it because he did it.
Well, I think a lot of coaches know from Kurt Signetti at James Madison, like, this dude's for real.
Yeah.
You don't win that consistently and be like, oh yeah, that's a flash in the pan.
Right.
You're just like, all right. Because they were knocking off teams. They almost had teams like North Dakota State was when they first started to take off. Teams were like, oh no, we don't want to schedule you.
Yeah.
We don't want to play. We don't need that type of embarrassment. We don't need that smoke. And then he brought that same smoke to Indiana, and it's obviously it wasn't too far of a jump for him as far as the city, the nature of the aura around the football program. It essentially was maybe a step down when you think of the fanfare and the intensity, versus when he first got to Indiana.
I was gonna say because we were there, and the people started. I mean, they were fired up.
Yeah, but I'm saying when he got there, they're like, oh, this is just another coach coming in saying, giving his spiel.
Yeah.
Oh, he'll be out here in a couple years. He came in, and once that first 70, because I know exactly what the fans were. They were checking their phones when they were on the road. Like, dang.
Did that say 70?
Yeah, they got 40-some points. Oh, the team's not very good. Well, he's like, yeah, they did it again.
Then he stood 20 toes down.
Right. Then he was 20 toes down. They were 10 toes down and everything else. And, I think also he's able to do that because he's had to do a lot with less for a long, long time. And that was a lot of payback, and there was a lot of those blowout victories.
Well, he saw what it was like to do more with more when he was at Alabama. And then to go from that where he had everything. No, he wasn't the headliner there, but he was a part of that culture. To take that and then go to a place like, where he started his career up to James Madison and not have the excuse of when he gets in, I don't have enough. Oh, it's not like Alabama. Oh, it'll never be Alabama. But say, I'll make this work. Yeah. I got this. I think that's completely commendable. Let's go ahead and throw it to break here. We're expecting to be joined by Jim Gray, legendary sportscaster, reporter, all sorts of great experiences. Can't wait to pick his brain about. That'll be our next segment here from Mandalay Bay.
This is Big Ten Media Days live from Las Vegas, presented by Advanced Medical Imaging, Stevenson Smith Construction, Currency, Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and League One Volleyball on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Empower a child today with the Teammates Mentoring Program. Hope is only a conversation away when you choose to share your talent, time, and heart with a child. Together, you can build a relationship based on strengths and chart a brighter future, 1 week at a time. Find out how you can be a mentor by visiting LincolnTeammates.org. Become what you needed as a kid by joining the Teammates Mentoring Program today.
Load up on meat and more this spring at The Mercado by Certified Piedmontese with great selections of T-bones, tomahawks, ribeyes, filet mignon, brisket, sirloin, and so much more. The Mercado has locations at 84th and Havelock, 30th and Yankee Hill, and now 85th and Old Cheney in Lincoln, where you can have $2 draft beer every Thursday night from 4 to 8 p.m. and half-price espresso drinks on Fridays from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. Get to the Mercado today for the best meat in town. Saturday. Eagle Raceway is open for a full season of dirt track racing action every Saturday night. Don't miss the epic battles on the high banks of Eagle Raceway each Saturday between the Nebraska Septic Sprint Cars, Nebraska Lottery Modifieds, Avid Realty Sport Mods, Valentino's Hobby Stocks, and A1 Iron Stock Cars. Let's go racing. Eagle Raceway, just 10 miles east of Lincoln on O Street. Check out the full schedule at eagleraceway.com.
This July, Acres is celebrating the birth of our nation. The fireworks include the opportunity to save big with great pricing on our late model John Deere ag equipment. Plus, you can lock in interest rates as low as 1.9% on select used John Deere planters, tractors, sprayers, and combines. Red hot rates combined with our explosive discounts make July the perfect time to buy and save. Don't wait. These deals won't last long. Visit acres.com for all the details. That's AKRS.com. Restrictions apply. Offer July 31st, 2025. Substitute financing offer may change anytime without notice.
Have you been injured in an accident and don't know where to turn? You need an attorney you can trust to handle your case with professionalism and compassion. The attorneys at Liberty Law Group understand that a call to an attorney is a call for help. If you've been injured, we want to help you. Liberty Law's experienced attorneys are committed to the pursuit of justice for those injured. Call Liberty Law Group and find out how we can help get you the compensation you deserve. Call 877-42-LIBERTY. 877-42-LIBERTY. Liberty Law Group. Trial attorneys you can trust.
Don't miss the 8th Annual Wing Fest on Saturday, July 26th at Haymarket Park from 5 till 8 p.m. Local restaurants will be serving wings from 5 to 7 p.m. with live music going until 8. Ice cream and beverages will also be available for purchase, and all the proceeds from the event will go to benefit students in the local community. Get your tickets today at wingfestlincoln.com and make sure you attend the 8th Annual Wingfest at Haymarket Park on July 26th.
If you want to make new floor shopping easier, come to O Street Carpet. Hi, I'm Steve Carper. Our flooring professionals can help you choose the best flooring for you, your family, and your budget. We eliminate the confusion. Even better, you'll be enjoying your new flooring much sooner. No 6 or 8 week waits. We'll install right away and save you money on installation. Floor shopping made easy every day at O Street Carpet.
O Street Carpet.
1732 O Street. Family owned and operated. Always the best value.
93.7 The Ticket is your home for every Kansas City Royals baseball game. Bobby Witt Jr., Salvador Perez, Vinny Pasquantino, and the rest of the Royals attempt to make the postseason for the second season in a row. And you can hear all the action on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com. Your home for Kansas City Royals baseball.
Breaking here at the news desk. When you stack Allo Internet, DirecTV, and mobile, you can lock in your price for 2 years. Sources are confirming that when you stack Allo Internet, DirecTV, and mobile, your monthly price drops and you're locked in for 2 years. That's fiber fast internet, premium streaming TV, and reliable nationwide mobile coverage. And this just in, you must switch by Labor Day to secure that locked-in pricing for 2 years. Switch, stack, and save at allofiber.com/stack.
Saturday. Eagle Raceway is open for a full season of dirt track racing action every Saturday night. Don't miss the epic battles on the high banks of Eagle Raceway each Saturday between the Nebraska Septic Sprint Cars, Nebraska Lottery Modifieds, Avid Realty Sport Mods, Valentino's Hobby Stocks, and A1 Iron Stock Cars. Let's go racing. Eagle Raceway, just 10 miles east of Lincoln on O Street. Check out the full schedule at eagleraceway.com.
Empire Netting and Fence delivers top quality netting and fence solutions. From major sports venues to backyard installs and everything in between, coast to coast. We take on tough jobs with grit, integrity, and a strong commitment to safety. Empire is growing, and we're hiring motivated people ready to grow with us. We build each other up, and we're building something big. Think you've got what it takes? Apply now at empire-fence.com. That's empire-fence.com.
93.7 The Ticket is your home for every Kansas City Royals baseball game. Bobby Witt Jr., Salvador Perez, Vinny Pasquantino, and the rest of the Royals attempt to make the postseason for the second season in a row. And you can hear all the action on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com. Your home for Kansas City Royals baseball. Welcome back to 93.7 The Ticket's coverage of Big Ten Media Days live from Las Vegas. Presented by Advanced Medical Imaging, Stevens & Smith Construction, Currency, Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and League One Volleyball on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
We're back here at Mandalay Bay. Austin Norman, Nick Sainer, and Jay Foreman. And we're calling an audible, running a 4-minute drill like Nebraska against Boston College in late December of 2024. Joined by Nebraska quarterback Dylan Raiola. Dylan, thanks for taking some time with us. Let's start with this. You're here representing Nebraska Big Ten Media Days. What was that like when Coach Rule told you that you would be joining him here in Las Vegas for this?
It was really cool to find out that you're representing Nebraska. You take pride in that, and it's exciting to just be out here and supporting our university.
Dylan, this is the second year of you starting, right? And obviously, I've been there before. These two dudes haven't. So
we have not.
Me and you going to talk. No, I'm just playing. Talk about going from year one to year two at the same time.
Right.
Because it's totally different. You look totally different. Just talk about that process for you that'll probably lead to obviously even bigger and better things on the field.
Yeah, it's just you got to decide what you want to do after year one. And year one's cool and all. You get all the hype and all those types of things. But at the end of the day, no one cares about anything else but winning. And when you put that in perspective, you need to do whatever it takes to win. And I think our team's done a great job of putting ourselves in a position to be ready to go into camp to make sure that we're the polished team to make sure we win football games this fall.
Dylan, talk about how, look, man, you go from high school to college. In the first year, you're just kind of just trying to put one foot in front of the other. And then just like that, you got to not only handle your business, which you do a really good job of, but then make sure everybody else is handling their business as a sophomore and lead the team, reset the culture how you want it, even though you had great leaders in the past.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard, but when you have guys like Marquise and Deshaun and Henry and Dane and guys of leaders of position groups, it alleviates pressure off you when you can go straight to just one person and they address it throughout the whole group. I think that's when I knew we had a special team, when that's kind of how we started operating. And like Coach Osborne came in and told us that's how you guys rolled. And guys took that to heart and they actually listened to him. And I mean, I don't know why they wouldn't in the past, but I think that's what they've been doing. And it alleviates a lot of pressure where I can kind of focus on the offense and things like that.
As the quarterback, Dylan, your wide receivers are important to you. You guys got some good ones this year.
Yeah.
Especially, I mean, obviously there was a lot of excitement with Ja'Cory coming back and some other pieces in that room. But with the additions of Isaiah and like Dane Key, talk about just how excited you are to get out there, not only work with Emmett in the backfield, obviously, but to work with those guys that were here last year like Ja'Cory, but then also a couple of new people.
Yeah, they've done nothing but came in and worked hard. They've earned everybody's respect, and they've really just, engaged with what we had going on. They've been in the community, they've been giving back, and they're guys that are in the facility late at night getting work in. And it's kind of nice to have people in there when you're doing extra work. It's not so lonely. You bring more people in there with you. That's kind of the goal. So, no, they've been great. And like you said, Jacory's always been phenomenal. He's doing his thing. So, should be an exciting year.
Dylan, Dylan, talk about. I know Coach Dana. Sorry about that, Austin. This is your your first full year with?
Yep.
Talk about the command that you have from, I guess, on the run during the season.
Yeah.
Through spring, through the summer, and now you're going to 2 days.
Yeah, it's a great confidence to have when he knows that his players will make plays, and things have been simplified and things have been more streamlined to what we're strong and what we're good at. And once you have that, you have guys that just know that, hey, this is what we're going to run. You may be covered, but go make a play, and they just got to buy into that.
Well, Jay stole my question. I was going to ask about having a whole offseason with Coach Holgerson. What's he like on the day-to-day now that you have more time spent with him?
Yeah, he's funny. He's about his work. He's about his business, and you can always find him in his office. He's standing up, watching golf, scripting plays, and he's just a laid-back guy that wants to win football games, and then that's why he came here.
Dylan, what's the one thing that you're going to look forward to in training camp? If you do, because I never did, but to know that, this is significantly different. It might be a small thing versus last year, and last year was obviously a big step that's going to lead us to bigger and better things.
Yeah, I think obviously everyone knows the grind of practice, the grind of meetings and walkthroughs, but I think it's going to be that time at night when we get together and play cards, play those games. Everyone's going to practice hard.
Yeah.
That's just –
you're going old school playing cards.
Yeah. We ain't doing NCAA. We're doing like spades. We're going to do shut the box. And it's just fun. Like you want to actually like interact with people. You don't want to text them and be on your phone all the time. You don't get a whole lot of places doing that.
Dylan, thanks a ton for taking some time out. Hope it's been an enjoyable day for you. Best of luck the rest of the season.
Thank you. Go Big Red.
It's Dylan Raiola, Nebraska quarterback, joining us here on 93.7 The Ticket. We'll take one more break for the day, wrap things up here from Vegas for day one right after this.
This is Big Ten Media Days live from Las Vegas, presented by Advanced Medical Imaging, Stevenson Smith Construction, Currency, Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and League One Volleyball on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Empower a child today with the Teammates Mentoring Program. Hope is only a conversation away when you choose to share your talent, time, and heart with a child. Together, you can build a relationship based on strengths and chart a brighter future, 1 week at a time. Find out how you can be a mentor by visiting LincolnTeammates.org. Become what you needed as a kid by joining the Teammates Mentoring Program today.
John Henry's has a brand new membership club to protect your entire home in one program. With a VIP and a deluxe option, we will help you find the plan that best fits your needs. Receive discounts on services and equipment, priority service, complimentary inspections, and so much more. Protect your home's plumbing, heating, cooling, and electrical systems all in one membership. Call John Henry's to learn more.
435-5555. John Henry's Plumbing, Heating and Air,
and Electrical.
Are you ready for a new opportunity? Check out Sandhills Global. Join a dynamic team where your skills are valued and your career can soar. We offer full-time positions with a 4.5-day work week, competitive pay, excellent benefits, and a positive work environment. From IT and marketing to sales and finance, we're looking for talented individuals just like you. Apply today at sandhills.jobs and take the first step towards an exciting future. That's sandhills.jobs. Don't wait, apply now.
The 2026 Love Omaha volleyball season is coming, and memberships are on sale now. Catch your favorite stars, Lexi Rodriguez, Jordan Larson, and more with a guaranteed 8 home matches right here in Nebraska. Season memberships start at just $112. That's unbeatable value for world-class volleyball. Don't miss a moment of the action. Go to lovb.com/season and grab yours today. That's lovb.com/season.
Saturday. Eagle Raceway is open for a full season of dirt track racing action every Saturday night. Don't miss the epic battles on the high banks of Eagle Raceway each Saturday between the Nebraska Septic Sprint Cars, Nebraska Lottery Modifieds, Avid Realty Sport Mods, Valentino's Hobby Stocks, and A1 Iron Stock Cars. Let's go racing. Eagle Raceway, just 10 miles east of Lincoln on O Street. Check out the full schedule at eagleraceway.com.
This is former Husker and NFL linebacker Jay Foreman. For years, I've suffered from degenerative problems in both of my ankles, but thanks to a thorough and thought-out plan provided by Advanced Medical Imaging, I was able to get my life back with the least amount of pain as possible. While working through multiple options, the team of physicians at Advanced Medical Imaging were there to answer any questions I had. If you're experiencing any pain at all and want to get your life back, go to amimaging.com or give them a call at 402-484-6677. Advanced Medical Imaging, located at 7601 Pioneers Boulevard.
93.7 The Ticket is your home for every Kansas City Royals baseball game. Bobby Witt Jr., Salvador Perez, Vinny Pasquantino, and the rest of the Royals attempt to make the postseason for the second season in a row. And you can hear all the action on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com. Your home for Kansas City Royals baseball.
93.7 The Ticket is proud to provide listeners with daily opportunities to win contests and prizes on our airwaves, and would like to take this opportunity to remind you of a couple rules. All participants must be 21 or older and must wait 30 days after winning a prize to participate in another contest. Once you win, you have 30 days to pick up your prize at the KNTK Studios, 1040 O Street in Lincoln, or your prize will be forfeited. Thank you for participating in our contest, and thank you for listening to 93.7 The Ticket.
Back to old school with Foreman and Orman on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Day one has been incredible, crawling to a close here at Mandalay Bay. Austin Norman, Jay Foreman, Nick Sainer, DP, the crew out here in Vegas. One more time, till the next time, a big thank you to all 6 companies and sponsors who made this trip possible. Currency, Stevenson Smith Construction, Gary Michaels Clothiers, Warhorse Casino, Advanced Medical Imaging, and League One Volleyball Omaha. Truly cannot thank them enough. Fellas, let's just dive into day 2 a little bit here. We got 7-8 minutes to do this. Tomorrow's teams: Minnesota, Northwestern, Oregon, Penn State, Washington, and Wisconsin. Nick, we'll start with you. Who tomorrow has your attention?
Well, I think as weird as it is for me to say it on a day where Oregon is coming in here and there's other notable names, Wisconsin is just fascinating to me right now this year with everything going on with Luke Fickell and whether or not he's the coach at Wisconsin in the foreseeable future. Like there's a lot of just interesting pieces to where you go back to him bringing in Phil Longo, then they move on from Phil Longo. He's gone through the transfer portal the last 2 years, or rather, 2 of the last 3 years, and gotten the quarterback. Both years, the quarterback's been hurt that following season, and it hasn't worked out for him. Tyler Van Dyke most recently last season. And so it's just been a weird dynamic these first few years of Luke Fickell in Wisconsin, and I think they have a gauntlet this year, and so it doesn't get any easier for the former Cincinnati head coach.
Yeah, everybody was talking about Nebraska, had the easiest schedule in the nation. Wisconsin has, if not the hardest, one of the hardest in the nation. So it doesn't get any easier, but they're going to have to find a way. And This is a make-or-break year, not make-or-break, but almost a make-or-break year for the program as you look at and you take all the factors into it. Potential expansion of the college football playoffs, the rise of, let's just say, Nebraska, Illinois, and just say there's another question, Michigan State or somebody like that. And then also with the NIL factor as well, because Wisconsin not only would have to increase their money as far as being donated for NIL or to the salary cap, but then also their academic restrictions as well. And so they would have to obviously lower those for entrance. And so there's a lot going on. You're going to see it tomorrow. They are a very interesting team, but I think it's all going to start and stop with our boy James Franklin in particular. This year is a lot different.
Yeah.
Because this is a standard year. Every other year they have not met expectations, and that was things that they weren't ready for. Winning the big game, performing in the big game. Are your recruits actually performing at whatever they were originally recruited at? Now he's done that. So the standard has slowly but surely risen.
And they might have even overachieved last year for the first time since they won it with McSorley.
And then you also had tangible improvement for the most important position, Drew Aller, even though I don't blame him for not throwing to the receivers. I blame it to the coordinator.
Yeah.
Right. But then also the one thing that I don't think that Penn State has ever done is copied somebody. They've always were they not changing the uniform. We're doing all our stuff. What they do, they saw Ohio State retain some of their better players or their best players. And that's exactly what they were able to do to bring both of their running backs back. Got a really good offensive line and a couple of good defensive players. So I don't think you're going to get much out of the players. It's going to be interesting to see if James Franklin has new Tiger stripes, potentially being. Some polls have them preseason number 1.
That's where I was going to go. I mean, college football playoff semifinalists last year, one up by Ohio State, obviously opposite side of the bracket in that one. But Penn State, number 1, took a step in the right direction for their program last year. But number 2, the reason they're number 1 in the conference is because they returned more players from last year than Ohio State. Did Penn State really earn being number 1 overall in that poll? No. I will tell you, seeing the results, they only beat Ohio State by 1 vote. So it's not like Penn State ran away with it. They still have to earn it. So I think Penn State's in a place where they can hold their heads high. They can walk in with confidence and say, yeah, now we know what it looks like. We're closer than we've ever been before. And they can also play the no one believes in us. Yeah, they picked us first, but just barely. People are talking more about Ohio State. That's why they were here on day 1 and not us. I still think they can credibly play the underdog card to some degree.
Yeah, and let me ask you guys this. Is this kind of like Michigan 2.0? Remember Michigan, played Georgia, got blown smooth out, got upset by TCU, but they gained confidence, and they was like, all right, that's on us, but we're going to be a bigger and better team. And it was a different vibe when they spoke to us when we were in Indy. Do you think this possibly could be a replay of it? I mean, they would have to get to a national championship game or potentially win a national championship.
Oh, it's tough. I mean, here's where with Penn State, I think it's a question of how good Drew Aller can be. I mean, it's a big question of how well can, maybe not good he can be, how well can he manage the offense while managing expectations? Because despite the 2 running backs being the 2 stars offensively, at the end of the day, look at the quarterback, right? And while Drew Aller had a really, really good 2023, he kind of took a step back in terms of statistics in 2024, despite the final result being closer to the mountaintop than it was in 23. It's going to be interesting to see what they have on the perimeter and wide receivers. We know what running back is going to look like. We know it's going to be a heavy dose. There's a couple of other questions, and I think it's how well can Drew Aller manage the offense, the expectations, the NFL opportunities that are awaiting him. How well can he manage everything?
Drew Aller will be here tomorrow along with Nick Dawkins and Zakee Wheatley. No Dennis Sutton, who's their new stud on the defensive side of the ball. And that's why I think that's the evolution for Penn State. But I don't think that's who Andy Kotelnicki is as a play caller, right? What did he do? He made his name at Kansas by being innovative, by being creative. How did Michigan win? By being boring, by being simple. I think Drew Aller can do that. I think he would improve his NFL stock if he continued to take a step in the right direction, making the right play, taking what's available, and not having to play hero ball necessarily. And we know that Michigan championship has an asterisk because of the sign stealing and everything there. But I also don't see that many future NFL draft picks on Penn State's roster right now. I mean, that Michigan team, I think, was deeper than this Penn State team.
For sure.
And they had a better idea of who they were. We think we know who Penn State is, but Penn State's identity has never reached a level of strength to where Michigan was in those couple of years. So I think I can see the argument for saying, yeah, Penn State might want to get there. That might be the model for them. I just don't know if I buy it right now.
Yeah, it is funny because they got Andy Kotelnicki, but then also they went and spent the money on Jim Knowles to take him from Ohio State as well.
And so they're I don't think it's apples to apples with Michigan, but they're gonna have to trick themselves mentally. Say Michigan's done it, we can do it. This is how we're gonna do it. A 2 running back system, a more than manageable quarterback. So if he can take that J.J. McCarthy kind of big game mentality,
can they find their Roman Wilson?
And then also you have to expect the defenses. Penn State's always they got a plethora of athletes. They'll be good defensively. It's going to come down to the 3 receivers that they got in the transfer portal. They said, you 2 dudes couldn't get open against Notre Dame. Get out of here.
Well,
we're getting 3 more.
Well, that and they lost their Swiss Army knife offensively and Tyler Warren. I mean, he was really, really
Jay's
good.
not excited that Penn State lost Tyler Warren. He is not excited about that.
But Khalil Dinkins is probably going to be better. Number 16.
Well, he's going to be a Colt too. So look forward to that. Let's call that a day from Mandalay Bay. Day 1 of Big Ten Media Days, we will say, is officially in the books. We will be here again bright and early tomorrow. The drive with me and Nick, AD might pop into that as well. And then straight coverage from Vegas again until 4 o'clock Pacific or 6 o'clock Central Time. For Jay, for Nick, for DP, this is Austin saying thank you once again to our amazing sponsors, Currency, Stevens & Smith, Gary Michaels, Clothiers, Warhorse, Advanced Medical Imaging, and League One Volleyball. We will be back to do it all again tomorrow.
This is Big Ten Media Days live from Las Vegas, presented by Advanced Medical Imaging, Stevenson Smith Construction, Currency, Warhorse Casino, Gary Michaels Clothiers, and League One Volleyball on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Are you ready for a new opportunity? Check out Sandhills Global. Join a dynamic team where your skills are valued and your career can soar. We offer full-time positions with a 4.5-day work week, competitive pay, excellent benefits, and a positive work environment. From IT and marketing to sales and finance, we're looking for talented individuals just like you. Apply today at sandhills.jobs and take the first step towards an exciting future. That's sandhills.jobs. Don't wait, apply now.
Midwest Bank is now hiring in Lincoln. They have multiple banking positions open and are looking for dynamic individuals passionate about helping others and building relationships. With a family-friendly culture, competitive benefits, and unique perks, Midwest Bank is a great place to start a new career. Apply today at midwest.bank. Midwest Bank is an equal opportunity employer, member FDIC.
Don't miss the 8th Annual Wing Fest on Saturday, July 26th at Haymarket Park from 5 till 8 p.m. Local restaurants will be serving wings from 5 to 7 p.m. with live music going until 8. Ice cream and beverages will also be available for purchase, and all the proceeds from the event will go to benefit students in the local community. Get your tickets today at wingfestlincoln.com and make sure you attend the 8th Annual Wing Fest at Haymarket Park on July 26th.